is on the agenda there. The story that we've already told you is that there might just be a resolution on the cards. We dissect that and get you all the latest details. And beyond that, we've got the top voices for you through the day, starting with Mahesh Babu Subramanian at 9:30. You also have Shreyash Devarkar of Axis Mutual Fund after 10 o'clock. All that and more on India Market Open.
Okay, apart from everything else that we're going to be tracking, I think one exciting story at 2:30 today. And surprise, surprise, who wins the Nobel Peace Prize? We know one aspirant. And we know that there are a lot of candidates, but there are no nominees. So that's why it's exciting.
Yeah, so because never known. But I was looking at all the global websites, the front runners across betting platforms.
Oh, so there's betting on this?
Yeah, yeah.
Of course.
Always. So Sudan's emergency response rooms, 30 to 38%. The widow of Alexei Navalny, 9 to 11%. Donald Trump, 6 to 25%, depending on the betting platform that you choose to.
The odds, you're
The
saying,
odds, yes, of course, the odds. The one which is tilting in front of the first two is that the decision was made on the 7th of October, before the Gaza ceasefire came into effect. Does this enhance his chances for the next term? Maybe. Does it limit the chances for this term because the decision was already made? Maybe.
I don't think announcements get you the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, one more feather in the cap.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a cap which is part imagination, right? Because the India-Pak ceasefire is also counted
Most
there.
certainly.
Nevertheless, whether Trump gets it or not, it's going to be a big story which we'll track here. But what we're also tracking is what's happened with U.S. markets. Now, U.S. markets closed lower, giving up all gains as the government shutdown has extended. It's entered its 9th day now. So if you look at key indices of its highs of the day, as far as U.S. markets are concerned, all closed pretty much in the red, the Dow and the Nasdaq as well. We'll pull up the S&P 500 for you in a bit. Bond yields remained flat as the shutdown added to the lack of data, more uncertainty. Street doesn't like it. The 10-year at 4.13%. I mean, gold and silver really are the story. Gold came off a bit, but has climbed back to over the $4,000 per ounce mark. But silver has crossed $50 per ounce for the first time, and actually tailing what's happening with gold. So the shiny metals really are stealing the limelight. Oil prices have cooled after the Israel-Hamas ceasefire, and both have agreed to a ceasefire. The Brent was at the $65 mark. I'm going to pull up the Asian markets for you and look at what's happening early on. All down in the red, the Nikkei, Hang Seng and Shanghai. The Nikkei coming off after several days of gains, about 1% down. If you look at the India implied, we might have a soft start as well. So expect a bit of red on the screen. Richard Harris joining in, Chief Executive at Port Shelter Investment Management. Richard, thank you so much for speaking with us this morning. There are a lot of betting sites betting on who gets the Peace Prize. Do you have your own little bet going on?
No, I think it's almost a dead cert that Trump is not going to get it. But there are lots of sensible reasons for that. One of them is it's basically a Peace Prize for 2024, and he wasn't really around in 2024. But the best one is, of course, the Nobel Prize is very much like an English gentleman's club. You know, if you ask to join, if you want to join, there's no way you're going to be accepted. And clearly Trump has held him out front and center as saying he's worthy of it. For the main reason being that, of course, President Obama got it very early in his term for reasons as yet unknown. So I think there's a massive element of jealousy there. It would also be a supreme irony for a man who've changed the Department of Defense into the Department of War to get the Nobel Peace Prize. So I think it's very laudable that finally the US has come to its senses and basically forced Israel into some sort of peace in Gaza. And I think that has to be credited. But I think at this stage, Trump will be whistling in the wind.
Okay, yeah, you've given us quite a lot of interesting bites there. Richard, thanks so much for that. But let's talk about US markets and how you're reading them, particularly because of the lack of data. And these murmurs about valuations perhaps creeping up a little too much are getting a little louder. Would you agree?
Well, I think that's been happening for a very long time, that yes, valuations in the US are high, very high. But of course, they were higher during the dot-com bubble as well. It is starting to look a little bit like the dot-com bubble. We are seeing a circulation of large amounts of money, very, very large amounts of money between many of the AI providers. A lot of that money will be wasted. In fact, they used to say half of a marketing budget is wasted. You just don't know which half. So in a sense, you have to put that sort of money through in order to try and get some sort of result at the end of the day. So yes, the markets look extremely fragile. They will be very sensitive to some sort of major external shock, which may be a series of bankruptcies, which may be some rise in the price of oil, maybe a real concern about inflation rising sharply when interest rates can't go up, or depression. There are all sorts of shocks that may well happen. At the moment, it doesn't seem as if there's going to be any, but isn't that the nature of a shock, that it comes as being unexpected?
Richard, the one clear bull market which is not having naysayers is hard assets. I mean, yesterday, aluminum, palladium, platinum, all of them, in addition to gold and silver, doing well too. Is that rally here to stay?
I think that actually is a concern. If you take gold first, gold is the asset of last resort. It's the thing people go into in times of war when they're worried about the value of money. Now, perhaps we've been too confident about the value of money for decades, perhaps. And gold has languished. But now I think it is a real concern that gold has put in so much, because people are now saying, well, do we trust the dollar, or is the dollar starting to slide? But if the dollar starts to slide, what's going to gain? Do you want to put your money in Europe, where French debt, for instance, is now yielding more than Italian debt, and about the same as Greek debt? So maybe money isn't so secure in Europe. Swiss franc, too small. Japanese yen used to be a favorite, but look where it is now. So I think there is a real concern about fiat money, and that's what's driving gold and silver. But pulling up also some of the industrial metals as well. Copper is obviously going to be a beneficiary of the AI boom. Uranium, possibly a beneficiary of the recycling movement. So there are reasons why the industrial metals are moving up too, as well as the more concern among the precious metals that perhaps they are becoming a bit of an alternative to just keeping your money in fiat money.
Last quick question then, where do you see gold prices, if at all you have something that you've penciled in?
Well, I was always a very stale gold bull. For about 5 years, from around 2018. I was wrong, although looking over the last 6 or 7 years, maybe I was right, because gold was the right place to be if you had the guts to stay in it. I think probably it's reached a reasonable peak for now. The wave will maybe come off a little bit. But I think that if people do continue to be concerned about debt, that things, may well keep on going. Gold is an interesting asset. You can't eat it. There's no real yield. But of course, it's a store of value that investors at the moment, I think, are quite keen to have.
All right, Richard, thanks so much for joining us as always. Pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about what happened in trade yesterday. And you had foreign institutions that were net buyers for the third day in a row, and no reason to celebrate just yet, because it's just a flash in the pan. If you look at the kind of selling that you have witnessed over the course of the last several months. Let's see if this sustains though. Yesterday they bought equity worth 1,308 crore rupees on a net basis. Benchmarks gained for a day out of 6 sessions, a fifth session out of 6, and you had markets that ended with a solid gain despite that wobbly start. As many as 42 out of the 50 constituents on the Nifty 50 gained in trade yesterday, pushing the benchmark high by about 0.5% or thereabouts. Steel producers were the top gainers after a positive production data, and Neeraj spoke about relative valuations and the way that certain global stocks in the steel space have run up at the start of trade yesterday. Most sectors gained, led by the metal pack, and defense and IT also standing out tall as the top gainers, and you might see IT in focus at the start today. We'll speak about why very shortly. The market breadth was split down the middle. Very interesting that, considering the kind of move that you saw for the benchmark as well as for the broader markets. Mid caps actually outperformed, led by a few big movers. In fact, it gained as much as 0.8%. Small cap index up just about 1/3%. But some of those key mid cap movers, I'll read down the list. Sona BLW, Oro Pharma, Prestige Estates, we told you about why it was buzzing yesterday, but Hind Zinc, Lloyd Metal, as well as BSE, all gaining quite handsomely in trade yesterday, Neeraj.
Yeah, I mean, just the momentum in the market for now seems to be intact. And I wonder if PM Modi's tweet, wherein he's saying that he's had a call with POTUS on multiple things, also adds to that sentiment today. So something to keep an eye out for sure. There is a tech boost today though for the indices, which will lead to modest upticks yet again. I know we're starting off in the red, but I suspect that we might still have a day in the green. There's no reason for it not to be that way per se. So bear that in mind. Insurance stocks could be the ones in focus because I think the data this time around is actually split right down the middle. You could argue, and there are people who are saying that it's a very good piece of data as well, and some people saying it's a slightly wobbly month as well. So that's one space that you want to focus on today. And the bet on auto commentary, the bet should be on auto commentary and not the actual numbers that come out for July, August, September. And the reason I say this is, you know, I mean, we've kind of spoken about it all through, but if you just look at what CLSA's note on autos says, that during the first 16 days of the ongoing festive season, like for like, volumes have increased 25% for passenger vehicles and 21% for two-wheelers. Now, if you scale it back to the 54-day period, which is when from the announcement till now, the numbers don't look all that good. Therefore, the growth, as we all know, is back-ended once September 22nd came into play. And therefore, we know that July, August, September will not be necessarily a very good quarter. The good quarters, or the good quarter per se, would be the October, November, December one. So the commentary from the auto companies becomes very, very important, not the numbers reportage. I know it's a foregone conclusion, but just laying it out yet again, because it's a beautiful dissection of the numbers that CLSA has done, guys, and maybe PVs and two-wheelers are the things that benefit the most.
So PVs and two-wheelers, at least two-wheelers were already always the faster growing segment. For passenger vehicles, I think after a long time that kind of fillip has come and that positive move. So that's one to watch out for sure. So quite a few things to look at today, and one is what is the kind of liquidity we are going to see available. The LG IPO was subscribed over 4 lakh crore rupees. Add to that the fact that some of the people who did not get that subscription, and that would be many of them, their money would be stuck. Even the same story playing out for a Tata Capital. So you're going to see a liquidity squeeze in the market. In fact, that's why I'm going to start this morning on factors to watch with what Bernstein India is saying on the IPO market. And this title really caught my eye. They are saying that India is the new IPO factory. Among all countries, India has been the 3rd largest by funding raised through IPOs in this year so far. And the IPO wave is surging. 160 plus public offerings in the past 21 months have propelled India into the world's top 3 IPO markets this year. Now, the question we've all been asking is, are these IPOs worth it? Bernstein has quite a positive view. They say investing in these new offerings has generally outperformed broad market indices. These stocks have beaten Nifty returns in 5 of the last 7 quarters. 61% of these outperforming the broader Nifty index in the last 6 months. Listing gains on average come in at 22%, noticeably better than those from holding for 3 months or longer. Most IPOs by company count rather than deal size are in traditional sectors, with industrials leading the numbers. And I thought this part was important, where they say this underscores the continued strength and breadth of India's traditional industry base within the public market. So the IPO rush, we're seeing one gold rush, and we're definitely seeing an IPO rush as well. Now, as far as the markets are concerned, the Nifty, of course, ended Thursday near the day's high, and that was a relief. All sectoral indices closed higher, led by metals, IT, and pharma. Nifty IT index is up 5% this week, and I'd pay particular attention to Nifty IT as well because TCS numbers have been a beat versus estimates. You're going to see a bullish sentiment there. Now, will you see a sell on news is the question, because remember, TCS has been inching upwards in the last few sessions. Now, there is a bullish bias. 25,200 key breakout levels have to be watched. The immediate resistance at 25,200 to 25,250. The next one's at 25,450 to 25,500. Supports at 25,000 to 25,050 zone. For the Bank Nifty, it's sustained above 56,000 supports. Strong trend continuation likely if above 56,000. Needs a close above 56,589 to secure fifth weekly gain in 6 weeks. Resistance at 56,280, 56,300. Support at 55,900. 55,800. So watch out for some of those levels. And of course, before we get to specific stocks that you should watch, for the day, let me, as we always do, go across to Puneet this morning, who's got the F&O setup.
Well, thank you for that. A very good morning to all of you. You know, we've largely seen, as you rightly said, ending at the day's high for the Nifty yesterday, and that's a key positive because continuing to be just a tad below 25,200 now, and will dictate where the market goes, at least in the near term, led by quarterly earnings. You rightly highlighted that while TCS results were better than expectations, the actual results of 0.8% constant currency growth is still very, very depressed given the growth scenario of the sector. And largely, it might help in the near term the other IT stocks for today, Infosys, HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra in the Nifty 50. But still, in terms of, that rally might be very short-lived to say the least. So watch out for any further positions being added in that particular space. When you look at, the Nifty Bank, it's been one of the shining stars to say the least. We are back to 56,200 as a key level and inching forward as well. We've also seen a slight increase in the open interest, continuing with the market position of increasing their allocation towards the banking stocks. When you look at foreign investor positions, we have seen very minuscule selling essentially in index and Nifty options, while there has been some buying only in the Nifty futures, but the index long positions for foreign investors continues to be depressed at just 7.5% of the longs, essentially indicating 9 out of 10 positions in the shorts that the foreign investors continue to hold in the Indian markets. When you look at the open interest distribution, both calls and puts, we have seen 25,000 as an increased interest for put investors. This does indicate that this level could be the near-term support for the markets. Open interest gainers and losers, also you're seeing a very depressed trend in the open interest range, and this does indicate that there's not any trend getting formed, at least in the near term, for both the gainers. In terms of the losers as well, very quickly, a very similar trend as well. But largely a very interesting aspect of what happened with the LG IPO yesterday as well. 4 lakh crores in terms of subscription versus an issue size of 11,000 crores. That money has to come to the market next week. And that's just one. We saw a similar trajectory with Tata Capital as well. So watch out for where this money goes, in which pocket do they go, and a likely one would be IT, banks, as well as auto, to say the least.
Okay, so banks, auto, I would say watch out for IT today, even though we're seeing a bit of a soft start perhaps going ahead. Now, before we get to our watch list, guys, let's just spend a couple of minutes talking about the big one. And of course, we'll hear from the MD and CEO K. Krithivasan in just a bit from now. We'll get all of that analysis through. And we said this yesterday on the show, that if there is a positive surprise on TCS, the response will be maybe that extra mile, because the stock has been beaten down to that extent. What was the big takeaway for me, and I wonder what it was for you guys, was the management saying very clearly that FY26 on international business is going to be much better than FY25.
Yeah. Your thoughts, Alex?
I actually focused on something that was entirely outside the realm of the earnings. I thought it was an interesting update. The wholly owned subsidiary that is being established in India to have sovereign data centers. And that business, I think, because so many people are talking about the data centers and the potential in India for that, TCS getting into it in a big way would be indicative, I think, of a new revenue line that will take it to the next level.
Interesting. There were 2 or 3 points that stood out for me, and I don't know how you guys think about it, but the deal win momentum looked strong. And to an average mind, that would provide visibility for the next few quarters, and I wonder if that comes out in the conversation very emphatically from Krithivasan, so that's one. The margin beat was good. AI investments being announced is a positive. The deal headcount continuously falling. You could argue is maybe a bit of a worry, simply because I don't think the street is able to grapple with whether whether there is a linear correlation between the headcount and the kind of business that comes in, because different companies are saying different things about it, right? Emphasis and Persistence are saying that over 5 years our headcount will grow and our revenues will grow. So that is a bit of a dichotomy, and I don't know how you guys think about it.
You're saying the number of people that you're saying headcount versus number of deals.
Yeah, and the views and the long-term view around it.
Yeah.
That could that be an issue, or will it be efficiency for companies?
No, so obviously you'll hear from Krithivasan, and that's one of the questions that I have spoken to him about, and I think we'll just tease that, and you wait and listen to that answer, because there's a lot of clarity coming in on what exactly they're doing. And no, it is not correlated. It is about being very AI first. I mean, that entire company's presentation, analyst call, and yes, they didn't do a press conference, is about we are going to be the largest AI service provider in the world. Right. That is the mission, that is the statement, and that is coming at a time when the question for Indian investors is, boss, we don't have an AI play. We're missing an AI play. So from that perspective, I think TCS is positioning itself to be that one AI play. No, they're not a chip maker. They're not an NVIDIA, they're not an AMD, they're not a OpenAI, but they are very clear they want to be the world's largest AI service provider. So I think that clarity of thought is something which was heartening, maybe.
Yeah, hopefully. And I think the ADRs are a giveaway, right? That we'll have a good day on tech. Just that one additional thing that Somit pointed out in that Morgan Stanley note on the CIO survey was interesting as well. That when they take a look at the first glimpse of 2026, the growth expectations have ticked up, but caution remains. Long story short, they're saying that small acceleration in 2026 IT spending environment, but on the whole, they continue to see signs of caution in IT spending. So could select companies buck that trend, or will we largely see a slightly subdued spending even in 2026? Let's wait and watch.
Yeah. Okay, the word is out on that. Let me start with what's on my watch list this morning. I'm talking about Mahindra & Mahindra. So their production volumes are up 24.4% year on year. Sales volumes are up 14%, so some of those business updates have come in. Export volumes have also gone up 44%. And this increased demand has been led by GST rate cuts. The Thar and the Thar ROXX production was up 70% year on year. Of course, base effect comes in. And EV production at almost 6,000 vehicles in September. So thumbs up there. Watch out for M&M. Insurance companies is something that I'm talking about as well. A lot of updates came in yesterday. I'm picking up ICICI Prudential to start off with. It's a thumbs down because it's seen a modest growth as compared to private peers. New business premium is up 6.1% at 1,761 crores for this company. The APE, which is the annualized premium equivalent, is down 1.1%. Meanwhile, HDFC Life and Axis Max Life has shown steady growth. SBI Life has posted the strongest jump by 32% year on year. So SBI Life is actually a thumbs up. It's only ICICI Pru which is a thumbs down. SBI Life has good numbers. LIC growth was slightly below industry average. So just a quick word on what Kotak is saying on the pack. They're saying moderated APE, that's annualized premium equivalent growth in September. Private life companies reported 9% APE growth in September, translating to similar growth for Q2. A weak August was likely followed by faster momentum after the GST exemption. SBI Life, after months of weakness, reported a pickup to 19% APE growth. As well, Axis Max Life held on tall. HDFC Life remained weak. ICICI Pru and LIC remained weak. So that's how you need to look at it. And I think you need to change those thumbs up, thumbs down, guys, because it's different for each company, or we can take that off. Okay, Godrej Properties is the next one that I'm looking at. Morgan Stanley's note is very bullish. They've maintained equal weight with a target price of 2,400. Believe share price will rise over the next 60 days. Expect Godrej to report robust Q2 pre-sales of 9,300 crores. This marks a sharp recovery from a muted Q1, positioning Godrej as the strongest performer. Valuations look attractive. Additionally, pre-sales growth is predominantly launch-led with an acquisition-focused strategy that amidst rising land prices adds margins and leverages risk. So look out for Godrej Properties as well.
Very interesting set of stocks. I'm picking another stock from the Tata stable. Tata Elxsi has posted its numbers as well. And I'll just tell you about the key takeaways. Perhaps we can put those numbers on the screen a little later. Inline set of numbers, challenging quarter to say the least for them, particularly because their revenue was impacted by the JLR production shutdown. It is a major client for them. The top line growth was led instead by media and communication business. The transportation business saw just about a 0.7%, less than 1% sequential growth, and that is a key vertical for them. Remember, there was a margin uptick to 18.5% from 18.2%, but that margin uptick, according to brokerages, was driven by forex gains. So what are brokerages saying? And there are a couple of interesting ones that I picked up. Avendus Spark is maintained its sell with a target price of 4,690. They said the management did sound optimistic that FY27 would see double-digit growth, but they said they've said it in the past. Similar comments by the management in the previous years have seen mixed results, according to Avendus Spark. And they say that they expect earnings to grow at around 2% CAGR over FY25 to 27, and they have cut the dollar revenue estimate by around 2% for the current financial year, as well as FY27, the next financial year, post the Q2 results. Motilal Oswal saying quite a few similar things, but I've picked one comment that stands out. They have a sell rating with a target price of 4,400. They've maintained a cautious stance, and they say that the company's growth revival hinges on sustained pickup in auto OEM spend. This is fairly obvious considering that that is a very big business for them. But they say that the revival also depends on ramp up of large deal wins over the next 6 to 8 quarters. And they expect the margin normalization will be gradual. Valuations, even at this point, according to them, appear steep. The second stock on my list is NTPC Green Energy, and this is because their arm renewable energy, NTPC Renewable Energy, has signed MOUs with the Gujarat government for solar and wind projects. Those MOUs signed as part of Vibrant Gujarat in Mehsana. It is going to develop solar parks and projects with a capacity of 10 gigawatts, and also will develop wind projects with capacity of 5 gigawatts. I just want to put that into context. Adani Green, of course, has the Khavda project in that similar part of the country, and at last count it had 16 gigawatts of capacity that it has set up over the course of a while. So we're talking about a subsidiary of NTPC Green setting up this kind of capacity. It's quite significant. Lemon Tree is the last counter on my list, and it's also a thumbs up. They've set up a 50-room property in Jaipur, Rajasthan, popular tourist destination, as you know. That hotel is another one of their franchise hotels because it's going to be managed by its arm, Carnation Hotels. Positive development just ahead of the travel season.
Yeah, most certainly. Watch out. And I think there is some statement from one more travel company as well. They are raising funds. So I think it seems okay for travel. Yeah, Ixigo, exactly. So should be interesting. Okay, very quickly, the three ones on my list. Natco Pharma is the first one. The Delhi High Court has dismissed the appeal of Roche, that's the global pharma major Roche, on an SMA drug patent against the company. Now, to simplify this, what this means that this allows Natco to launch the generic version of Risdiplam in India. Now, what does Risdiplam do? It treats spinal muscular atrophy. Simple, right? Spinal muscular atrophy. It treats that. So therefore, your spine can stay stronger for longer, simply put. But net, from a financial terms perspective, what this would mean, I think the drug is priced at about 15,900 rupees of an MRP with extra discounts for needy, effectively being done for allowing reasonably priced medication into country. Now, we'll maybe try and connect with the management to try and understand what is the kind of market that they expect as a result of this, etc. Net seems to be a positive. How much of a positive? I think the stock price movement will tell us. Life insurance stocks are the other ones on my list. So private life insurance, individual annualized premium equivalent, that APE, that's the metric on which life insurance companies declare their monthly numbers, that increased at about 7.7%, whereas LIC, which is now listed, actually their individual APE fell 31.8%. So keep that in mind. And SBI Life reported an increase in individual APE, again, the measure that I said, by 15.3% in September. So in terms of all the companies that have reported the numbers, LIC weakest, HDFC Life 6-7%, not that great. SBI Life 15.3%. So keep an eye out for this one, might have a bit of a reaction. So that's the second stock. And LG is not a stock necessarily as yet. It will be a stock in 4 or 5 days, but just thought I'll bring it out. The public issue, it was a large public issue, was subscribed 54 times on day 3, and it's the first IPO ever to cross 2.9 lakh crores in QIB subscription. That's the telling part of the LG IPO. Well, suspect very strong listing gains for LG. So not a stock as yet, a stock in 5-6 days, something you should keep an eye out for.
So if you look at the impact that is going to have totally, it's added to Tata Capital as well. So Tata Capital and LG combined is 4.6 lakh crore rupees.
Wow.
So that mammoth amount of money is also stuck. But on to an NDTV Profit exclusive now. It's a major reform that has been brought in by the government in the selection of MDs and CEOs at public sector banks. My colleague Shimi Chaudhary joins us with all the details. Shimi, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a kind of landmark move. The government has opened the door for private sector professionals to apply for top leadership roles in public sector banks and even state-run insurers, including the MD position at SBI, a first in Indian banking history. And of course, the reforms will be seen as a major shift in how leadership positions such as MD and CEOs are selected across India public financial institutions. So according to the letter reviewed by NDTV Profit, the Appointment Committee of Cabinet has approved revised consolidated guidelines for the appointment of full-time director. This includes chairpersons, CEOs, MDs, executive directors in public sector banks as well as state-run insurance companies. Under the new framework, the private sector candidate can now apply for SBI MD position provided that they meet stringent eligibility criteria. So they also kind of underline the criteria, which includes that applicants must have at least 21 years of professional experience, including a minimum of 15 years in banking, and must have served either 2 years at the board level of a bank or 3 years at the highest level below the board. The Financial Services Institution Bureau, which is FSIB, the body responsible for recommending candidates for top sector appointments, has been also empowered to engage with independent HR agencies to access and assess all these private sector applicants. So this is very important shift when DFS, department under Finance Ministry, has formally communicated after the ACC has cleared this entire revised norm to public sector banks and insurers, outlining that this is a revised appointment procedure, and perhaps we could see some appointment coming as some of the MD's roles, especially at SBI, Tamanna, is coming for renewal. So that could perhaps open a door for private sector candidates to come into institutions like SBI.
I have a quick follow-up. There has been an experiment with private sector candidates in regulators as well. And let's just talk about SEBI. And the word is still out on how that worked out or didn't work out. What are the guardrails in place for inducting private sector candidates into this space? What is the key reasoning behind it?
So that's what, in fact, the ACC has put out a very stringent guidelines which they have to kind of meet if they are applying for any public sector institution, including SBI. So what they are essentially saying that you have to meet certain criteria like 21 years of professional experience, but that will also include at least 15 years in banking and in fact 2 years at board level. Again, this is very crucial criteria, and plus 3 years at the highest level below the board. They are opening up, Tamanna, private sector candidate for, in public sector institution, but they are keeping, very tough criteria in mind. You have to have that expertise to come into, PSBs or even state-run insurers.
Shimi, these things are never done until they are done, but very quickly, 30-second view, is there some sense of the timelines by which this could effectively come into play?
So the notification has already, so the ACC has already cleared this, the entire revised norms, and basis of that, the DFS, which is the Department of Financial Services under Finance Ministry, has written to all PSBs. So it's, effective from this month only. It depends on when the position is coming up and when the position is vacant, so that all the public sector institutions will start engaging with all the HR, and outsourced HR rather, who can assess those private candidates to, if they want to induct them on their board or for the important position like whole-time director or ED position and even CEO and MD position.
Okay, thank you for that, Shimi Chaudhary. I just want to go through what is happening with TCS before we get to that conversation with K. Krithivasan in just a bit. It's been a good set of numbers as far as TCS is concerned, and I think you're going to see that impact today as well. A lot of the conversation has been around hiring, and that is something that I'm keen to understand as I speak with K. Krithivasan, the CEO and MD of TCS. Mr. Krithivasan, thank you so much for speaking with us. The first thing I want to address, though, is AI. The lament is that Indian IT companies have been left behind in the AI race. You have announced a 1 gigawatt data center which will come in. Is this TCS's answer to that lament?
We've been talking in a press release also, we had mentioned about it. We are doing number of steps in the area of AI. One, we actually put together a 5-pillar strategy that would lead us to TCS become the largest AI-led services company in the world. And in those 5 pillars, we said how we will transform ourselves internally, how we will transform the services that we offer to our customers leveraging AI, how we will also transform the value chain of our customers, how does the workforce transformation happen, and last is how do we expand our partnership in the ecosystem. And there we said one of the areas is getting into, we already are in the sovereign cloud business, we are participating in the quantum, and now we want to participate in the data center. So I want you to see it in the larger context of our ambition to become the world's largest AI-led services company. So that's the play we have here. But definitely it also increases our participation in the AI field.
Let's talk a little bit more about that 1 gigawatt data center plan. What is the capex that you will spend? What I'm seeing is around 45,000 crores. Is that the number you have in mind? What are the kind of timelines you're looking at, Krithi?
Roughly, the rule of thumb is about $1 billion per 150 megawatt. So you're more or less right. I'm thinking it would be in the range of about 6 to 7 billion. And we are also looking to complete this build out in a period of 5 to 7 years. Our initial phase is looking at about 150 megawatt, maybe about $1 billion, and then uniformly make the investment for incremental capacity. And also for this first 150 megawatts, we are looking both as a combination of equity and debt. And even on the equity, we are looking at some financial partners to join along with us.
Okay. You've also done one acquisition. Are there more acquisitions that you have in mind? Is that the path that you're going to take to build up this capacity?
Today, we did announce also another acquisition, Tamanna, in terms of a company called ListEngage, which is specializes in Salesforce. It's about a 70, if I remember right, 72 or 73 million USD acquisition. And we also said that in our interest to play and expand our AI footprint, as I said, world's largest AI services company, we did mention that we will be looking at more acquisitions. And the first announcement we made is in the form of ListEngage.
That's an important clarification coming in there from you, Krithi, that you will be looking at more acquisitions. Now, let me just come to your TCV. The total contract value at $10 billion is no mean feat. Can you give us some details on it? What is also giving you the optimism when you say that you believe FY26 international business will be better than FY25?
So first on TCV, definitely we had a $10 billion TCV supported by strong increase in BFSI in our consumer business and spread throughout the world. And it also has a good mix of renewals as well as new projects. So we are very comfortable with the TCV, and it puts us in the right place for future growth. In coming to the other point related to will FY26 be better than 25? See, we had a weak H1, and we believe based on the conversations we are having with the customer with the TCV we are signing, we believe our H2 will be better than H1. And by that token, at this time, I'm quite hopeful that FY26 could, international revenue of 26 could be better than 25.
So then let me talk specifically about the US of A. How you're looking at the current environment, the commentary and the conversations coming out of America, considering all the measures they're taking. Of course, H-1B visas perhaps by itself is not impacting you too much right now, but even the sense that in the United States, they want to look more inward. How do you look at that?
We don't, at this time, our approach has been to how do you see if you look at other geographies that we operate, like LATAM or Middle East or APAC, we operate with a very, very high percentage of local associates. And you also move into see how are the new AI engagements going to be done. They are going to require much closer collaboration with our clients in terms of understanding the requirement, in terms of doing the build. So, and it's also going to require a very diverse skill set compared to a pure engineering technology skill set alone. Taking all this into mind, we would continue to expand the local workforce in all of the geography, particularly in US and Europe, we operate. And we also we have enough people on H1 already in US. I don't think we would be looking for adding to that count on any time now.
But when you renew those visas, your costs will go up, isn't it?
If I renew them, okay. My intention is to, because see, our original plan was always to we send people on H1 with the intention to bring them back, rotate them. So it continued to focus on bringing back at the end of programs or rotating them with local. So how much we would renew or who would we renew is a call that we'll take at the appropriate time. But we are not as I said, we are looking to increase our local participation.
So that's an important input also for a lot of aspirants who think that this is a route to an H-1B visa. TCS is going to relook at it. Let me come to the issue of jobs, Kriti, and I think we need to spend a little time on this because this has been in the public domain for a while. What is the actual number of net exits that have taken place this quarter? Because there's a 12,000 figure, there's closer to a 20,000 figure. Which one is it? And what is your thinking and strategy as far as jobs are concerned?
We've been working with our customers, we've been training our associates a lot, and based on that, we form our conviction that TCS has to be the world's largest AI-led services company. And I also told you like 5 pillars we are looking at, how do we drive that? And one of them is a workforce transformation. It means that our workforce has to be future ready. Towards that, we are continuing to train our people, invest a lot in our people. But the kind of engagements that we do is changing. The kind of management talent that we require is also changing, which means a certain section of people who despite the retraining or reskilling, may not have the skills or capabilities for the future or may not fit into the future TCS. And that's a small set of people that we said that we estimate about 2% is what we may end up releasing. And in Q2, we released about 1%, roughly about 6,000 people in the mid and senior management layer. We released from TCS with a good severance package. And we also provided, where applicable, the appropriate outplacement services for them. You talked about 19,000. So this 19,000 net negative of 19,500 is made up of multiple components. There is a regular attrition there. There are people that we recruited. Then this is we talked about the redundancy of mid and senior. And there is some other involuntary attrition at a junior level because people have been on the performance or on the bench for a longer time. Based on the bench policy, we had to release certain number of people. So the combination of this is where you are leading into this 19,500. But as I said, the redundancy of mid and senior based on skill and capability mismatch is about 6,000.
What about freshers who have offer letters currently? Because that is also, one question doing the rounds.
All the freshers, see, again, as I told you, we recruited also, in this quarter, we made offers to also close to, I think, 18 or 19,000 people. So it is not about AI shrinking work or we are cutting cost. This is about TCS workforce getting future ready. So this is not about cost, this is not about AI shrinking workforce. We will, whatever offers we already made, we'll always honor all the offers we made.
Kriti, I want you to answer the next question addressing people directly, because a job at TCS is an aspiration for lakhs of Indians. Right now, they don't know how to achieve that aspiration. What is your message to freshers who hope to work at TCS?
For one, we want them to be very good in understanding the technology. If they are comp science students, we want them to be very good in comp science, understanding what is the latest, how does AI work, they should be very adept in new technology, so that what is required in the marketplace, they should also learn and develop a lot of familiarity and deeper understanding. And I do believe, in fact, I had written a piece some time ago, I do believe the future, there will be a lot more opportunities for technologists, but not all of them need to be programmers. There will be multiple kinds of jobs that will come along the way. The folks coming out of the colleges should enable themselves to do such kind of jobs. But the opportunities are there, will be there.
Opportunities are there, opportunities will be there. Let me come to the financials as well, Kriti, just for a little bit. Margins in this quarter have been better than expected. What has boosted this, and can these factors sustain?
See, we had, I think, overall 70 bips improvement in margin. See, there is a currency benefit, a tailwind of about 80 basis points, if I remember right. But at the same time, we also gave away increments last quarter. We also increased our contribution to QVA last quarter. Together, they took about 70 basis points. So then the remaining was contributed by operational excellence and pyramid correction. We have stated multiple times, 26 to 28% is the margin that we aspire for. We will continue to drive towards that.
All right, thank you so much, Kriti, for speaking with us. That's the TCS boss speaking very candidly on all the, I think, questions that people have in their mind. Good set of numbers, guys. And I thought what he said, the clarifications on the view on job strategy, on hiring strategy, laid it out pretty well. AI is the razor focus.
Standout?
I thought standout for me was also the message to freshers that there is more opportunity. But beyond that, also saying that yes, 19,500 people is the net exits. We are going to be very clear that we are going to be AI ready. So people who have those skills are those who have to come. It's not that they're hiring less because their deal size is less or they think the pipeline is going to be less. That's not the story. That's, at least for me, what came out. What about for you?
No, I mean, from this conversation, it seems, we already spoke about what the notes and the results are saying. From this conversation, it's a clear message towards the fact that it'll be a more efficient organization, and what TCS is probably doing is what other companies might have to follow suit as well.
And the scale that they're building at, of course, it's incremental. At 1 gigawatt will be played out over 5 to 7 years.
Yeah.
So it's maybe a strategy that will push them. Of course, technology will change dramatically as we're speaking. So I don't know how much of a pivot beyond this also they will have.
But you're still at the leader of the pack
100%.
in terms of everyone else. Yeah. Okay, Kush Bora with us this morning. Kush, you want to start talking about TCS or you want to start talking about indices?
No, I want to start talking about a happy Diwali first up to all of you. हाँ देखो हमारी दिवाली तो आज से शुरू हो रही है precisely 3 p.m. today.
Yes.
I'm going to ignite my Diwali celebrations today at 3 p.m.
Excellent. See, Kush is the one who's got the memo. 3 p.m. NDTV Profit Ignite, our big event and a star lineup of guests.
Very honestly, I am actually very excited about the lineup. Some very interesting names, particularly like we spoke last time, actually off air, I suppose, is the screener guys. And you've heard a lot of these guys and you want to keep hearing, all these stalwarts over and over again. But the screener guys, I've never heard of them or about them. So yeah, very interesting and we're looking forward to that. But also on that note, have you guys started your Diwali shopping, Diwali cleaning ki sab tayari mein?
All after the event
after
this weekend.
right?
This weekend is exactly for first cleaning, then shopping.
Oh wow, straightened priorities, right? This is how it should be in the markets as well. हम दिवाली की शॉपिंग की बात करते हैं, मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग में क्या बाय करना है, संवत टू संवत क्या बाय करना है, हम यही बात करते हैं. Usually we don't speak about the Diwali cleaning of our portfolios. Now, why do I mention that, right? The last time around Nifty was at 25,500, 25,600. We did say that the outlook is cautiously optimistic, but it's a good time to churn out non-performing stocks in your portfolios. The outlook's very similar today as well. From the kind of rally that we've seen in the last 5 days, Nifty could actually move to 25,500, perhaps even 25,800, especially with FIIs and DIIs both being net buyers for the last 3 consecutive sessions. But once you reach those levels, it's a good idea to get rid of stocks that haven't performed in a rally like this. So that's from a medium-term perspective. From a very near-term perspective, it's played out, well, not exactly, but somewhat like, we've mentioned, buy closer to 25,000 on the Nifty and book profits around the 25,200, 25,250 mark, which is technically and derivatives data-wise also a resistance. If you want to buy now, the same view continues, buy closer to 25,000, or if 25,250 resistance is taken out, then right now at this juncture, so close to resistance, you don't want to be a buyer. If you have a position on the Nifty, you could continue to hold. But I think the index that continues to impress is Bank Nifty. 2 days of consolidation, but overall, I think 56,600, 57,000 on the cards.
Wow. Okay. So the bullish momentum continues. Okay. Well, let's talk about all the things that you should focus on. So Kush Bora's ideas, Somit Sarkar's Pitara of Khabars. Who do I go first? We've spoken to Kush. Let's go to Somit. The music tells me that Somit is ready to talk about what is he learning from the dealing room. Somit, good morning.
Good morning, Neeraj. Now, if you look at stock-specific ideas, multiple stocks that have been buzzing in trade, dealers are indicating that there's a lot of strong buying action that we are seeing. But 25,200 is the key level to watch out for when it comes to the benchmark index. But when it comes to stock-specific action, PG Electroplast is the first stock that dealers have indicated now in this counter. Dealers are saying that smart HNIs have started, smart investors have started to accumulate this counter again in trade. And that's the reason why the stock was up 8% in trade yesterday. Before that, if you see, the stock had shown a sharp pullback. And that's when the buying started on the smart investor desk is what dealers have indicated. For Pidilite, there are buy flows on institutional desks. They're expecting the second quarter number to be a blockbuster set of numbers for Pidilite. So keep an eye out for that. For V2 Retail, dealers are expecting the 400 crore rupees QIP to be launched anytime soon. So V2 Retail is something that we should watch out for on the back of fundraise. For Nalco, metals have seen a strong buying action of late. And in the last 3 months, if you look at Nalco, share prices have jumped up nearly 24%. But after this sharp jump up, some dealers and analysts believe that the risk reward is quite unfavorable at the current price point. Even after factoring in the higher aluminum and alumina prices, the valuations are quite expensive for Nalco at this moment, is what dealers have indicated. For SpiceJet, there was a big block deal that happened in trade yesterday. 1.5 crore shares changed hand. The data in the bulk deal did not come out of the buyers and the seller, but what dealers have indicated that one of the QIP, one of the investors of QIP was among the seller, and a person, a smart HNI smart investor who also runs a PMS and also owns stake in SpiceJet, was the buyer in trade yesterday. For Inox Wind, there's a buzz of a potential order win announcement that is expected to come in anytime soon. And when it comes to CMS Infosystem, that stock has seen a sharp sell-off. FIs have been selling this counter, is what dealers are indicating. But the selling is likely to get over soon, is what dealers have indicated. So we can expect a bounce back in the share prices of CMS Infosystem. So keep an eye out for that counter. For Godrej Properties, dealers are expecting the Q2 pre-sales number to be quite strong. In fact, Morgan Stanley also has come out with this with a note which will tell you about that at a later stage. And lastly, When it comes to Federal Bank, there are buy flows on DI desk is what dealers have indicated. So keep an eye out for Federal Bank as well.
Long list, and keep an eye out for all of these. We'll try and ask Kush about some of these stocks as well as his ideas on the other side of this very quick break. Stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit.
You're watching India Market Open. 4 minutes to go for the pre-open session. Let's quickly get Kush Bora's ideas in this Friday morning. What's looking exciting, Kush?
Couple of stocks, and predominantly from the cash segment, not so much derivatives. Afcon's Infra, we've had a good run over the last couple of sessions, a good crossover of the 20 and the 200-day moving average on this one. Volumes fairly decent, not very high, but encouraging enough to put out a call on this. So Afcon's Infra for targets of 478 and 490 with a stop loss around the 454 mark. The other one is Rashi Peripherals. Here too, we've had a good run, mild pause, support at the 200-day moving average and a rebound. Just on the verge of breakout, so a slightly preemptive call, but that's on the back of fairly decent volumes. So targets on this one, 345 and 354, a stop loss around the 327 mark.
Okay. All right. Let's go across and talk a little bit more about all the details coming in on TCS. You heard from the CEO first on NDTV Profit. Now, Bloomberg is reporting that attrition levels for this quarter at 13.3% versus 12.3%. This is a detail that was not available from the analyst call yesterday. Is it a buy in today's trade and the next few months? How are they shaping up for the tech giant? To speak on this, I'm joined by Sushovan Naik. He's a research analyst at Anand Rathi Institutional Equities who tracks the stock carefully. Sushovan, very good morning. Thank you for joining us. First word on TCS.
Hi, I hope my voice is audible.
Yes, it is. Please go ahead.
So, basically, from my perspective, I think I would view these results as neutral because obviously from a growth perspective, the stock, TCS has outperformed because it has got a 0.8% CC growth from a sequential perspective with the international business doing quite well, almost 0.6% CC growth, and it was much better than most of the analyst estimates or the consensus estimates. However, the fact that they have also announced their entry into the passive data center business. I mean, we can look at it from two perspectives. One way of looking at it is possibly from a growth vector, because whatever is happening in India, if you want to do the localization of data, the fact that the data center businesses or the segment is growing so rapidly, you're getting a foothold into that. That is one way of looking at it. And obviously, there's a significant requirement for localization of data, in which TCS is going to play a very critical role. But the only submission from my side is that they have gotten into the passive data center business, not exactly the computing part, but hopefully at some point of time they may get into the active part also. So that was the view as far as the data center part is concerned. They've also announced an acquisition of a Salesforce partner, which is called as List Engage. That's also an interesting development, because TCS doing an acquisition after a long time is a positive development, especially for a Salesforce implementation partner. And this is exactly in line with our thesis that most of the Indian companies will end up becoming implementation partners for the Snowflake, the Databricks, as well as the Salesforce of the world. Right? So that was my submission as far as the TCS results are concerned.
So Chauhan, how do you look at that? I mean, it will be ROE dilutive, but maybe the need of the hour. So is that a negative, or do you, but while they have to do it, or do you believe they've taken the right step, and therefore from a stock perspective that might help the stock?
So in the short term, the way to look at it at least is, if you look at whatever is happening in the world, the way we are living in a very polarized world now, right? I mean, the data requirements for the localization of data becomes quite important. And TCS being such a huge enterprise, generating almost $5 to $6 billion of cash flow every year, I think the investment that would be required would be almost $6.5 to $7 billion over 5 to 7 years, because that is what the management alluded towards in the phone call. So, given the growth that is there in the data center, that is great from a growth tailwind perspective. But then, as you rightly mentioned, this is going to be ROE dilutive to a larger extent. But the other way to look at it is, I think there will be in a capex mode for the next 18 to 24 months, because they expect the revenues to be realized post that, right? So that was my submission on that. Short term may not be construed very positively. Long term, this is something that is great, because someone like TCS is taking that initiative of getting into the data center business as such.
So Chauhan, thanks so much for joining us and for giving us your perspective on that. Pleasure as always. We're also joined this morning by Vineet Bolinchkar of Ventura Securities. Vineet, you've been listening by. Your quick word on TCS. It's set the tone, I think, for the earnings season for the IT companies as it usually does. And the specific question mark about the data centers and the fact that it's venturing into this new business line, which could, as Neeraj pointed out, be ROE dilutive initially. But it seems to be that they have to bite the bullet. They have to do something to bolster growth.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And, as we have been negative on the trend, we believe that both TCS and Tata Elxsi will sell off. We are expecting we are looking at a price of 2,400 around on the stock over 1 year. And we think that Tata Elxsi will also sell off to around, 4,400, 4,500 levels. So we continue to be negative on both these stocks. We believe that, there will be more headroom for, struggles around the way the growth is being a concern. So we believe that both are going to be, be difficult to grow, and eventually they will erode value going ahead.
It would be, for you, it would be a sell on both of these. Tata Elxsi, I think, Vineet, everybody has a consensus sell, despite the fact that the numbers were more or less in line with expectations, particularly because of those headwinds in the automotive business. Their own group company, ultimately Jaguar Land Rover, the problems that they're facing resulted in a 0.7% quarterly increase on the automotive business. So seemingly there's a sell on that as well. But TCS also a sell, Vineet?
Yeah, because, we are seeing slowdown come in, and that is also going to gradually reflect in, and eventually the market is going to give way and it's going to come out.
Okay. Now, Vineet, one thing is, of course, IT. And just before we move on to the other topics, I wonder if the charts show that weakness as well. Kush, thereby just trying to understand if technically what Vineet is saying might play out to the T. Let's assume Tata Elxsi starts off lower today. Would you believe that the charts tell you that it could head much lower? Could there be a short trade even after a gap down? We don't know what the gap down will be, of course.
So I wouldn't suggest a gap down. Let me put it this way. I don't say that both these stocks are going to fall very hard. What I see is that there is definitely buying that should be avoided, and that's at least that's what the charts are saying. And the reason for that is that both these stocks, TCS and Tata Elxsi from a much prior time frame, have been falling. The volumes on the downside are starting to pick up even now, suggesting that the selling is not over. But yeah, I wouldn't go short because they're very close to support level. So for example, at TCS 2900, 2925 is a support zone. On Tata Elxsi, you've got supports at around 52.50. So if you do get that gap down, then the risk-reward ratio for a short trade will not be favorable. I would definitely avoid buying some of these names, at least both of these names, but I wouldn't go short just because the support zones are very close by.
Support zones are closed. The stocks are both up in the pre-open session. Vineet Bolinshkar has stuck his neck out and given target levels much lower for both TCS and Tata Elxsi. Very, very interesting to watch this morning. I'm going to come back and ask him more about it and some of the other stocks that we're watching. I think watch out for Ixigo as well. They've announced to the exchanges that they're going to have a fundraise coming in. We'll be speaking to the management in a bit. So that's one stock that should be on your radar. So should Ixigo down about 1%. Samman Capital has issued bonds worth $450 million. And in the pre-open session, you're seeing some pressure there as well. Now, let's come to the big brokerage call of the morning, and we're talking about Godrej Properties. Morgan Stanley has maintained an equal weight rating on Godrej Properties. Hiral's joining in to tell us why.
Thanks, Tamanna, for that. The reason why we've picked this because it's a tactical buy and they're expecting the stock price to rise over the next 60 days. Now, the target price is 2,400. What they are saying is that they believe the price will rise over the next 60 days and Godrej Properties will report a robust Q2 pre-sales of around 9,300 odd crores. Now, this actually marks a sharp recovery from a muted Q1 that Godrej Properties actually saw, and it positions Godrej Properties also as the strongest performer from here on. After the recent correction that we've seen in the stock price as well, the valuations are looking attractive as per Morgan Stanley. Additionally, the pre-sales growth that is predominantly launch-led with an acquisition-focused strategy that Godrej Properties has, and this is coming in amidst a time when land prices are rising. That will also add margins and leverage the risk for the company. They've maintained an equal weight rating as the full year growth of 10% still remains pretty much relatively softer versus your peers as well. They're expecting the near-term momentum to remain strong, and this will be led by project acquisitions. So next 60 days become absolutely crucial to watch out for on a Godrej Properties.
Wow, okay. So real estate and Godrej Properties in focus. And Vineet, Hiral, thanks for that. Vineet, any views on Godrej Properties, or for that matter, Prestige and the numbers that they delivered yesterday? I think after the first initial two hiccups, the rest of the releases from real estate companies on the pre-sales or the actual numbers seem to be positive.
Yeah, so they're being quite optimistic. But, we think that, we continue to remain cautious. And, we've seen very strong growth come in from very long ago. But we think that, it's better to remain cautious right now, because we think that the concerns are going to increase towards, offshoring, etc. And that is going to be dilutive to companies and, win the power. So we continue to remain cautious on that.
I want to go to Kush on some of these metal counters. Yesterday in trade, they were one of the top gainers sectorally, and you had a few of these steel companies as well that were the top gainers. Today, they're starting off a little bit weak, but I'm asking directionally, would you buy into any of these names?
Yeah, you're right. Broadly, the direction for these names is positive. You look at a Tata Steel, you look at a JSW Steel, even Hindalco. My only concern always remains, and I, do make it a point to, mention it to the viewers as well, that this is a fairly volatile sector. So you will have a lot of news flows affecting, the prices every now and then, and sharp moves at that. But if you look at the medium-term structure, Tata Steel yesterday gave a breakout above that 175 zone. JSW Steel is back to 1175 odd levels, but the bias remains positive. So I would remain constructive. If you don't want to buy, let's say at slightly elevated levels, because the move yesterday was very encouraging, maybe you could buy at declines. But structurally, I remain positive on Tata Steel and JSW Steel. Just on the downside in terms of stop loss, 171 is a stop loss on Tata Steel, and as far as JSW Steel goes, 1145. That's your stop loss. Closer to those levels, if you do get, it's a good idea to accumulate and hold these positionally.
I want to talk a bit about Sona BLW. Just for a second and see what that stock is doing in the pre-open session, which has now ended. The stock is about 1.5%. But the story is what is interesting. They have a strategic collaboration with a company called Neuro Robotics. It's a Germany-based company, and they are going to collaborate to build humanoids, entering a new world of intelligent automation. So it's the industrialization of robots and humanoids in India and other mutually agreed upon markets. Now, this was actually a part of their investor presentation when they put it out recently, and the images are quite startling. It's something out of a sci-fi movie. But the fact that there's an actual MOU on this with a company called Neuro Robotics, I thought was pretty cool. And we'll see what happens to that stock. But Vineet, if you just want to weigh in, I don't know if you have tracked this news at all, which has come, but it's a company founded in 2019, and they are going to make intelligent automation and these humanoid robots.
Yeah, I think, it's going to be one of those discoveries that are the company is planning to come on after the new build-up. And it's difficult to really say what will happen. But, over a period of time, I guess we are all going to mobilize towards the same segment. And it'll be quite interesting to see how it shapes up.
It would be too early to say that you would buy because of this, right? You would hold your horses to see what actually emerges, if there's actually a robot that can speak to you and do the work that you want it to. I mean, we're not talking about a Black Mirror episode, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly. So that's what I said. We need to really watch out for, how things unfold.
Yeah, fair enough. Kush, you want to come in on some of these, specifically on Sona BLW? And by the way, Afcon, the stock that you had identified, also has an order win, 576 crore rupees, up in the pre-open session, 2% or so. Did you know about the order win? Did you think that would be one of the reasons why it would pop? And two, do you want to revise your targets?
So first up, Alex, just on a lighter note, entertainment has always, or at least in parts, been an inspiration for scientific progress, by the way. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Black Mirror episode, maybe a few decades or a century out. But yeah, I mean, it could happen. Sona is doing very well in the sense the last session was very interesting, where it gave you a volume breakout. Now it's just above the falling trendline resistance of 430. So if this move continues and if it continues to close above 430, then the risk-reward ratio is favorable. Stop loss around the 410 mark. You could see much higher levels on Sona. Afcons, no, I did not know about the order win. What I saw was the structure, and as we say in technicals, the price encapsulates all information. So perhaps it was already being factored in. I wouldn't want to revise my targets just yet, 470 at 490. What I could do is I could push the stop loss higher. So the closing price of yesterday now becomes your stop loss or trailing stop loss if you had a position, even before this recommendation. So you could continue to hold for targets of 490.
Okay. There is some news stories about the government planning to infuse capital in Shipping Corporation of India to boost fleet size, and that's led to SCI starting off presumably higher, 2.5% higher in trade. Vineet Bolinjkar, you do look at PSUs. Are shipping companies in that list?
They're definitely very much on. And, we believe that if you want to build for the long term, the shipping industry will have to grow. And the government has been making a lot of right noises to set up, build capacities, etc. And we are quite enthused by Shipping Corporation to grow from here.
Okay, would it be a buy though?
See, I'm looking to buy it from declines. and looking to add further towards gaining traction on that. So it's quite a hold on the stock, and we might be also nibbling at the stock. But it will all depend on how well the revenue shape up.
You track what's happening with Ixigo this morning. Vineet, if you have a very quick take, they're raising funds. Up to 10% is coming from Prosus, but they're additionally earlier said 16%. Stock may start off lower?
I think even if it starts out lower, I think, we are looking very constructive on Ixigo, and we are looking to buy into it. So contrarily, I think that, we would look to buy the stock at the current levels.
Okay. Vineet, we have about 30 seconds for the market to start, but if I were to ask you ahead of the earnings season, what is your top bet sectorally? Would it be cement? Would it be autos? Would it be something else?
We'll go with autos. I think the momentum is strong, continues to remain strong, and will do well as we go out.
Okay, we'll try and dissect that call, by the way, viewers, once the market opens. Is Vineet Bolinchkar betting on two-wheelers? Is he betting on four-wheelers? Is he betting on tractors? Which incidentally haven't shown as strong a growth as the two-wheelers and the passenger vehicles have, for obvious reasons, of course. But valuations will matter out there too. We'll try and figure out what Vineet Bolinchkar wants to buy within the auto pack as well. But here's how the markets are starting off this Friday morning. On the day of NDTV Profit Ignite, well, flat start for sure. IT might be different though. IT should come up on your screen next. Not too different. Interesting. Mid caps and small caps, and then we get the heat map up on the screen to see what is moving within IT, whether TCS is making a dash or it is not. Well, it is not. Simply put, it is not. TCS is in the red, by the way. So let's start off with what's in the red. Mahindra and Mahindra 1% lower. Tata Steel about 0.7. Tata Motors, Tech Mahindra. So the Tata Group stocks on the day of the crucial board meet are clearly in focus. TCS is down about 0.5% as well. JSW Steel, Hindalco. So metals too starting off weak. It's an even Stevens between the red and the green. What is doing well? SBI Life. The best number on offer when it comes to the monthly AP numbers from the life insurance companies. I dare say LIC might be in the red, by the way. ONGC 0.65% higher. HDFC Bank bucks the trend. After 3 or 4 days of starting in the red, it starts in the green. Let's see if there is more there. Kotak Bank in the green as well. NTPC, Asian Paints and Power Grid bring up the rest. So no big news from the market, but for the fact that TCS, despite seemingly good numbers and the ADRs of the IT companies being higher, is starting off in the red. Maybe the attrition numbers not quite sitting well with the street. And the Tata Group stocks seeing a bit of stick on open.
In fact, also a sell on news possibility, but I reckon that the fact that the attrition numbers have come out this morning at 13.3% is something that is perhaps hurting TCS higher than what was last quarter as well. Let's pull up the broader indices and see what's happening. Even Stevens, muted start to the market. The mid cap 150, I don't think it can get flatter. 2 points up in the green. The small cap also completely flat. This is a narrow range bound market. Maybe it's the 4.6 lakh crore rupees of wealth which is stuck in IPOs, including LG Electronics and Tata Capital. So no buyers right now, all waiting for their money to be returned if they didn't get a subscription this time round. Let's pull up the sectoral heat map and see what's happening there. Nifty Consumer Durable mildly up in the green. The top gainers not even 0.5% up. Metals now taking a beating after the run up yesterday, and we'll pull up the internals of the Nifty metal as well and see how those individual stocks are doing. Nifty Auto sliding about 0.5% down. IT coming off after being one of the top gainers yesterday, but more green on the screen. What's also showing signs of life are Nifty Finance and Bank Nifty. Watch out for the Bank Nifty today in trade if there is a rotational play there. I just want to pull up the Nifty metal internals if we can, the constituents of the Nifty metal, and see what's happening there. Hindustan Zinc, the top loser there, so is Hindustan Copper. A lot of these stocks had run up yesterday, so maybe you're seeing some profit booking coming in. I want to go to individual stocks that we've been tracking and have been on our watch list. I'm going to start with Sammaan Capital. They have issued bonds worth $450 million. When the market's in a good mood, fundraise is seen as positive. When it's not in a good mood, it can be quite the reverse. 0.5% down right now. These are 30-year bonds. Afcon's Infra, a 576 crore order win, has been on the watch list of our analysts as well this morning. 1.5% up. as trade starts off. Natco Pharma has had a huge reprieve from the Delhi High Court. They can now, it was a case that Roche had got against them, they can now sell a specific drug for muscular atrophy. 5.5% up on Natco Pharma this morning. Sona BLW, an exciting MOU with a company called Neura Robotics. The stock mildly up in the green. Ixigo has announced a fundraise and we'll be speaking with the management in just a bit. 1.5% up on this. Prosus seems to be picking up about 10%. There could be 6% more coming. Insurance updates. A whole host of life insurance companies have reported. ICICI Pru was not that great, but the stock is up 1%. SBI Life was better, but the stock is up 0.5%. Just want to look at Subex as well. They've won a $6.62 million contract from Netherlands operator for a partner settlement. So Subex is the other one that we should look at this morning. One of the stocks that is definitely buzzing. That's the top buzzer, I think 8.5% up. So these are some of the winners this morning, Alex. But overall, I would say quite a muted market.
Yeah, you're right. And you've actually identified most of the big movers. On the downside, of course, and I'm looking right now at the broader gauge. I'm looking at the Nifty 500. You have the metal pack that is now losing even more ground than was the case a few minutes back. Hind Zinc, the top loser on the Nifty metal. You have Hind Copper that is also down in the dumps, down about 3%. NMDC is down about 2.4%. You have SAIL that is down 2.2%. And by the way, that extends to graphite as well. Graphite is a graphite electrode manufacturer, which is also a utility that gets into these into metal production. Graphite is also one of the big losers, down about 2.3% or thereabouts. You have Vedanta that gets thrown into the list as well, down about 1.6%. So it's a whole host of these metal companies that are losing ground today. But you know, I want to focus on a stock that has gained quite considerably in the recent past in the capital markets, and that is BSE. And I want Kush to pull up the charts just to take a look at what it's doing. Yesterday, it was one of the top gainers, close to 4% gains. Today, it's up about 2.6%, one of the big gainers from the broader markets as well. But if you look at the last 6 sessions for the BSE, and that includes today, close to 14% gains for this counter. I wonder what the upside potential is. That's, of course, 1 week. But Kush, what is the potential in the chart? The reason why it was beaten down, of course, there's fundamental reasons. But then this seems to be a momentum play.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if those have gone away. Maybe, Vineet can shed more light on that. But from a momentum perspective, very smart rebound. The 200-day moving average was tested and it did close below that for a few sessions. But then the rebound has been equally smart. Volume accumulation healthy. You've got the near-term averages which are taken up. Immediate resistance is around the 2500 mark. Major supply zone from 2450 to 2500. So if this rally takes it past 2500, then you could see the uptrend resume. But if not, then I think the stock could well consolidate sideways after the correction that it's seen from those 3000 odd levels.
Okay, thank you so much, Kush, for speaking with us this morning, and I'll see you this evening at NDTV Profit Ignite. Do tune in. We're very excited about this, and we have a stellar lineup. Vineet, thank you so much as well for joining in today. Let's go across to one of the stocks in news, and one of the stocks that actually Vineet is quite bullish about. That's Ixigo. It's in focus after the company has announced a preferential issue. They will be raising close to 1,300 crore rupees. The funds will be deployed equally for AI, acquisitions and hotel expansion. But before we speak to the management, Mahima joins us with more details.
Right, so Tamanna, as you rightly mentioned, Ixigo has now announced a fundraise via a preferential issue. The total amount is 1295.56 crores. The investor is MIH Investments 1BV, which is managed by Process, a company very well known for investments in tech startups. They will be the post-issue shareholding for Process will be around 10.1%. Shares issued will be around 4.6 crores, and this is at a price of 280. Near term, of course, these investments might be slightly ROE dilutive, but from a longer term perspective, will provide company a very strong leverage. Now, in terms of how the funds will be deployed, the entire 1295 crore will be divided into 324 crores each for organic growth, inorganic growth, working capital, as well as general purposes. In terms of organic growth, they are looking forward to invest in artificial intelligence, hotel expansion, advertisement and branding. Inorganic, they are looking forward to unidentified acquisitions and inorganic growth opportunities as well. Now, just to give viewers a perspective, for the cash and debt position that the company had as of FY25, the cash and bank balance stood at around 279 crores with no long-term borrowings at all. So this is the overall view of what's happening with Ixigo and of course the fundraise.
Okay, Alok Bajpai with us this morning. He's Group CEO Ixigo. So is Saurabh Devendra Singh, Group CFO of Ixigo. Very good morning to you, gentlemen, and great to speak with you. Alok, let me start with what the plan and the thought here is for this fundraise, because it started with, I think, an exchange filing talking about that there is going to be a fundraise and you don't know the details of what. Now it's clear that it's process. So what's the plan here?
I think we need to understand two things that are very important at this point of time. There's a very opportune moment to capture the AI opportunity. It's, opening a new envelope for growth, and the avenues on the other side, are still unexplored. And I think we wanted to, take this capital at this point because we want to double down on our conviction on ourselves. And, we've had the fortune to be approached by one of the largest global tech investors who has marquee investments, not just in India, but globally, and who has deep, operating experience, as well as also understands, this industry, travel tech, really well. And I think for us, the opportunity we see from here is that, we could really use this capital to not just strengthen our balance sheet, but combine it with the discipline of our underlying business, which is generating cash, and sort of leapfrog and look at how we could get to pole position, in our industry over the next few years.
Gentlemen, you've also provided details of how these funds are going to be deployed. It's a pretty clear breakup. You've roughly divided it equally between organic, inorganic, working capital and general corporate purposes. But you want to drill down a little bit to talk about the specifics of how this is going to be deployed in the near term, just so that your investors and prospective investors have an idea of the timeline of events? Any one of you can take it, sorry.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So look, what we're doing is, as Alok mentioned, so organic, we are investing in a couple of things. So the three big blocks there, one is AI, the other is we are building a hotel business where we have identified problems. Now we're building the products and building or improving deepening the supply that we have right now. And beyond that, we are also as a company, as we've talked about multiple times, we've started with a very utilitarian viewpoint. And now we are in a stage where our product market fit is great, our products are great. This is the time where we need to also make other people know what our products are and expand. And all of these are great returns in the organic part. In inorganic, remember, there is nothing identified right now, but the idea is that we have done two large inorganics in the past, which have now got in, and both we got great businesses, and people who are running it are still running those businesses and helped us get in the ecosystem and grow our business far more. The idea is adjacencies grow in adjacencies and become more meaningful. Look, working capital, what happens is we don't have a long-term working capital need. We usually have a short-term working capital needs, but as the volume increases, that would increase for a short span of number of days, which is there. And having this capital helps there too. So that is broadly what we're using. Alok, if you want, do you want to add something to this?
I don't know if Alok heard that, but Alok, do you want to add something to that?
Yes. So just to add to that, I think that we also want to keep some optionality on, any kind of interesting inorganic opportunities that come our way, in the future. So I think we've shored up our balance sheet to be prepared to seize such opportunities if we feel the moment is opportune.
Alok, it is a rising tide, right? Your peers, everybody's talking about fairly strong growth because the tide itself is rising, and your Q1 was kind of depictive of that. Now you've done this transaction too. What does this imply? Are you going to use the money to improve the quality of growth, or do you guys believe that there is room for right now capturing market share and growing at a burst in the next 1 to 3 years before you decide on the next level of strategy?
See, the way I look at it is that it's in 3 stages of our company, right? So the first 10 years, I think we were quite capital starved as a business, and built it very frugally. Got to a point where we started to monetize, and then we flipped to the OTA model just before COVID, and then you saw this growth in monetization, where last quarter run rate was actually 23 times of our pre-COVID scale. But what we've realized is that we still haven't scratched the surface on many of the things we do. Like if you take hotels as an example, a very large part of the market in India still does not book hotels online. If you look at buses, another category we operate in, again 20-21% penetration for online. If you look at the advent of AI and what it does to travel from here on, there is possibly a once in a lifetime opportunity to seize the moment, build an agentic version of ourselves, which is essentially more hyper personalized, more multimodal, conversational, and which is more ephemeral and stays with you before, during, and after the trip. And I think some of those ideas, now is the time to double down on and take a bigger bet on ourselves by essentially saying that, okay, now that we have come this way, we've proven ourselves in the capital markets for 16 months, where we IPO'd at 93, and we've almost tripled from there. But the more important part is, now is the time to essentially say, can we reinvent ourselves into something way bigger? Can we utilize the moment and the opportunity to turn the momentum and the capital that we have into the category leadership over the next few years?
Okay. Well, maybe post your quarter, when we'll talk about what is the exact growth rate. But Saurabh, could there be a possibility that there could be more purchases done by process from the open market? Is there an extent that you might be aware of?
Look, what we've declared as a filing was what we were informed at that point of time. I have no idea beyond that. So what they've said is that they could look at up to 16% of holding. And as if you see what we filed today, they have, we have accounted for 10.1% there. Beyond that, I won't have an idea, because it's between them and whoever they're buying it from in the secondary market.
Okay, gentlemen, there are so many more points that we want to speak about, and hopefully we will speak soon after your quarterly results to get some clarity on that. Well, appreciate that you've taken the time and spoken to us today.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
All right, now we've got to shift gears, so to speak, and speak about Olectra Greentech, and we've got the management joining us very shortly. But let's bring in Puneet to talk about what is going on. In fact, the company is in the midst of a bit of a shuffle with regard to management, and there's quite a bit happening. Puneet, what can you tell us?
Well, thank you for that. It's a key appointment for the post of Managing Director in Mahesh Babu Subramaniam for the next 3 years at Olectra Greentech. That's largely led because his prior role was as the Managing Director of Switch Mobility, which is the electric vehicle bus arm of Ashok Leyland. So he comes with a wealth of experience, to say the least, and that will be beneficial for Olectra Greentech. But there have been 3 lingering issues for the company over the last few years. One has been that almost a 5,150 crore bus order had got cancelled by the Maharashtra government at the end of May. While we are learning that this is now back on stream with a revised timeline, what could that be will be the first question to Mr. Babu. The second question will largely be essentially on the guidance. The company has been revising down their guidance every quarter for the last 6 quarters for Olectra Greentech. What would that be? It started with roughly 2,000 buses that they were looking to provide in the year of FY25, which is the last fiscal year. They only were managed to do about 972 buses. What is the outlook for FY26 will be the second key point. And third, what is the current annual capacity. It hovers around 1,200 buses annually is what we know from the last conversation, but the orders in hand is roughly 10,000. So they'll take 8 years to complete this order book. So these will be the 3 questions to the management of Olectra Greentech.
Got it, yeah. And in fact, you've set it up perfectly, Puneet. Thanks so much for that. Mahesh Babu Subramanian, the man of the moment, joining us to talk about exactly those points. Mahesh, first of all, congratulations for the appointment. And I'm wondering whether you've found your feet, so to speak, at the new organization. What do you see that excites you, first of all, and then we'll drill down into the details.
Yeah, thank you for having me in the show. Firstly, as you said, I have just set the feet into the organization, but always when you set in, you take with full responsibility. So I'm fully in. Right now, what is exciting me is 2 things. One is the order book, as you all have been speaking, is good. And the technology in which we are bringing, we are working with partners like BYD and others. So we are working on a very good base. It's a question of how to augment the delivery, look at the supply chain, and then look at how do we efficiently deliver things based on the business plan. So I'm pretty excited to be here at Olectra Greentech.
And we wish you all the best for that. But some issues that you're going to have to contend with, Mahesh, with regard to that order book. And that order book, of course, the number looks incredible, but it's not come without its challenges. One of them has been the fact that the Telangana government has slashed orders. How are you contending with that? Have you been in dialogue, for example, with them? Or on the flip side, are you looking to bolster your book in other geographies?
So you have to look at the bus tendering numbers which comes along with the tender, whether it is PME drive or the order book which we are talking about, is spanned over 2 to 3 years' time. And it's also augmented mainly how the depots are getting ready, because it's linked to the depots. So you can produce 2,000-3,000 buses and deliver them, but if they are not able to be deployed due to power supply, infrastructure readiness, route readiness to run the electric buses, then it's neither a benefit for the OEM or the benefit for the STUs. So what I understand, yes, we have challenges in delivering the buses, but we will be looking at a very good ramp up from now on. The factory, what we have set up, partially is fully ready now. I have visited the factory. It's one of the best bus building factories in the country, I would say. You will see from this quarter onwards a substantial number increase in terms of production with the same investment what we have already done. So our ROC is going to improve. We are going to engage with all the customers. They are very well aware that the depots needs to be ready. I would say that while we are speaking so many other things, we should understand we are the almost number 1 in delivering buses even last year. So if you look at the industry was close to about 4,000 buses, out of which almost 1,000 buses plus was delivered by us. So we are among the top 1 or 2 in the bus delivery ecosystem already. And depending upon the depot availability, and this year we will further improve and deliver much higher buses than what we have delivered last year.
Okay. And I guess that more or less extends to what you experienced in Maharashtra as well. Let me ask you this, though, just to close out. And of course, we'll see the numbers soon, and hopefully we'll speak at that point as well, Mahesh. But with regard to utilization, and ultimately, I think the street is going to focus on that, because you've got so many orders, the focus is going to be on execution. What is utilization right now, and what is a good number in your opinion, and how will you get the team to ensure that that is done?
See, our first phase of expansion in the plant is to cater to about 2,500 buses in a shift. So we are able to make even more than that as long as the depots and the orders are ready to execute. We don't want the bus to be productionized. It's going to be a huge investment, and we don't want the capital to be locked. So we'll have to time it in a way that the depot readiness, the power availability in the depot, and STU readiness before we actually deploy these buses. So we are timing it well, and right now I don't see any challenge, and we'll have to only ramp up. We are also improving the infrastructure at the facilities in the depot, along with the state transport undertaking. We will be working, and you will see constant improvement. I can tell you that this last month we were number 1 in registration in electric buses, and we'll continue to be the number one going forward as well.
Wish you all the best with that, Mr. Subramanian. And the next time we speak, of course, you will have more than found your feet, I think, and we'll have a lot more to talk about on the numbers as well. Thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
All right, we have to slip into a very quick break. Do stay tuned. On the other side, we'll tell you all about the important meeting that is happening with the trustees of the Tata board. So do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
We're back with India Market Open and just taking a moment to pay homage to a doyen of the Indian consumer industry, Mr. T.T. Jagannathan, the Chairman Emeritus of kitchen appliance maker TTK Prestige, as is very well known, passed away late Thursday. And Tamanna, a bit of a shock for everybody who has spoken to him all through these years for what he did to the appliance industry in his own way and transformed TTK into a billion-dollar entity the way he did. Was remarkable.
Yeah. No, and also the outreach of, there was a time when a pressure cooker was literally a prestige symbol.
Yes, yes.
You know, it's what you got when you got married.
Yes.
And, people had their names written on it, and just bringing that to everyone's home, identifying, and of course, they went way beyond pressure cookers, of course, but identifying what that need was at that time. Truly visionary. I mean, our deepest respects as we pay homage to this doyen. Okay, big story that we're talking about today, and I want to start by talking about some of the Tata Group companies. The Tata Trust board meet is today, 10th October. And remember, we've been tracking very, very closely what has been happening in this rift. The rift in the board of Tata Trust got so deep that you actually had 4 people from the board and 1 observer meeting 2 top union ministers in Delhi. They were roped in to intervene in this messy situation, and it comes just about a year after the passing away of Sri Ratan Tata. So even as we look at what's going to happen today, here's how we lay it out. 10 o'clock onwards, you're going to have those board meetings beginning. It's literally India's corporate crown which is caught in that tussle. So we're going to get you sources on what is expected at that board meeting, and would like to introduce Nisha Podar, our executive editor for corporates, who's joining in, and of course is well known for her corporate coverage. Nisha, welcome aboard. Great to have you here. Vishwanath Nair, our bureau chief, is at the Cuff Parade office of the Tata Trust. That's where the board meeting is going to be. Charu is joining in outside Bombay House, which is the corporate headquarters of the Tata. So we have the story covered end to end. We will also bring you analysis of what led us here. But Nisha, I want to start with you and what you were learning, because this has been very contentious. But going into the board meeting, I believe that there may be an olive branch in sight.
That's right, Tamanna. In fact, just a day before the crucial Tata Trust meeting, it is crucial not because of the agenda, but because the two factions of the Tata Trusts which have been warring and are in clash are, for the first time after this clash for boardroom seat in Tata Sons broke out, are meeting for the first time in the committee meeting, and that is today. So just ahead of that, we did see thawing of relationships between the two factions, that is one by Noel Tata and the second by Mehli Mistry. Now, what I do gather from a source very close to Mehli Mistry, and he did say that there is no interest in a board seat after the discussion really didn't go in his favor. It is behind him, and he wants to move on from that particular friction and have a usual course of business when it comes to Tata Trust's operations, and also carry out its responsibility as a trustee. He also said that while speculations are rife on what the resolution could be and the way forward and how this conflict is going to go forward, well, on that one, the source close to Mehli Mistry have told NDTV Profit that there is no pressure, or no trustee has asked Mehli Mistry to step down, and Mehli Mistry himself has not even deliberated on this particular aspect. Is going to be business as usual for him. We did also gather that it's expected to be smooth functioning on the philanthropic activities of the committee meeting. We did reach out to Mehli Mistry on his comments on this softening of stance from his end just ahead of the committee meeting of Tata Trust, and he gave us a no comment. He didn't want to comment officially on this particular matter. But there are two reasons here, Tamanna, which have really led to this. First, of course, the big government intervention. And the second, we just have passed the big death anniversary, an important milestone of Ratan Tata, and late Ratan Tata's legacy also came to the fore. Sure. And all the trustee members have been close to him. So just ahead of the meeting, we did see some thawing of relations.
I don't know if it's a thaw or it's a truce. I think that's really the question today. Vishwanath Nair, I'm going to come to you on that. And, you know, you're standing guard there. I don't know if you'll get pictures of the board members coming in. They'll probably just go right through those gates at the World Trade Center. But what's on the agenda officially and what's on the agenda unofficially?
Right, I've been actually waiting to see some Land Rovers enter this building, but not yet. But you know, the expectation being that the board meeting will start some point around 10 or maybe 10:30, and then eventually you will it'll go on through the day till about 3 p.m. That's the understanding. Now, in terms of what is there on the agenda, 1,700 crore. That's the amount of money that Tata Trust, the group of multiple philanthropic trusts of the Tata Group, received in terms of dividend payouts from Tata Sons. So that was for FY25. This meeting is essentially to ensure how that money is spent, what kind of philanthropic activities they will be spent on. Some of the other regular sort of conversations around funding, around new initiatives and stuff like that will likely get discussed. What is not likely to get discussed is nominee director appointments, because that was one of the crucial points. As Nisha was mentioning earlier, you know, there has been this these factions being created within Tata Trust, different groups backing different styles of management of Tata Sons. Tata Trust own 66% in Tata Sons. So they are the controlling beneficiaries and they have the right to appoint 2 nominee directors. Noel Tata is already on the board. Venu Srinivasan is on the board. So apart from Noel Tata, you could still appoint 2 directors. Vijay Singh, who was the other nominee director, has stepped down last month after a very fiery meeting that happened last month, September 11th. Since then, of course, there's been this conversation about who's actually going to take over. While the fight was originally about, which faction gets the right to decide who will actually hold that position, it seems now things are heading towards a truce, as you mentioned. So we'll see whether anything on that comes up during this meeting. Of course, that's not on the agenda, and typically in these kind of philanthropic meetings, you don't want to randomly introduce new issues of discussion. But anything is possible, maybe not probable. So we will watch out for what exactly happens during this meeting. As of now, nobody of prominence has entered this meeting. There are 8 members on the Tata Trust Executive Committee. Of course, Noel Tata and Melly Mistry are the 2 big figureheads. Apart from that, Raz Khambata, Jahangir Etsi Jahangir, Jimmy Tata, you've got Venu Srinivasan, Vijay Singh, all of these people who are part of that Executive Committee.
Yeah, well, Vishy, ping us when the Land Rovers arrive. But let's also take a closer look at the ownership and what got the Tata Group here. Because before we get the legal experts to weigh in, Charu is standing by at the Bombay House with more details on what the dispute is about and what deepened the rift.
Yeah, so to add background to what the dispute is about, we must understand that it is 2 trusts that form the consolidated Tata Trusts. That is the Dorabji Trust and the Sir Ratan Tata Trust. What happens here is that they do not just only take care of the philanthropic work, but also have a massive over 60% stake in Tata Sons. Tata Sons in turn handles financing and major governing decisions for almost a lot of influential businesses of the Tata Group, including the TCS and Tata Motors, Air India, so consumers, transportation, and several other sectors, over 30 sectors where the group is involved in some capacity or the other. Those decisions are taken by Tata Sons, and Tata Sons' major ownership lies with Tata Trust. What has happened here is that after the demise of late Sir Ratan Tata, there have been a formation of sort of 2 factions, one led by Noel Tata and one led by Melly Mistry. There have been some back and forth regarding several reasons as per sources that spoke to NDTV Profit and the reports that have been coming up. What are these problems and what are these issues? Firstly, they are about how most of the decision-making power has been lying with, these are just allegations for now, so that most of the decision-making powers has been lying with Sir Noel Tata, and how there has been a lot of ambiguity about the decisions being made by the board of Tata Sons. Apart from this, there is also some issue and confusion and some sort of disputed back and forth about the appointments to the board of Tata Sons. We must also understand that this is one of the most, coveted, respectable, honorable corporate group of the country with a massive market cap. That is why the involvement of government also became a key highlight of the entire dispute, as the things started escalating between the 2 factions within Tata Trust. Government intervened and there were discussions about how to take this forward. Some resolutions were also likely provided, and basically what came out of it was that some smooth transitioning or some smooth de-escalation would happen. And today the meeting is going to happen post 10 a.m. and we are going to be rolling out with developments as to what happens.
Okay, well, let's take this questions and more. By the way, all 3 of you, thank you so much. This is our top deck reporting on the biggest corporate story in the country currently, literally speaking. Okay, now let's take it to our experts, and we've got a top deck of experts as well joining in. Sanjay Asha, Senior Partner, Crawford Bailey, Jay Anant Dehadri, lawyer at Supreme Court, and market veteran, Mr. Ajay Bagga, all 3 joining in. Gentlemen, all 3 of you, thank you so much for joining in. Thanks for your patience today as we were just dissecting the story for our viewers before we got to you. Mr. Bagga, can I start with you? To your mind, if this reaches a conclusion which is far different than what a rift would look like, does it mean that it's all well?
Now, all is well. I think, Neeraj, the big mistake all in media are doing, they don't understand the personalities. You look at Pramit Javeri, corporate banker, relationship banker all his life. He would never go against what Ratan Tata would have wanted, which is unanimity, consensus. You look at Jahangir, HC Jahangir, Kawasi Jahangir Sayan.
Most of South Bombay, from Prince of Wales Museum to Jahangir Art Gallery to the Commissionerate, everything donated by this family, Ready Money family. Never a person who will get into a conflict. Meli Mistry, unfortunately, people are saying he's a cousin of Cyrus and Shapur. Nothing of that sort. People are forgetting Noel's wife is the sister of Shapur and Cyrus. So it's not Meli Mistry, is not being unprofessional here. So all this has been a storm in a teacup, which is coming through. Yes, Vijay Singh's directorship was rejected. Yes, Meli Mistry probably asked to be on the board of Tata Sons. Yes, there was a question of more information flows from Tata Sons to Tata Trust, but that does not mean that it was a palace coup or there were factions. I think what the message the government gave was that you are systemically important, you are nation builders, you are 5% of India's GDP in terms of turnover. Don't let this get public. Sort it out behind the stage and don't make a storm in a teacup. That's what I would say, Neeraj. Noel Tata is very much in control. He's the bloodline. He's the successor to Ratan Tata. He's going to be in control for the next few decades. And these professionals will all follow Ratan Tata's legacy of unanimity, consensus building, and doing the trusteeship capitalism of the Tatas. So I would say it will be business as usual following today's meeting, but let's see.
Let's see, I think, is the key word there. And you're right, Mr. Baga, that's what Mr. Ratan Tata would have wanted. But that's not what has happened. That's also a fact. The storm has spilled over the teacup at this point, which is why it's reached all the way to Delhi. Sanjay Ashar, want to know your view very quickly on how you think this moves ahead. And is it at the heart of it a battle for the legacy of Sri Ratan Tata?
I would agree with Mr. Baga, whatever he mentioned. And I would say, yes, it's like a storm in the teacup. And it would all be resolved in a win-win situation for everyone concerned. And the highest principles of the Tata Group, which they have been following, the governance, the integrity, the all the good virtues, and that would be upheld. So in my view, there won't be any legal battle, there won't be any court battle. It would all be resolved in a manner that both the Noel Tata side and the Meli Mistry side would have a very, very peaceful, amicable settlement in terms of in the best interest of Tata Sons and all the Tata Group entities.
Jay, your perspective, and thank you so much for joining us this morning and your patience as we took our viewers through all of the reports that we are doing. Your perspective of if it is so obvious that this is going to be resolved, why did this need to reach the capital? And why was that extent of government intervention even required?
Hi, Tamanna. Good morning. I tend to agree with your other speakers, but I will say this, that this is, according to me, not simply a storm in a teacup. I think it is a very serious issue. The fact is that the Tata, the Tata Trusts, as we all know, they control about 66% of Tata Sons. And there is, of course, another faction, the Shapurji Palonji group. They control nearly 20%. I mean, they own nearly 20% of Tata Sons. So they have their own expectations as well, from the group in terms of perhaps listing it and to unlock value in the future. So there are some, very seriously conflicting views, present on the board. There are issues of corporate governance. They sneak in, these sort of expectations sneak into discussions in different ways. And ultimately, the trustees that are serving on the, on the board of the trust, they also owe a fiduciary responsibility, in terms of the requirements and the goals of the trust, right? And as the other gentleman who spoke before me very rightly put it, that this is a trust, yes, but it has, of course, a capitalistic objective, the trust. So I think in the truest sense of the Tata Group, in terms of the legacy of Mr. Ratan Tata, they will resolve all of these issues with great dignity. I have no doubt about that. And it speaks to the maturity of the group that they've taken these disputes inside closed doors and to the very highest functionaries of the government to try and resolve this in a manner that is best for all shareholders of Tata companies and, of course, to meet the objectives of the trust. So I have no doubt that these issues will be settled, but are these issues serious? Yes, according to me, they're extremely serious.
Mr. Bhagat, do these issues therefore carry an event risk that plays out when an event turns up, and otherwise is it business as usual for a lot of these companies because they are mature companies run by mature leaders, so on and so forth? But as Jay said, that this overhang could come in and hit it at any given point of time. I mean, small point being a day or 2 days move when these issues are at the fore. So do you think that the tide over, or do you think they will have a lasting impact?
Tough to say, Neeraj, but I'm just putting it into historical context. When Ratan Tata took over from JRD, the Tata companies were run by satraps, led by Rusi Modi, who went to the Prime Minister and said that I should be heading Tata Sons, not Ratan. Ratan Tata had to fight that. The second was the 2016 Cyrus issue. Again, it went right up to Supreme Court, took 4 years to be resolved. In comparison to that, this is a storm in a teacup. These are all nominated trustee directors. None of them is representing, say, the Shapoorji 18.37% directly. They're all representing, of course, the Tata Trust ethos. So they are looking out that these 100-year-old trusts all continue to do well, and they are more towards governance. All those are very laudable objectives. I don't think they went to the government. I think the government called them in, because if you look at the constitution of the committee that met the government, it was across. Darius Khambata was there, who's supposed to be in the other faction. There was Chandra, who's representing the professional balancing act on the Tata Sons board, and there was Noel Tata and Venu Srinivasan. So I think the government called them in. They didn't go to the government, is what I think. That's why it got it got leaked to the press. Otherwise, if the Tatas were doing it, they would ensure it's not a PR witch hunt. And they would have quietly met Amit Shah. But the way it was splashed in the public, I think it was more the government which was letting it out. The message has gone through that you are systemically very important, handle it well, handle it maturely. Again, I'm saying these are all nominated directors on the Tata Trust. They don't have a personal agenda. They're all very esteemed people with great track records, and nobody's driving an agenda to get it listed for Shapoorji to get liquidity or something. All those.
1 minute, Ajay, then what is the agenda? If you have to distill all of this, in a simple way to understand, because I think we're getting muddled up in, all right, governance issue, board nominee. What is the agenda? What is the fight about, if I were to ask you very simply?
Mistry was a very good friend of Ratan Tata. He wants to be on the board of Tata Sons. Noel Tata doesn't want him to be on the board of Tata Sons. It boils down to that. Meli Mistry thinks that he reflects Ratan Tata's ideals much better than anybody else. And the other professionals are wanting more oversight on Tata Sons. Tata Sons is pushing back that you can't have a super board sitting in the Tata Trust running the Tata companies. You can't run 400 companies out of one super board sitting in Tata Trust. Those are the two big issues, Tamanna, that I could figure out. And Meli Mistry knows that he will not rock the boat if the majority of the Tatas don't want him on the Tata Sons board. He will just withdraw. He's already withdrawn. He will not take this up again. That is my conjecture.
Okay, so conciliation has already happened, or maybe Meli Mistry has understood that this is not a battle that he can win. The fact that this can happen, Jay, the reason that we're talking about this, it's not about a board or company. It is the Tata Group, which is why it becomes an issue of national importance, isn't it?
I agree with you. The Tatas are an institution, Tamanna, and very rightly, I mean, they are involved in nearly every strategic aspect of, even national security, if you look at it that way. They're in defense, they're involved in major infrastructure projects, energy. So this is very important for the country, and which is what explains and justifies the government's concern about these disputes, if I can call them that are playing out within the Tata Trusts and within Tata Sons. But I will, I completely agree with the very fine gentleman who spoke before me, but I have a slight point of difference, which is that, if some control has to be exerted, how will we see that control being exerted unless we see that happening or taking place through the Tata Trusts, trustees, and in terms of how they influence appointments to the board of Tata Sons? And certainly, if you look at Thapurji Palonji, nearly 20% ownership of Tata Sons, why would they not want some degree of representation on the board in terms of, decision making and so forth? They believe that they have a right also to determine the course of, the future of the Tata companies. They themselves run a very successful business. So perhaps, their concerns also need to be addressed in, to some degree. So I think this is not going to, it isn't as simple as to say that, well, all the trustees on the Tata Trust only, are looking out for the goals and objectives of the trust, but they are also going to be quite concerned about the, the objectives of those who have majority, very large shareholding in the ultimate valuable companies that is, that are controlled through the Tata Sons entity. So this is going to play out, in my view. It's going to be it might get quite serious, according to me. This is a bit of a flashpoint, in my view.
Well, and also a seat which is out there in the public eye, and in some sense a personal piece as well. But as we wrap up this conversation, Sanjay Ashar, where do you sit on this argument? Because one of the things that is coming to the fore, at least some news flow around it, that this meeting today, trust meeting, nothing untoward, business as usual, philanthropic activities. Let's assume that's how it goes today. Is that all kosher, or does this last longer?
No, I think all kosher, and I don't think it would last longer, because even if the representatives of the companies have to be on the board of Tata Sons, although it's a corporate democracy and the majority route should prevail, still the trust, in case they don't want the directors of the companies to be on the board of Tata Sons, they have to have a good reason as to why are they not accepting the nomination to be put by the companies, who also represent almost 16% or so in the shareholding of Tata Sons. So all these individuals are very matured individuals, and I don't think they will do something which would deprive the group companies, the entities which own shares in the Tata Sons shareholding, not to be nominated on the board.
Got it. Jamin, afraid we've run out of time, but thank you so much. This was very informative and to the point. Really appreciate your time. Have a great remainder of the day. Okay, we need to slip into a very quick break, but more news and updates lined up. Also, a conversation with Shreyas Devalkar coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India.
Back with India Market Open right here on NDTV Profit. India and the UK have signed a defense deal worth about £350 million that deepens the strategic partnership and, of course, boosts jobs in both the countries. The contract will see the supply of UK-built air defense missiles to the Indian Army. For more on this, let's go across to my colleague Anushi. Anushi, fill us in.
Hi, morning Neeraj. So as you were just speaking about, it's a big development that we are seeing for both India and UK in terms of this £350 million of defence deal that we are looking at. Now what's essentially taking place here, that UK will be building lightweight multi-role missiles, and this would be manufactured there is what we are looking at. This would of course enhance overall India's defence capabilities as well. But the question mainly is, what is the opportunity that we are looking for the Indian defence players, since the manufacturing is happening in UK? Now, if you are looking at that, the possible opportunities for co-production, technology transfer opens up for India. Along with that, they may also require support infrastructure for integration of these subsystems and components that we are looking at. This is where the Indian defence companies will play a role. Stocks in focus here is Bharat Dynamics, of course, which is the manufacturer of majority of missiles in India, is what we are seeing. Along with that, Bharat Electronics, which does create the support infrastructure for these missiles and subsystems, is another stock that's in radar. Along with that, Astra Microwave and Solar Industries, a couple of other counters that we can watch out for. But in a related deal, we're also seeing an initial commitment of collaboration of around 250 million on electric powered engines which will be built for the naval ships as well. This is where all these shipbuilding companies also will play a role in terms of refits which will be happening. So your Cochin Shipyard, Garden Reach or Masgao Dock, a couple of stocks that could be on your radar. So this is the overall perspective in what's happening with India and UK's defense deal, and which are the stocks that we could keep on our radar.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for that. So multiple things happening on the global front, some awaited as well. And the earnings season on us. A good potent combination and a cocktail of headlines to talk to Shreyas Devalkar. He's head of equity at Axis Mutual Fund. Johnson right now with his thoughts on the market. Shreyas, been a while, but good talking to you. Thanks for taking the time out. Neeraj here, good morning. I hope all is well.
Yeah, all well.
All right.
Good morning.
Yeah, thanks. So Shreyas, how are you? How constructive are you on the markets currently? The global view for people who have the options seems to be tilted towards this AI theme, and therefore a Taiwan comes into the fore, US comes to the fore, India may not. But there are domestic measures that India has taken and domestic money that keeps on coming in. So for somebody who's managing such oodles of domestic money, how constructive are you on the markets currently?
The good part is two positive things, or two to three actually. One is, yes, as you are highlighting, over last 6 months, 1 year to 1 year period, India has underperformed compared to the emerging market. The flip side to it is that, yes, in last 1 year, because of this, the valuation premium of India, which used to be almost closer to 2 times compared to the emerging market, it has come to somewhere closer to 1.5 times. And to that extent, there is correction on the valuation premium of India compared to the emerging market. One. Secondly, on the growth front, already over last 6 to 8 quarters, we are seeing earning cut at a company level and overall index level as well. And with these earning cuts, already we are heading at, or we are looking forward to the growth of just single digit for this year. In my judgment, from here on, there may not be much earning cuts because already it has happened, and so lack of further substantial earning cut along with reasonable valuation, that is definitely a positive. On government side, definitely on the GST rate cut plus tax cut plus easy monetary policy, along with focus on infrastructure as well, which also has led to the better macroeconomic condition. I think this also lends a good comfort as far as investors are concerned. Yes, the valuations are high still, especially in the growth pockets. So what has happened is the pockets where there is a lack of growth, those pockets have got relatively corrected, and there the valuations are not demanding, or they are in line with long-term averages. While the pockets where there are themes, there is growth, the valuations are definitely high, and that's where one need to be very careful. If you observe a 3-year rolling return of large cap is closer to 15%. And 3-year rolling return of mid cap and small cap is closer to 22 to 23%, while our nominal GDP growth is closer to 10%. So in that context, large caps are heading to that level of 3-year rolling return, which is more acceptable. While mid and small cap, there has been 1 year of correction. I think few more quarters of correction or moving sideways, if that number comes somewhere closer to 16-17%, then even that will look.
Shreyas, can I ask you, I mean, it's such a wide bucket, right? I mean, small caps, I mean, the MF rules would be the 250 first to 500, but I'm saying 251 onwards, everything is a small cap, right? So it's a very wide bucket. I heard you say quarters of consolidation. Are you saying the broader markets will keep on staying flat for a number of quarters going ahead?
Whether it is a quarter or so more, I was trying to drive a point at what kind of returns we are sitting on. So the 3-year CAGR return in mid and small cap was closer to 30, from which after 1 year of consolidation, we are now at a 3-year CAGR return of somewhere closer to 20 to 23%. The growth rates of mid and small cap is in mid-teens. So that kind of number, when you look at as far as returns are concerned, then generally, historically, what we have observed is the broad-based rally starts.
Okay. Let's try and put this into perspective, therefore. Market discounts things 6 months ahead. You probably discount them 9 months ahead as well, just the way you think. So where is it within this broader end of the spectrum, Shreyas? Because I hear so many people say there is safety maybe in the Nifty 100, but growth is in the areas which are the broader market spectrum, right? Because the new businesses are coming up there, so on and so forth. They're becoming large quickly, but it's starting there. Where is it that you believe there exists a combination of decent valuation, maybe not great valuation, but decent valuation, but long-term strong growth prospects?
So what we are talking about is growth at a reasonable price.
Exactly.
And in this market where the growth is not broad-based, you generally don't find such a pocket easily. And that's where you have to play for the turnaround stories, right? Where currently the growth is not there, while with some trigger or other, if the growth comes back in that pocket, where the growth is established. So just to give an example, the established growth is there in power sector capex, established growth is there in electronic manufacturing services and associated companies. It can be data center, its ancillaries. The growth is established in travel tourism related spaces, the hospital healthcare spaces, but it has for some time it has been in chemical space also. Now probably it is low, but broadly all these spaces where there is a structural story, actually CDMO space, there has been structural story. These spaces are really super expensive, where the growth is really established, and that's where you must have seen that over last 1 year the money was made, especially where there is a turnaround. Like auto was slowing down with GST. There is expectation that yes, the auto can revive and the growth may revive in some pockets of auto. And then you saw returns being made in that kind of sector. So that sort of thing, now the possibility where one can draw such possibilities is definitely with GST advent, probably auto or some consumer discretionary where valuations has not been that high. Second part is lending space. So lending space has got derated a lot, and with benign monetary policy, fall in the interest rates, there are some green shoots in that which we are observing. So some money can be made in those pockets where current growth is low, and that's where the valuations are reasonable. While if there is a turnaround, you can make more money out there.
Got it. Okay. Shreyas, so thank you for identifying some of the buckets that you might be constructive on. The other thing is this consistent debate around the new issues, right? And today, for example, WeWork listed in a very flat manner, but we've seen tremendous subscription for LG because presumably it was priced well. How are you looking at the primary markets? Simply because we see a fair degree of participation from the mutual fund industry now in primary markets as well as in block deals.
Sure. So as far as primary market is concerned, if you see that with the correction in the market over last 1 year or so, or consolidation in the market, definitely now the valuations are getting reasonable in the primary market as well compared to the ask and demand a year ago or so. That's the good news. Secondly, primary market is allowing us now to participate in the newer stories which were not traditionally available. So just to give example, earlier it was after one lender, two lenders, three lenders, five lenders. Now, all of them are lenders and there is no differentiation among the businesses as far as the investment participation is concerned. Today, if you see the companies which are coming are totally in different businesses and where there was no opportunity to participate in the areas of business earlier. And that is actually sort of broadening the market. That is sort of allowing investors to participate in newer and different kind of stories rather than just sticking to IT and the lending space as such, and that has been the bulk of investment earlier. While today, if you see, it's right from defense to capital goods to all these electronic manufacturing services companies and the companies which are getting listed now, like in consumer durable. There was no large play earlier, and such developments are actually good for the market.
Okay. The focus towards consumption, Shreyas, given by the Indian government, starting with the Reserve Bank of India moves, of course, but then the whole GST cut. The notes that have come out seem to suggest that autos, at least passenger vehicles and two-wheelers, have had a fairly serious uptick since September 22nd. Do you expect that to continue? Will those sales numbers and growth therefore take care of some of the valuation upticks that have happened? And where within that bucket, whether autos, whether discretionary consumption, ACs, television, what have you, where is it that you are constructive?
Currently, we are constructive on spaces where there is a relative advantage which has emerged because of GST rate cut, rather than taking a call that yes, it will just revive overall spend. So that call we need to just wait and be more constructive on that call after observing data points post festive season, because there has been some aberration in data point. As you know, that the sales was muted from 15th of August till the festive season start, and then after that it just started, and that's why these numbers are getting colored more because of the base effects and the postponement, preponement. So currently our viewpoint is to look at the beneficiaries which are emerging out of the adjustment of relative GST rates, and because of which some categories may benefit over other, which is such products are available, or such opportunities are available in auto space. Such opportunities are available in the spaces where even unorganized space was more, and that's where with the fall in the GST rate, then the differentiation comes down. So we are just looking at more such structural benefits rather than calling out as of now that yes, this will continue. We will wait for a data point post festive season ends and then take more constructive view on that.
Very interesting. Okay. Shreyas Develkar, thank you so much as always for taking the time out and being with us, and to you and yours, festive greetings. Have a great time.
Thank you very much. Happy.
All right. Well, the stage is set. The spotlight is on the market's most powerful voices, the visionaries who shape the future of wealth, the masters who turn opportunities into fortunes. Experts like Ashish Kumar Chauhan, MD and CEO of NSE, Mr. Ramesh Damani, market veteran, as also Mr. Manish Chokhani, Director of Enam Holdings. We also have Sandeep Sikka, ED and CEO of Nippon Life Asset Management, Mr. Nilesh Shah, MD of Kotak AMC. Then we have Ayush Mittal and Pratyush Mittal of Screener joining in, as also a conversation with Mr. Vijay Kedia and Vivek Oberoi, who's an entrepreneur in his own right, and many more. This Diwali, get ready to ignite your financial journey. A power-packed gathering of market legends, business leaders, and a sprinkle of glamour, all decoding what lies ahead. This is where money, markets, and masters converge for your profit. NDTV Profit Ignite, the conclave that sets the tone for the festive season and beyond. Live today, only on NDTV Profit, your front row seat to the biggest wealth-centric conversation of the year. You don't want to miss this.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit. Hi, thanks so much for joining us. Happy Friday to you. This is NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit. My name is Alex Matthew and with me is Mahima Vachajani. We're all very excited here at NDTV Profit today because it is, of course, it's Friday and it's the weekend. But beyond that, before the weekend actually sets in, we're gearing up for the best event in the business news space that you will see this Diwali. And that is NDTV Profit's Ignite Diwali Special Edition. That kicks off at around 3 p.m. today. We'll ring the bell for the closing of trade today, and that will usher in, of course, the preparation that you will have to ignite a new somewhat of prosperity. And we've got the who's who to speak to you today about how you should position yourself. The likes of Ramesh Damani, Manish Shokani. In the mutual fund space, you have Nilesh Shah, Sandeep Sikka, as well as S. Naren speaking to us this evening. In the corporate panel, which I think is quite interesting, you have the likes of, Blue Star to talk about the GST implications, a few more as well. And then we've got a lovely panel in the evening with Mr. Vijay Kedia and Vivek Oberoi to talk about investing from their own different lenses. One looks at the market and the other is a successful entrepreneur, having had a career in Bollywood before that. So we've got a lot lined up and we'll be live through the evening. I'd encourage you to check out all of that over the course of the day. And of course, participate in the comment section and let us know that you're there. For now, let's turn to the equity markets this morning, and we're seeing gains after a bit of a wobbly start, and this took place yesterday as well. I wonder if we'll hold out for another session. We gained for 5 out of 6 sessions over the course of the last few days, and we're gaining about 0.4% right now, and well above that 25,200 mark. In fact, venturing closer to that 25,300 mark. The broader market's keeping pace. Mid-cap index up about 0.4%, small-cap index up about 0.5%. Yesterday, you had the mid-caps that took the cake, so to speak. It was up about 0.8%, that index, and the small-cap index underperformed to a certain extent, about 1/3%. The market breadth was split down the middle. I wonder how it is today, and it's a pretty wide gap. And the advances overshadowing the declines quite considerably. You have the IT index that's not doing too much despite the TCS numbers that were ahead of estimates. A few concerns perhaps there about diminishing return on equity if the new business line is to take off, which is in the data center space. They're going to spend a lot of money over the course of the next 5 to 7 years setting that up. Prospects are there, but then the stock is down about 1/3%. It has run up heading into the results, and perhaps to a certain extent some profit taking is in evidence. A few other pockets as well you want to highlight before we go to the first query of the day?
Sure. Let's try to pull up the BSE 500, and that will give you an exact picture as to how the stocks at the broader end of spectrum are doing. There you go. Tata Communication up 7.5%. Some Tata names buzzing in trade today. Yes Bank up 6.8%. Something like a Reddington, GMM Fodler, UCO Bank, Mahindra Life Sciences also doing fairly well. But something that's seeing profit booking today includes counters like Hindustan Copper, which has seen a significant rally in the past few days. Hindustan Zinc also seeing profit booking. Manappuram Finance, Graphite India, SAIL and Motilal Oswal, some counters in the red. But with that, let's also welcome in our guests for the day. Samir Dalal of Natwalal and Sons Stockbrokers, and Gaurav Bissar, Senior Vice President at Incred Equities, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, and a very good morning to you, the both of you. I'll take up the first question, which is from Govind Kumar, who is writing us from Hyderabad and asking about Chambal Fertilizers. He's purchased 500 odd shares at the levels of 570 and wants to know whether he can continue to hold for the next 1 to 2 odd years or book his losses at present. He's sitting on a loss of around 34,000 odd rupees right now. Samir, do you have a view on Chambal Fertilizers? If not Chambal Fertilizers, any other counter that you're looking at in that space?
We do look at Chambal Fertilizers, and we have a slight positive view on the counter. You look, the valuations are not so expensive. It's just that it caters to a segment which is very, very dependent on monsoon and government subsidies, so that is why some of the reasons that these counters don't trade at very high valuations, and probably will continue to do so. But if we look at it, the opportunity for Chambal, along with all the other fertilizer stocks in the space, is there for growth. We think the opportunity is still large. Government incentives will continue to come towards the farm sector because that is eventually the vote bank for the politicians. A good monsoon right now will also lead to decent uptick in their fertilizer. So we think the Q3 numbers would actually, Q2 also, but Q3 numbers would show a lot of positivity. I suggest continue to hold, maybe average a little bit, and then when it gets closer to 570, what you bought at the lower level, you can probably sell, so you bring your cost down, and then hold on to the original stock for maybe a year or two, and you probably get about 650, 700.
Okay. We've got a question on TCS, and I want to take both a fundamental and a technical view because it is arguably the stock of the day, though the stock is not doing too much. It's down about 1/3%. But in terms of news and the update and what it means for both the company as well as the space, it is quite important to track. And incidentally, we've got a question from Padma, who's writing in from Bengaluru and asking about this. She's been holding TCS from IPO, which is incredible. And she hasn't given us the quantum of shares that she's holding, but then just the sheer gains that she would have made from holding for so long would be incredible. I want to first go to our technical expert on this one. Gaurav, what do you make of the TCS move today? Do you think it's a case of sell the news, so to speak, and some profits being taken off the table because of the recent run?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting the show. See, when it comes to TCS, one needs to see how it has performed or how it has behaved in the last few trading sessions. So, yes, today we are seeing a good and robust upside, sort of speak, in a couple of days. But overall, if you see, there has been bouts of lower tops, lower bottoms. So, the stock has, as such, not performed. And if you look at the weekly chart, we are first time we are seeing signs of reversals. If TCS were to close at the current juncture, the current price of 3050, then I think a small reversal pattern is in formation and it can head towards the level of 3300, 3400. So that is only for short term I'm talking about. On long term charts also, it is showing signs of reversal. May take some more time for time correction, but overall the structure remains positive.
Okay, overall it's positive. And you know, a lot of brokerages coming out and being more positive than negative, but there were a few outliers and a few others also. We spoke with a couple of people earlier today and they said that they were not too enthused. I wonder what Samir thinks about TCS and this whole conversation about preparing to bolster their presence in the artificial intelligence space. Samir, do you buy into that statement, the amount of money that they will spend, what, $6-7 billion over the course of the next 5-7 years?
So I think that is the need of the day, unfortunately, that they need to spend more for the AI piece, because that is where a lot of the focus is going to be, and that is going to be the future of IT services also. So it's imperative that they do it. It's better late than never. They are late to the party, as you know, the stock prices are telling you that the shift has happened away from just the traditional IT services to more focus on AI. So they needed to do it and they've done it, thankfully. Now, coming to the numbers, what you rightfully said, I was from the camp that was not too enthused by the numbers. Yes, there was a marginal uptick in top line from expectations that the street had. But if people are telling me that a 3% growth in top line, and if we adjust for that one-off, of the 1,300 crores that they had for the employee and for laying off these employees, the profit would have been about 8% growth. I don't think that is too enthusing when the stock is trading at 22 times forward earnings. Secondly, when you look at their traditional businesses, it requires employees because they charge per hour on the work kind of come done, right? If you're laying off these many people, it obviously sends an indication that there is not so much work that is required by these companies anymore. And hence you're actually reducing your workforce, right? So it sends a kind of slight negative picture that growth is, as much as the order book is there, I think the growth is not going to be that phenomenal in the near term. So would I go out in a rush to buy the stock based on these numbers? No. Is the company a good long-term play, maybe over 5 years? Look, if you are looking at returns of maybe 12 to 15% with good dividend, including the dividend, then I think TCS is a decent investment at this point of time. However, don't expect it to, give you near-term returns. It's more of the dividend payout that you should be playing for in the short term, and in the long term, as the AI capabilities improve, of course, that we'll need to keep reviewing how they're doing on that front. But if that improves, then yes, TCS can become a buy. But for me, there are better sectors, better stocks in the market, so I would not be buying into a TCS.
All right, so that's the view, in fact, holistic view on TCS, both fundamental and technical is what we got to you. We've got our next caller. Srinivas is calling us from Hyderabad. Srinivas, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, very good morning. Good morning to you all. Actually, I'm holding Vedantu at 516 from past 1 year, I think. So can we hold it or exit?
Okay. All right. Got your question, Srinivas. And I'll take this up with Gaurav quickly. Gaurav, with everything that's happening around this counter, what are the technicals level indicating right now? Is it a hold or maybe add more or sell right now?
For me, it is going to be a hold. If you see in the last 1 year or so, it has been in a consolidation. There has been time correction, but all this while it has managed to take all the shocks that we have seen in the market so far. And that's a positive sign. Even the last few weeks have been an outperforming ones for the stock. Nifty Metal Index so far is looking good. So I think the setup individually looks good. The sector itself is looking quite strong. So in my opinion, the gentleman can hold for some more time. Maybe 1 or 2 months of time correction can be seen, but overall I think the structure remains positive and a breakout can lead to a very strong upside going forward.
So one of our viewers yesterday, Chandrasekhar, posted a question and he says that we forgot. But now that I think about it, I think we did take Praj Industries and I did ask about it. Yeah, we did take it in the rapid fire. But having said that, let me ask it anyway. 635 is the buy price. He's seeing a huge loss at this point, Praj Industries. And there are various reasons why this company has seen erosion in capital and the drop that it's seen. The last couple of quarters have been quite difficult because major clients have postponed capex spends. Of course, the company itself believes that that worst period might just be over. I wonder what Samir thinks though. Samir, if you bought it such elevated levels, does it make sense to sell if you got 24 shares, or would you just hold for the prospects of better performance down the line, especially in a situation where ethanol does not seem to be going anywhere? The government seems to be quite firm on the fact that it wants fuel to be mixed with ethanol to be sold at the pump.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems the government is quite hell-bent on that. Whether it's good for the car or not, it doesn't matter. The reports that we're getting is they're not very helpful for some of the older cars. But anyways, having said that, look, Praj Industries is the company that sets up these ethanol plants for these various sugar companies. They have the technology, the EPC and all of that. So if the blending continues, then obviously there will be orders coming for Praj Industries. And you rightfully said, in the recent past, it's not been very great because there was a lot of capacity already. So we've reached the 20% blending, and I don't think we've fallen short of ethanol in any which way. But what the advantage is that there are going to be various different sources of now creating that ethanol, which Praj has the ability to do. So can they get orders? Yes, they can. Valuations, trailing 12-month basis is trading at about 24 times, but this year we expect the top line and bottom line growth to be relatively muted. So I don't think it's going to change FY26 projection. I mean, valuation multiples much. So the question now again asked is, should you sell after such a big fall? The answer would be, if you have something that can probably move up more than you think Praj could move up in the next 1 year, yes. But if you are willing to hold for a 3-year position, I think you can continue to hold because the company will definitely get orders, not only from India, but from overseas as well. And the counter can go back up. The problem is you bought it when the frenzy was on, and now you're probably stuck with the stock for a while. So if anything, if it goes down, average it. Otherwise, if you have something better, sell it and buy the better stock. But yes, I think the stock could probably in the next year and a half go back to 450 levels.
All right, so that's with regards to where Praj Industries is concerned. With that, viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side, so do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Hi, welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. It is time now to continue the questions. And by the way, we didn't mention this at the start. There are two ways that you can get in touch with us. Either you can call us on the number on the bottom of the screen, or you can call us on that number right up there. No, don't call us. Sorry, you should message us on that number. I forgot. I got my numbers mixed up. But we've got Karthik, who hasn't mixed up the numbers and called us on the landline number. Karthik, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
Good morning, Alex. Good morning,
Good morning.
Good morning, the panelists, and great fan of your show.
Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So my query is on Force Motors. So I have 3 shares, which I bought it around 18,065 per share. So wanted to know, is it a good time to add more? So I'm looking for a long-term view for 2 years, 2 to 3 years. So looking, just want to know if I can add more, or can I switch into M&M or Hero Motor?
You've actually bought at the peak, Karthik. So you bought it based on the fact that it had run up so much, or did you look at the business fundamentals and decide that you absolutely had to own the stock?
Yeah, I looked at the fundamentals. So I've been owning this share. So I bought it around 20, but I averaged it out for 18. So
Understood.
That's how.
Understood. Samir, this is a stock that has defied all expectations and gravity as well. Would you say that you should hold out and wait for the prospects going forward? Because ultimately, there's a reason why so many people are enthused by this company.
Yeah, so we don't have active coverage, but I've studied the company, so I'll give a basic this thing. So where the change is happening is not only the buses that they are, of course, making, or the vehicles that they are making, but they're also supplying engines to certain German companies in India, right? And that is where the real story lies, because the expansion in these or growth in the international companies that is happening in India is driving the profitability quite a bit. The EBITDA has been improving, even though the top line growth has not been that. It's been good, but not that enthusing. But we don't have active coverage. But if this growth trajectory continues, and the stock is not at very, very expensive valuations based on its historical, if they may be able to grow at 10 to 15%, I think the stock would probably move back higher. Might make sense to average it a little bit more. He's already done some averaging, but might make sense to maybe buy 1 or 2 more shares and then wait for the bounce. I think he will get a chance probably to go up. But like I said, I don't have it under active coverage, so I don't have a target pricing.
We have to slip into a very quick break, unfortunately, but we'll be back on the other side to take more of your questions. Do have patience with us, and we'll be back before you know it.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More and
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. Let's dive straight into the queries then, and we've got our next one, and this is on WhatsApp, and we've got Interglobe Aviation. Ramana is writing in from Bengaluru, bought 25 shares at 5,639. Guy, what we'll do, Samir and Gaurav, we'll run through a few questions quickly if we can. This one's for you, Samir, though. It's longer term, 2 to 3 years. Would you hold or sell, and why?
Sorry, which is the stock?
Interglobe Aviation.
No, so I'm not a big fan of aviation. Although I believe the growth is going to be there, I am not invested, and I would probably not suggest, because over time we've seen that certain things happen where aviation, once you go past a particular size, start losing money. For me, it's an avoid.
Okay, Kiran is calling us from Hyderabad. Kiran, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Good morning, ma'am. My query is regarding KPI Green, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm holding 250 shares at 452 rupees, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, I liked Samir Dalal sir's analysis and I purchased this share, ma'am.
Okay.
Regarding the stock, I have got good information from sir, ma'am.
Okay.
So, should I take this as an opportunity and should I add more, ma'am?
Okay.
For holding it for the next 3 months? Or should I shift to something like Godrej Properties where a lot of FIs are adding, ma'am?
Okay, for 3 months. All right, okay.
In the short term.
Got it,
Kiran.
Kiran.
Is 452 rupees, ma'am. Could I expect good targets? What sort of returns could I expect in 3 months? Is my query, ma'am.
I got your question, Kiran. I'll take this up with Gaurav. Gaurav, your quick view on the charts for the next 3 months for KPI Green?
If you see KPI Green today is the first candle where we have seen a positivity sort of happening, and some divergences are also there. I would not keep this stock for 3 months. It's been continuously falling from June onwards, lower tops and lower bottoms. So for me, it's always better to switch to a better structure to make returns in the near term.
And of course, Samir's advice on the fundamentals is generally not for the short term, so bear that in mind as well. The next question is from Guru, who's writing in from Bengaluru, and he's got Quest Corp at a price of 313 rupees. He's looking at a 1-year time frame. Quick view on this one, Samir?
No coverage.
No coverage. Okay. Let me go across to you then, Gaurav, on the one-year time frame. Would you hold if you bought at levels of 313?
I would hold. See, the charts are not looking extremely fantastic, but I think there are certain divergences on lower time frame, which means that the worst might be, or we'll need more confirmation. But as of now, I would recommend to hold.
All right, so that's with regards to where Quest Corp is concerned. We've got our next caller. Venkat is calling us from Tirupati. Venkat, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning to the NDTV panel.
for conducting such a good program.
Thank you so much, Venkat.
Yeah, I hold these shares, 100 shares at 206 rupees.
Okay.
Now I want to know the 6 months target for the stock.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing is, so the stock can hold for a long term, like 2-3 years?
You're talking about Shanti Gold International, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right, Venkat, I got your question. Do you want a fundamental or technical view? Quickly tell me that.
Yeah, fundamental.
Because you've mentioned both. Okay, all right. Not sure if Samir will have a view on this one because it's a very small company. Samir, any view on Shanti Gold International?
Sadly, again, no coverage.
Thought so. It's a very small company and it's, that's a fair call. But Gaurav, your view with regards to where charts are concerned, slightly longer term perspective?
As far as the charts are concerned, again, I would not be into keen. The charts are again very limited. The price history is too small, so I would not be able to comment.
Okay, it is time for the rapid fire round, the first of two. And let me kick things off with a question on Eternal. Robin has got 1,000 shares at a price of 63 rupees per share, and he's wondering whether to hold for the next 15 years. Samir, what's the view?
15-year view, hold.
Okay, we've got our next question. This is from Prashant. We've taken Prashant's question? No. Okay, Prashant is asking about Relaxo Footwear. He's got 22 odd shares, bought at the levels of 939. Sitting on a loss of 11,000 right now. Wants to know if he can hold or average at the current levels. Gaurav, your view?
Hold, but don't average.
Okay, you generally have a view only on stocks, Samir, but I'm going to try and ask you this. Would you buy gold or silver right now?
No. Definitely a no.
Definitely not.
Okay, Central Bank is the next one. 3,000 shares is what Rahul is holding. Wants to know if he can continue to hold because he's sitting on losses. Gaurav, your view on the charts?
As far as Central Bank is concerned, I would recommend to switch over. I would not recommend to hold.
PCBL is the name of the counter. Philips Carbon Black. And Prakash Babu is writing about this and asking whether to buy at this point. Samir, what's the view?
Yeah, he can add. Counter is doing well. And this company is doing well.
Okay, Ixigo is the next one. The person has bought at the levels of 315. 1 month target on the charts, Gaurav?
For 1 month, he can play for targets of 330.
Okay, Hind Copper in the metal space, probably seeing cuts today, if I'm not mistaken. Raza wants to know whether to hold or to buy at the current level. What's the view on the charts, Gaurav?
Hold, don't buy.
Okay, Keynes Technology, Kishore from Hyderabad is asking whether he can continue to hold or wait for some correction to average out. What's the view like, Gaurav, on the charts?
Hold, don't add. It's seen a good breakout.
Okay, not sure if we have a view on ADF Foods. 7,500 shares at a price of 165. We can pull that up. Gaurav, on the charts, Narsimha wants to know whether to hold.
Hold, but be careful. It will be weak below 190.
Okay, IRFC is the next one. The person is bought at the levels of 194. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or not. Samir, your view?
I would find a better stock to invest in, sell.
Okay, Sula bought at levels of 451. Would you hold or sell? View is a long term. Gautam wants to know. Samir, any view?
So recently met the management, came out quite a little bit underwhelmed. I would say sell it off.
Okay, Sundaram Finance is the next one. The person, Mahalakshmi, is holding 45 shares at the levels of 5396. On the chart, 6 months, your view, Gaurav?
I would say hold.
Keynes Tech, last share of this segment. Calicut is where the question is coming from. Jay Krishnan wants to know, would you hold for the medium term, Samir?
You could hold on.
Okay. Okay, Gaurav, thanks so much. I understand that if you leave us, a pleasure having you on the program as always. Samir, we'll see you on the other side of a very quick break. Viewers, we'll be back on the other side to take your questions, so do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूँ, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. For viewers who are just tuning in, you can either call us or WhatsApp us on the numbers that will be flashing on your screen right now. We're also joined by Rajesh Bhosle of Angel One joining us on this side of the show. Rajesh, hi, a very good morning to you. I'll take up the next question from Sanjeevi, who is writing us and asking about Exide Industries. She's bought at the average price of 530. Wants to know as to how are the charts indicating from a daily frame perspective. Rajesh, I'll quickly come to you on this one. Your view with regards to Exide Industries on the charts?
So hi, good morning. So overall, if we see the charts of Exide Industries, during the month of August, we had seen a bullish breakout with strong volumes, and post that the prices have corrected gradually in low volumes. So as of now, it's at the origin point of the rally. So expecting a bounce from current levels. So around 385, 380, we are seeing strong support, and stock prices are likely to bounce towards 420, 430. So can hold on to it.
Okay, all right. The next question is from Harjeet, who's writing us from Mohali and asking about Shalby and Artemis Health. Wants to know if both of these counters or maybe one of these counters are the right pick in the space. Samir, your view?
So for me, in the Shalby is something we've looked at. The other one we haven't even looked at. But for me, if you want to make an investment in the healthcare space in a large hospital kind of a business, the one to be investing in is Apollo Hospital, for the simple reason that you're going to get the demerged different entities, which is one is going to be the hospital, the other will be the pharmacy business, and the third will be the diagnostic business. And the expansion that they have lined up in the various verticals is also great. So for me, that would be the pick. We looked at Shelby. It's okay, but the other one we haven't even looked at, so I don't have a view on that one.
Okay, all right. The next one is on Bank of Maharashtra, DJ Rao. from Hyderabad is asking this question. Wants to know, he's bought 20,000 by the way, 20,000 shares at the levels of 56.6 and wants to know from a 1 to 2 year perspective, what are the fundamentals indicating? Samir, your view on Bank of Maharashtra?
So the fundamentals for Bank of Maharashtra are fine. Their gross and net NPAs have been improving. The provision coverage is decent. But if you had to take a play in the space, I would rather play, I mean, he's taken quite a sizable position. I would rather play it in slightly larger PSU banks. For me, Canara Bank right now, we've been saying for a while that it's looking good. They're getting this valuation unlocking that's going to happen from the two subsidiaries that will be listing. The bank's gross NPA and net NPA. So for me, Bank of Maharashtra is fine to hold, but I think superior returns will come in Canara Bank. So if he wants to stay put in Bank of Maharashtra, I'm sure you'll make returns. Decent ones are there, but if you want to make probably bigger, better returns, I think Canara Bank is the way to go.
Okay, we've got our next caller. Praneeth is calling us from Hyderabad. Praneeth, hi, a very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on SW Solar.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, Praneeth, loud and clear. Go ahead with your question.
I'm having 160 shares of SW Solar at 258. I want to know the long term for the 2 to 3 years outlook.
Okay.
And then can I add more at which price?
Okay, all right.
If I need to.
Sure. I'll take this up with Samir then. Samir, your view with regards to where SW Solar is concerned, and would you recommend him to maybe average out going forward for the next 2 to 3 years?
Oh, absolutely. I've been very positive on Sterling and Wilson Solar. It's part of the Reliance Industries group of companies. Reliance is still not really, they just talked about the kind of expansion that they want to do in the solar space. Once they actually do it and the orders come through for Sterling and Wilson Solar, I think you will see a great bounce back. Like your caller, me too, I'm sitting on a much higher price. My actual purchase price is probably closer to 350 to 400. So you bought it at a much lower level than me. I have been averaging at these prices. And I do want to bring my cost down. So I am working on that. Disclaimer, so I own it and I'm buying it. My view is that in the next 3 years to 4 years, this stock will probably go back closer to its lifetime high of 700, cross that and probably move towards 1,000. And my view is based on the fact that the order flow that's going to come is going to be very strong. They already got decent orders. Execution will pick up. Operating leverage will play out because for the kind of employee strength that they have, they could probably do 2x or 2.5x the volumes of setup that they're doing at the moment. And once all of these things start playing out, you'll see a big run up in the stock. That's my personal view. I'm holding it. And I would say average, but yeah, please take your own decisions.
Okay. All right. So that's with regards to where Sterling and Wilson Solar is concerned. We've got our next question from Krishna, who is writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Dabur. He's got 10 odd shares bought at the levels of 544 and wants to know if he can continue to hold till the end of October. Rajesh, I'll come to you with regards to where charts are concerned for Dabur.
So a very short-term outlook is expected for the Dabur, and in fact, if we see this stock has been an underperformer, it's at a support level, so can hold on to it, but somewhere around 505, 510, there is a significant resistance of 200 DMA. So as of now, hold, but exit around 510 levels.
All right, we've got our next caller then. Praveen is calling us from Chennai. Praveen, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Yeah, good morning, madam. This is Praveen from Chennai. So I would like to ask the REC Limited shares who wanted to buy a bulk quantity with the amount of 2.5 lakh. Mm-hmm. So is it right time to enter? Because I don't have any quantity at the moment, and also wanted to have it for another next 1 to 2 years.
Okay. All right, Praveen, I got your question and I'll take this up with Samir. Samir, REC is the counter from a longer term perspective of 1 to 2 years. Would you recommend him to add right now?
Yeah, you can definitely buy it. Valuations are not that expensive. We believe the growth that's going to come through from the power sector is going to be very robust, especially funding the renewable space, the thermal space expansions are happening. So it's a good stock to invest in. I'll just put in a small thing. If you want to invest in a more holistic company in the same kind of space, I prefer PFC over REC, because when you buy PFC, you also get 50% of REC, but PFC also is doing certain other, apart from just power sector. They've diversified a little bit into, more into the railways and things like that. So the growth that's going to come from there is going to be also very good. So for me, PFC over REC, but REC is also very, very good.
Okay, with that, viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back on the other side, still answering all your queries. So do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Welcome back. You're watching us Profit here at NDTV Profit. We've got our next caller. Avi is calling us from Australia. Avi, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hello. Good morning to all of you as well. So I've got 1,000 shares of Shipping Corporation of India bought at 223.80.
Okay.
So I was just wondering, if I hold it for 1 year, what could be the target? Maybe, something like that.
Okay. Avi, you saw the fundamentals while buying this counter or the technicals?
To be honest, recently I've seen, a lot of all this hype about, investments going to come in the shipping sector. So that's the reason I bought it. So I just thought,
Okay. All right. Avi, all right. Got your question. I take this up with Samir. Then Samir, your view with regards to where Shipping Corporation stands?
So valuations are attractive. The stock has really not done much over the recent past, but it has good prospects. Government is talking of investing in Shipping Corp as well to, do the expansion of their fleet. And once that happens, obviously the profitability will increase. So there is scope on the upside, but it's been a bit of an underperformer. And for me, I'd much rather buy something else. But if he's already bought it, I think you can hold on to it. You could probably make a 10% return over the next year, maybe, yes.
Okay. We've got our next caller from Anil, who's writing us from Jalandhar, and he's a regular viewer of Ask Profit. So thank you so much for that, Anil. He's holding Petronet LNG, bought 5,800 odd shares at the levels of 320. So he's sitting on a significant loss of around 2 lakh rupees. Rajesh, he wants to know if he can continue to hold for the next 6 months to 1 year to see recovery in his losses and maybe see some profits as well. Is that the right thing to do, or should he book his losses right now?
So as of now, we are seeing a base formation somewhere around 265 to 270 levels. Both on the daily and weekly charts, we are seeing some kind of reversal. So possibly the stock prices can bounce back towards 310 to 320. There we are seeing a stiff resistance of 200 DMA. So we need to recheck around 320. But as of now, hold on. 265, 270 is a very strong base for the counter.
Okay, we've got our next caller then. Raj is calling us from New Delhi. Raj, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Good morning, Naima. So I'm starting something afresh for my household staff.
Okay.
We're starting in SIP, but I'm going to contribute about 50%. What I've done is I've taken I've taken 75% over 3 mutual funds, 25% allocation to each.
Okay.
Now, what I want to know is 1 or 2 stocks for an SIP. Allocation is about 25%. Time period would be about 15 to 20 years, but please bear in mind it's critical for, this is household stuff. So, this money is really critical to them.
Correct.
So
okay.
I need safe stocks which can give them good compounding as well there.
Okay, and stable returns as well. Okay, Raj, got your question. I'll take this up with Samir. Samir, what 2 or 3 stocks that you would recommend an SIP in for the next 15 to 20 years? That's quite a longish period that he's looking at, but he wants a stable return because this is for his household purposes. Your view?
So I think then the safest bet for me is playing Reliance Industries as one of the stocks, for the simple reason they have certain businesses that are expanding and which will never go out of being relevant, which is the telecom and the retail space. So that is one. Of course, the oil and gas is also there, which is the cash cow, but they're also getting to clean energy. So Reliance would be one of them. For the other one, I'd take a slightly more defensive kind of a view, because like he said, he wants safety, something in the FMCG space which could grow at a steady pace with low volatility, something like a Nestle or a HUL. Yes, valuations are rich in both of these counters, but given the fact that these counters will probably see growth picking up in the future with new launch of new products and things like that, I think they might be a safe investment to go. You won't find too much volatility and you will get decent returns from either one of these two.
Just a quick one out of curiosity, Samir, would you recommend him to do an SIP on maybe ETFs also? Something like a Nifty 50 or Nifty Next 50? Safer bets comparatively?
But then he's buying a mutual fund. He said he's already got
Correct.
the mutual fund,
that is true.
right? So by buying the ETF, you're pretty much just buying the index or the sector that is following the ETF.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. So that I hope that answers your query, Raj. We've got a next question then from Rahul, who is writing us from Bengaluru and asking about Siemens. He's got 10 odd shares bought at the levels of 5158. And he's saying that after the kind of split that the company has seen, he's sitting on a loss of around 20,000 rupees. Wants to know if he can hold, average or sell at the moment. Rajesh, on the charts, what would you recommend him to do?
Last 6 months, if we see, the stock prices have done nothing. It has consolidated within a range of 3,000 and 3,400. So as of now, I would suggest to hold on a bounce. 3,400 would be the immediate levels. And once 3,400 is crossed, then a potential 3,800 to 4,000 levels will open up. So as of now, don't expect immediate outperformance, but the stock is consolidating, can hold on to it.
Rajesh and Samir, it's time for the second round of rapid fire, in fact, on this edition of Ask Profit. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is from Kushal, who's writing us from Mumbai and asking about Abbott India and wants to know the view on this particular counter. Rajesh, on the charts?
Can exit, it's an underperforming counter.
Okay, Aditya Birla Lifestyle Brands is the next one. Manav Chawla from Gurugram wants to know if he can continue to hold for more than a year. Samir, your view on this one?
Yes, continue to hold. I think they're doing well and they'll keep doing better.
Okay, the next one is on Yes Bank. Hariom from Karnal wants to know if he can buy or sell Yes Bank at the moment. He's not given us the quantity, but Rajesh, on the charts, your view?
The stock has picked up momentum, definitely can buy.
Okay, Hindustan Copper is the next one. Gautam from New Jersey wants to know if he can continue to hold for the next 12 to 18 months. We're seeing profit booking, Samir, today. But from a 18 months perspective, would you recommend him to buy right now?
No.
Okay, the next one is from Anthony, and he's asking about a slightly smaller company. Siddhi Cots is what he's asking about. Not sure, Rajesh, if you can pull this up on the charts. If yes, what's the view like?
Not tracking this now.
No worries. Elecon Engineering is the next one. Is this the right time to make an entry? Is what the viewer is asking. Naveen from Bangalore, in fact, is asking this question. Rajesh, your view?
Yes, can buy.
Okay, JSW Energy is the next one then. Aman wants to know if he can make an entry right now and average out the holding that he's had. He's bought at the levels of 600. Rajesh, your view on the charts?
Yeah, so we are expecting 600 levels, so can, yes, add.
Okay, Vodafone Idea, your view. Samir, the person is holding 5,000 odd shares.
Sell.
Okay, ITC Hotels is the next one. We don't have the name of this person, but he's bought at the levels of 229. 52 shares is what he has in the portfolio. Samir, your view?
You can continue to hold. Prefer Indian hotels in the space though.
Okay, Murthy from Bengaluru is asking about Infosys. He's got 50 odd shares at the levels of 1743. Wants to know if he can sell or hold. Rajesh, on the charts?
Yeah, hold on to it.
Okay, Vari Renewables is the next one. Viresh Yadav, quickly your view on this one. Samir, should he enter right now?
No, I think it's a little richly priced right now. Wait for corrections to lock.
All right, that brings us to the end of this edition of Ask Profit as well as the rapid fire round. Samir and Rajesh, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us.
Manima, have a good show today in the evening, please.
Yes.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to attend, but have a lovely time.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Samir. Rajesh, I hope you can make it to the show for sure. But thank you so much for that, Samir. For viewers, just to give a context, NDTV Profit is going to host Ignite today from 3 p.m. onwards, and that's going to bring a lot of stalwarts in the markets as well as in the industry. You will see names like Ramesh Damani, Vijay Kedia, Manish Chokhani, S. Naren, as well as something like Sandeep Sikka, as well as Nilesh Shah, and a lot of names from the consumption space to talk about the GST 2.0, as well as the festive season kicking in as to how things are shaping up. And of course, we're also bringing in screener founders to talk about how the entire screeners journey has been like for screener. And of course, we'll also have Vijay Kedia in conversation with Vivek Oberoi as well. But with that, viewers, we are completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit, but do stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है। और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत,
Hello and welcome to KYC. I'm Hiral Dadia and with me is Anushi Vakaria. The company today on our radar is Bondada Engineering, a 4,000 crore market cap company is what we're talking on. But the migration to mainboard is something which is a key question here. Interesting company with the kind of growth that they've achieved, Anushi, and the sustainability and the guidance that they've given becomes the key in terms of how execution pans out. Basis this, let's understand the key questions in terms of what we want to know at NDTV Profit. First up, the timelines when it comes to migration to both the exchanges, and that is what we've been talking about right now because it's already become a 4,000 crore company. Secondly, they were projecting 2 times revenues for FY26 and the guidance for FY27 is also very strong. So what is it that will actually drive to this kind of a number? And thirdly, the margin trajectory when it comes to the changing product mix. What changes when the product mix changes? Is it going to be margin accretive or will it dilute margins from here on? Those are the top 3. Anushi has the rest.
Right. So apart from that, we also want to understand on how the working capital is going to improve, considering that there have been a couple of fundraisers now which have taken place. So this is one question that we need to ask along with improvement in cash flows as well. Now, we've already spoken about the opportunity in terms of product mix, but now they're also foraying in other verticals. This includes Indian Railways as well. What's the kind of revenue uptake that we are seeing is another question that we want to understand. Order book also, Hiral, 8,000 crore is the projection by FY26 end. So how will execution shape up for this? What's the kind of inflows that we are looking at is another question that we should be addressing, right?
Right. Interesting ones. Let's quickly understand about the company from here on, what the company does. First up, a company that was just established in 2012. It provides services to 3 segments: telecom, renewable energy, and the Indian Railways, as you can see on your screens. Overall, if you see in terms of products as well, Anushi, very interesting mix.
Yeah, absolutely. So for now, last FY24, we had seen that telecom was the highest contributor, but now the focus is shifting towards solar EPC services. Of course, battery energy storage systems also making a big comeback in terms of big foray in terms of how the order wins are going to shape up for this particular product. Other products includes manufacturing and supply of LED lights with building materials, products and motors, as well as other key segments that we are looking at. But it's the order book positioning which is an interesting one that we are panning out for. The opening order book is around 5,044 crore. They are projecting around 6,000 to 7,000 crore of inflows by FY26, and which would take their overall, if we see the FY26 end figure, around 8,000 crore is the figure that we are seeing. That implies about a 2.5 times of a book to bill ratio, given that, you know, they're also seeing a 2x jump in terms of where the top line is concerned.
And what is the order book mix looking like? Because that is again a key when you talk about their value added products.
Right. So if you look at the renewable energy side of it, that contributes to about 3,589 crore. Then comes the telecom sector, which is another important vertical for the business. 1,089 crore is the mix that we are looking at. And other products, 136 crore. So how Indian Railways would be, Indian Railways is 228 crore, while other products is 136 crore. Want to understand how Indian Railways mix will improve going forward.
And if you see in terms of the revenue mix as well, in terms of various segments, solar and telecom, 2 segments, the way solar has jumped from 28% to 58%, telecom has actually reversed the same trend. That's what the mix is looking like, and hence the concentration when it comes to the overall mix and the expansion when you talk about the solar business. Secondly, when you talk about their Vision 2020 as well, the renewable energy solar EPC model, they're looking at 800 megawatt commissioning in FY25. FY26, this is going to increase to 2.1 gigawatts, which is the key over here as well. So you're talking of nearly or more than doubling in terms of capacity. If you talk about BESS, which is battery energy storage systems, FY26, they're expecting almost 800 megawatts overall. In terms of solar IP as well, 2 gigawatts is from the government of Andhra Pradesh. And secondly, 9,000 acres of land is what they've already mapped, and their pooling has already commenced. So that's with regards to their vision. Anushi, in terms of any recent developments that you've picked so far?
A couple of them so far. So they've just recently commissioned about 78 megawatts of solar projects in Tamil Nadu as well as Maharashtra is what we are looking at. Apart from this, we are seeing order wins also on table. They've received about a 14 crore of worth of orders for solar projects. Apart from that, we are looking at another 64 crore of an order from government of Bihar as well. Now, if you talk about battery energy storage system, there have been developments in particular regards to this as well. Apart from that, they've also raised around 163 crore through preferential issue and share warrants is what we are seeing. Now, this is expected to improve the working capital also for the business. So, outlook on this is something that we'll quiz the management later on.
Okay, so those are a few of the recent developments that we're talking about. But very quickly, let's look at all the rating parameters from here on that one should be watching out for. From the income statement to the balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios, absolutely the obvious. On the next set, we have shareholding, valuations, and the outlook that we will be looking at. But first up, let's look at the income statement as a whole. It's a very strong revenue growth that the company has seen, because the revenues actually have nearly tripled from FY23 to FY25. If you see in terms of margins as well, they have been improving. From 8%, you've come down to 11% in FY25. So good growth coming in there. So either it's better pricing or improved costs or better economies of scale. One of these factors that are actually helping the company achieve these kind of numbers, and hence a thumbs up.
Also, the increasing mix towards the solar side of business is also ramping up that top line growth that we are looking at. In fact, if you now, that's on the income side that we are seeing, but if you look at the balance sheet also, we've given this a thumbs up. Just on the other equity side, we've seen a significant uptick in terms of where the FY25 number is concerned, 425 crore. Of course, this is aided by higher profitability also coming for the business. Borrowings also, if we just take that in context with what's happening with the book value, about 0.4 times is the kind of ratio that we are looking at in comparison with FY23, where the debt to equity was above 1 times of levels that we are seeing. Cash in bank at the end of FY25 at similar levels at versus FY24, 41 crore is the number that we are looking at. So overall, we have given this metric a thumbs up.
Okay, let's look at the cash flow statement as well. Now, the cash and cash equivalent have dropped, especially in FY25. If you see the operating cash flow from a 54 crores in the positive, it's actually become negative to 167 crores. Likewise, if you see in terms of the net cash flows as well, a 10 crore downtick. Now, their cash reserves are what is getting used up, even with financing inflows. The company has been ending with less cash than what is needed. There is working capital stress, is what you can see. The drop in the operating cash flow in FY25 suggests that the working capital has increased sharply. There is dependence that's coming in on the external financing as well because of the negative operating cash flows combined with high investment requirements when you're talking about newer businesses. And the company is becoming more dependent on external funds to sustain the growth. If you talk about the profit versus cash discrepancy as well, the income statement actually shows that your revenue and your net profit has been increasing significantly in FY25 versus FY24, but the cash flow from operations is negative. This mismatch is actually indicating that the profits are not being converted into cash due to non-cash items or the working capital drains that could be coming in, and hence we've given it a thumbs down.
Okay, so that's with regards to cash flows. Of course, receivables did go up subsequently in FY25, 331 crores kind of figure that we are looking at. But coming to the return ratios, strong numbers that we are seeing, 30% at the end of FY25. ROA also with more than a 35% plus number that we are looking at. And it's a significant uptick that we've seen from the levels of FY23. 26% was the number there by the end of FY23 is what we are seeing. Of course, increase in profits also aiding to this kind of growth that we are looking at. So overall return ratios, a thumbs up is what we've given. But here shareholding,
a neutral rating on the shareholding. Now let's analyze that. Promoters have remained stable in that 63 to 62 kind of a bracket. FI is also pretty stable, and likewise with the public. In fact, what's interesting is there are no DIIs or no domestic investors who are holding the stock, and hence a neutral rating on the shareholding pattern.
Well, street cred, if you're just talking about the investors who had put their money in the listing, they've got more than 10 times of returns that we are seeing if that held on to that from the 2023 levels that they'd held in September. But in the last 1 year period, there's been some bit of that pressure on the stock. It's seen about a 36% of a downtick year to date. So, but considering the longer term picture, we've given this a thumbs up.
Okay, very quickly in terms of valuations, a neutral rating is what we've given it, because if you talk about the 2-year average, that's at around 36 times versus the current PE 38 times. Now, pretty much in line with where it's been trading in terms of averages. But if you have to look at the industry is in that 20-22 times kind of a bracket in terms of price to earnings, and hence a neutral rating when it comes to the valuations.
Now coming to the outlook and guidance, this is where the main story lies. If you are just looking what the company is aiming for, of course in 2026 it aims to be listed on both the exchanges, is what we are seeing, even move to the main board side of it. But revenue growth projections are quite strong. FY26 2x growth over FY25. In fact, by FY30 it aims for around 7x growth, wants to be a $1 billion company by the end of it. Of course, they've also upped their target in terms of their solar power commissioning. 10 gigawatt to 25 gigawatt is what they're saying. They're also eyeing for inorganic growth opportunities to aid that kind of growth going forward. Apart from that, they're also anticipating a 6,000 to 7,000 crore worth of inflows and expect to close this year with an order book of around 8,000 crores. So strong outlook is what we are looking at here.
Okay, so let's look at the overall ratings picture from here on, what that looks like, because it's very strong. 3 thumbs up, income statement, balance sheet, return ratios. Your cash flow is something which is a downward move. Your street credentials outlook very strong, neutral in terms of valuations and shareholding. That gets you to a 6 on 8, which is a very good rating when you talk about KYC. But let's quickly slip into a short break, and before that we'll have Raghvendra Rao, Chairman and Managing Director of Bondada Engineering, who will be joining us on the show just in a short while.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
Welcome back to Know Your Company. We have Raghavendra Rao, Chairman and Managing Director at Bondada Engineering, joining in. Mr. Rao, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as always. My first question coming to you is, what are the timelines that you're looking at with regards to migration on the main board exchanges? And secondly, the drivers that will lead to this 2 times growth.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, and this Dr. Bondada Raghavendra Rao. The first question that migration will happen in 30th August 2026 because as per SEBI guidelines, they have given us for SME scripts 3 years. So now 2 years, 2 years completed. So another 10 months we have to wait. Growth is this company started with the telecom infrastructure services, but slowly converted into the renewable energy company. Way back 2017, we have started this renewable energy projects. Now, huge orders are there in the market, solar EPC orders, and also we are planning for 2 gigawatt of IPP and even BESS also. All these segments are giving us a huge order book. As of now, our closing order book as on first half is around 5,000 crores. And we are expecting almost another closing order book of almost around 8,000 crores by this year end, this financial year end. So with this kind of order book, we have to deliver the projects on time. So this is the market. Market is driving us because we are in right segments like renewable energy and telecom.
Just on that 8,000 crore of order book that you said, want to understand where's the current order book is at and what's the kind of inflows that you've seen so far?
Yeah, current order book, as I mentioned, is a 5,000 crores current order book. And in which actually we will consume something by this financial year end. And already we are L1 in around 2,600 crores, L1 in 2,600 crores, and around 10,000 to 11,000 crores of tendering is going on. Our winning ratio as of now, anything between 20 to 25%. Even if you calculate that one, it will add to us around 2,500 to 3,000 crores. With all, if you add all these numbers, I think we are expecting around 8,000 crores of order book by this financial year.
Okay, so if you're talking about 8,000 crore order book and the kind of change in product mix that has happened towards solar, what happens to your margins from here on? Because you've already come to 11%. What's that threshold that you're aiming for?
I think we are going to maintain this year also because actually for all these projects, budgets are already finalized and projects are going on right direction because we are not expecting any delays in the projects. So we are going to intact our margins, maybe 1 base points maybe up, but otherwise whatever that margins we have done in last year, I think we are going to maintain these similar margins or maybe 1 base point up.
Mr. Rao, you said that for FY26 the margins will remain at similar levels, but want to get your outlook in terms of the next 3 years story because of the changing mix that we are looking at towards solar EPC side. Now Indian Railways is also another segment in which you are seeing higher opportunities. Firstly, what's the kind of product mix that you see in these next 3 years, and what's the uptick in terms of margin profile also? This is in 3 years context that I'm talking about.
Yeah. So as you know that actually we are in the right segments, that is the renewable energy segment and telecom, that is Digital Bharat, the telecom segment, and even Indian Railways also. We have other products also. All these three segments have huge potential to grow in next 10 years, not even 5 years. But we have the very clear vision for next 2030, which we are going to make almost 10,000 crores of revenue. So this year, our CAGR is going to be 100% compared to last year, and maybe next year we are going to do almost around 50% CAGR. From there onwards, 30-35% CAGR we are going to manage. So yes, solar EPC, there are
so Mr. Rao, that's very ambitious when you're talking about the kind of numbers that you're giving out and the compounded growth that you're looking at. How will you manage the working capital? Because that's where the stretch is. I know you've done a preferential issue, but will that suffice? Because there is a concern on that aspect.
Yes, till FY 2026 we have planned entire our working capital requirements till FY 2026 numbers. Then 2027 onwards, of course, actually we need more cash flows, more capital requirements are there, because most of these are the working capital requirements. When we ventured into the IPP projects, then definitely we will use that equity rising that time, maybe in 2026 or 2027, 2026 ending or 2027 beginning. But as of now, till 2026, my working capital arrangements are already done with banks.
So how much, Mr. Rao, how much will you need to raise for FY26 and 27 for the next 2 years after the fundraise that you've already done?
Yeah, by 26 last quarter and 27 first quarter, we are going to start first phase of our 2 gigawatt, maybe around 500 megawatt to 750 megawatt, for which actually we may require around almost 1500 crores, and debt portion is around 1250 and equity portion is around 250 crores is required. Equity portion, I think we can manage with internal accruals and with our balance sheets, and debt we have to see that whether it is we are going to raise the equity or maybe debt with financial institutions.
Okay, so just want to understand, your current debt is around 182 crores. This is as of end of FY25 figure that we are looking at. So by FY26 or 27 end, what would be the debt that we are seeing on the books?
Yeah, 250 crores is the sanction limit. We are using only the 180 crores at this point at time. I think by 2026, the similar numbers are going to be intact. It is sufficient by end of 2026.
Okay, so that's in regards to the debt scenario that we are seeing. Apart from that, any talks in terms of geo circles to acquire more of that telecom related contracts that we are looking at?
Yes, right now we are efficiently managing Telangana circle. And recently our team has discussions with Geo, and they are talking about 2-3 circles in South only. Maybe during next 1 or 2 months, actually that is going to be materialized.
Okay. Mr. Rao, my last question. At what levels do you see your return ratio stabilizing? Because right now, pretty strong, but where are you seeing normalizing and stability coming in?
No, with this product mix, because actually, okay, solar EPC has some margin pressures, I understand, but actually maybe 2026 end and 2027 onwards, we are also getting into the annuity tariff-based annuity models of our BESS. BESS has huge potential actually. That is the reason even my vision is also changed from 10 gigawatt to the 25 gigawatt, because of, as you all know that actually, with increase of renewable energy, India needs BESS heavily, battery energy storage system heavily. already I got 200 by 400 megawatt of our best project from Tamil Nadu. We already set the benchmark. So we are more focusing on best projects. These best projects give us the good IRRs, and so that actually my PAT levels are going to increase. And also we are expecting annuity revenues from my IPP projects of 2 gigawatt from 2027 onwards. I think we are going to improve our margins. There is no doubt in actually a reduction of our margins or pressure on our margins.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Rao, for joining and sharing that kind of outlook in terms of what's happening with Bondada Engineering. Hiral, the key takeaway is, of course, the main board listing that will be happening in next year, August around. Correct. So that is something that we'll look forward to for the company to move there. In terms of the guidance also, strong guidance that we've seen, the question now remains in terms of margin uptake, as Mr. Rao was just speaking about. 8,000 crore is the order book that we are looking at. This is with additional inflows coming at, and of course, what's happening with the telecom space in regards with new circles also is something that we should be anticipating.
And the 1,500 crore fundraise that the company will need.
That's
so lots to watch out for. But completely out of time. But that, it's a wrap on this edition of KYC from Anushi, the team that put that show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. She is a ballerina who defies gravity.
The Nifty index, after a shaky start, is now trading with gains of 100 points, jumping to close to 25,280. The Sensex is up over 330 points, taking the index above the 82,500 level. Companies like Power Grid, ONGC and SBI are among the gainers. Proposal to withdraw any of nominees from Tata Sons is not on the agenda of the Tata Trust's board meet today. Sources say that the meet will focus on the utilization of 1,700 crore rupee dividend from Tata Sons. And TCS beats estimates in the second quarter as numbers show operational resilience, reports strong deal bookings with $10 billion in new orders but refrains from sharing guidance and attrition.
हमने 2030 तक इसे दोगुना करने का लक्ष्य रखा है.
Prime Minister Modi addresses India-UK CEO Forum, sets the 2030 target for India-UK bilateral trade at $100 billion, charts the roadmap for shared progress of both the countries. Meanwhile, the UK government announces a defence deal worth £350 million with India, set to deliver UK missiles for the Indian Army. Good afternoon. You're watching Markets at 12 with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is the show where we get you updates on the top buzzers and news updates at noon. But first things first, let's take a very quick look at how the markets are faring at this point in time. It's a good day in trade coming in as far as the Nifty 50 is concerned. A gain of about 100 points, Nifty 50 managing to hold up above that 25,200 levels. In fact, quite close to that 25,300 level as we speak. And when you take a look at Sensex, that has in fact jumped about 300 points. As we speak, let's also take a very quick look at the sectoral picture as well, tilted very strongly in the favor of green as we speak. So it's realty, PSU Bank, Pharma, Bank, Energy, exactly in that order. Those are your top sectoral gainers. What's not doing so well and is on the back foot is metals. That's the entire pack that is on the back foot at this point in time. But let's also take a very quick look at the list of gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack. So it's Cipla that makes it to that list. 2.5% gain coming in on that counter. SBI, IndusInd Bank, Axis Bank, SBI Life, Wipro and Dr. Reddy's, some of your top gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack. What's not doing so well and is on the back foot is a Tata Steel, TCS, Hindalco, JSW Steel, Shriram Finance, as well as Tata Motors and Tech Mahindra, some of your top losers from within the Nifty 50 pack. So that's largely the picture as far as the market is concerned, and that's largely the kind of outlook that you're seeing coming in. So those are some of your counters, select few counters, the likes of Tata Motors that are on the back foot. Let's also take a very quick look at the list of advances as well as declines. When you take a look at the most active stocks right now, of course, from within the Nifty 50 pack, there's a Vodafone Idea, Yes Bank, Reliance Power, JP Power, Suzlon as well. Those are some of the counters that are trading in terms of the active stocks. But let's also take a very quick look at a very important story then. Air travel during Diwali will be a pain to consumer pockets. In fact, you do have Danish Anand who's standing by with an important update on this one. Danish, take us through the updates when it comes to airfare.
Well, if you're planning to catch a flight this Diwali, then be ready to shell out more money from your pockets, as due to enhanced air travel demand, airfare has jumped across various routes across the country. Well, as exclusive data provided by Ixigo and Ease My Trip to NDTV Profit, we are seeing that air travel demand has increased between 60 to 70% in Diwali 2025 versus Diwali 2024, and this is also creating a huge impact on airfare, especially from metro to metro routes and from various metro to non-metro routes. Just to give you an example, airfare between Hyderabad to Delhi has almost increased by 50%. Similarly, airfare from Hyderabad to other metro cities has also increased between 30 to 50%. Whereas if we compare the overall air travel demand, it is also high. For example, if you talk about Ayodhya and Varanasi, which are major religious sectors, over here we are seeing airfare and air travel demand increasing sharply. And as far as the demand is concerned, Ayodhya and Varanasi are seeing at least 100% jump in air travel demand. So all in all, if we see, if you want to travel from metro to non-metro, you'll also have to shell out more money. And despite that, even if you want to travel from a non-metro to a non-metro city, even over there, you'll have to spend more money from your pockets for catching your next flight.
Alright then, so be prepared to shell out more money if you're traveling on those routes that Danish just talked about, and that's the update coming in as far as airfare then is concerned. But let's get you a very important update on a very important news story. Let's take a closer look at the ownership and what got the Tata Group here in terms of the tussle. We'll talk about the tussle in just a bit, but before we get to that piece of the picture, Charu in fact is standing by at Bombay House with more details on what the dispute is and about what really deepened the rift as well. Charu, over to you.
So we are currently outside Bombay House in Fort area, where most of the major important meetings and governance decisions of Tata Group come about. Currently, as per the people in the know, we've been told that the meeting is going on in a hybrid form. Some key individuals of the board are present inside the Bombay House, while some are joining virtually. While we know that removal of any of the board members is likely not to be, accomplished or presented in the board meeting today, but the results are still awaited, and the meeting is likely to go on until 1 p.m. if not till later. Then we are here and looking at what other developments are rolling out. That said, to add some context and background to what the entire issue is about, we must understand that there are two Tata Trusts which make the consolidated term Tata Trust. These are the Dorabji Trust and the Sir Ratan Tata Trust. They together hold over 60, that is 66% of stake in Tata Sons. Now Tata Sons in turn handles over 30 businesses of the Tata Group entities across sectors, that is consumers, durables, several other products as well, that is Air India and Tata Motors, TCS, etc., etc. Now, since most of the governance is taken care of by Tata Sons and Tata Sons governance is taken care of by Tata Trust in an indirect manner, there are issues about the decisions taken in the board of Tata Sons. What kind of decisions are being taken? Are they transparent or are they ambiguous? So there are two factions in the Tata Trust board, which are, the Noel Tata faction and the Meli Mystery faction. Both of them are having issues regarding how the decisions of Tata Sons board are taken and how the appointments to the board of Tata Sons are, taken and how they come about. So decisions are going to be taking place in the meeting today. What we also know for now is that government consultations were also a key, detail of this entire issue, since the market cap of Tata Sons is huge and it impacts the Indian corporate story. Government was also involved. They also consulted with the important members of the board, and the likely resolution was discussed, and it was discussed that there should be a smooth resolution to all the conflicts and issues that have arisen. We'll keep you updated with more details shortly.
Well, absolutely, Charu. Thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We'll trust you to get us more details as and when they unfold. And that's one board meeting that we're definitely keeping an eye on. Tata Sons, of course, owns Tata Trust owns 66% of Tata Sons. And you do have that overseeing about 30 companies. And we got you that update on why the legal battle is currently underway. But as promised, let's get you some more important updates. India's corporate crown, like we told you, is caught in a tussle. We're talking about Tata Group that is in the spotlight at this point in time, amid a boardroom feud. And is there a resolution right now that is in sight? What are sources telling us? In fact, sources close to Meli Mystery have dismissed speculation, say that there's no interest in a Tata Sons board seat and no pressure to exit Tata Trust as well. We do have Nisha Podar, who's NDTV Profit's executive editor for corporates, joining in with some more details on this one. Nisha, over to you.
It's a crucial day in the Tata Trust feud that we have been reporting on. It is the first time that Tata Trust committee members are really meeting after the conflict within the trust members regarding the board seat of Tata Sons really came to the fore a few weeks back. So the two factions, one by Noel Tata and the other by Meli Mystery, seem to be showing some signs of truce just ahead of the important meetings today. Now, that is a factor or has been impacted by two important aspects. First, the government intervention, and so second, the key milestone of the group, that is Ratan Tata's death anniversary yesterday, which also brought to the fore the questions of whether the stakeholders now can carry forward the legacy that was built by late Ratan Tata. On this matter, while speculations are rife on what turn could this conflict take as the trustees meet face-to-face in the committee meeting, well, we have sourced, or we have spoken to the sources who are close to Meli Mystery's camp, and we gather that there is a huge softening of stance from Meli Mystery's side. In fact, we do gather that Meli Mystery is not really keen on any board position anymore in Tata Sons. There was a discussion on that. It didn't go in his favor, and he's ready to move on and forget about it and follow the usual course of business now at Tata Trust. It is also speculated whether Meli Mystery will be under pressure now after this conflict to really relinquish his position or distance himself from the trust. We do gather from the source directly linked with Meli Mystery that Meli Mystery has had no pressure to step down from the trust, nor has this thought really crossed his mind. Going forward, it is expected from Meli Mystery's camp that it will be business as usual and it will be smooth functioning of the philanthropic activities of the trust and the administrative decisions that need to be taken by the committee members. Now, why has this particular matter caught the attention of the entire country and the government? Well, it is crucial because, remember, Tata Trust owns 66% stake in the large conglomerate, business conglomerate Tata Sons, and therefore also has control over the key key strategic decisions of the group. Remember, Tata Sons has over 30 companies under its fold, spanning from manufacturing in different areas to consumer goods to even airlines, Air India, and several global outfits as well, like Jaguar Land Rover. So considering the criticality of this matter, enormity of the matter, and smooth functioning of this trust and Tata Sons is very, very critical for the country, and therefore the top cabinet minister Amit Shah as well as Nirmala Sitharaman also stepped in to really call for a truce and to help resolve the matter. And therefore it's going to be critical on the outcome of the crucial committee meeting of Tata Trusts today, and the big question whether or not the legacy of late Ratan Tata will be upheld by these stakeholders.
All right then, thank you so much, Nisha, for getting us that update. So no interest in a board seat, no pressure to exit Tata Trusts, and that's what sources are telling your channel. But lots that is yet to unfold when it comes to this story. Time now to slip into a very short break. More on the earnings fine print on the second quarter of TCS on the other side. Stay tuned.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders.
Welcome back. You're tuned into Markets at 12, and as promised, time now to get you an update as far as TCS then is concerned. In fact, IT giant TCS has released its Q2 earnings with results that have beaten street estimates. And in an unusual move, though, you do have TCS not announcing its attrition rate as well as the total headcount figures. But for now, you do have Puneet who's standing by with an update on the brokerage verdict. Puneet, take us through what the brokerages are saying about this counter.
Well, thank you for that. It's definitely been a quarter that's been beating estimates, and the key aspect from this one is that the stock is still down in the red. That's largely led by what we've seen a couple of key parts. One is that there has been a significant reduction in the employee count for the company compared to the previous quarter by almost 19,700 personnel. Versus, and this headcount has now slipped below the 600,000 mark. And the second key aspect is investing in AI infrastructure, and that's what multiple brokerages have said as well. You can see the target prices on your screen right now. We've seen an upgrade from Avendus Spark, but largely all the other brokerages maintaining their view and slightly adjusting their prices on the upside. The other aspect is that TCS has decided to invest in data centers, while they will be making an incremental investment of $6 to $7 billion over the next few years. This is going to be a dilutive in terms of the return on capital employed business, because the data center business has lower ROCE versus the traditional IT services business as well. And that's something that JP Morgan has echoed as well. They've said that the AI co-location business appears to be an unrelated distraction. A similar notion has been maintained by a few other brokerages as well, while Nuvama feels it's a balanced approach in terms of new investment criteria as well. So there are multiple key aspects. What's also interesting is that the attrition number of 13.3% is what the company has released this morning via Bloomberg. A story has been broken out. So 13.3 versus 12.3% on a YOY basis, but largely employee reduction as well as a new venture is the negative part, and probably those factors are impacting the prices today or the stock price today of TCS on the market.
All right then, thank you so much Puneet for joining us with that update there. So JP Morgan is talking about the AI model. You do have Nuvama in fact feeling that it is in fact a balanced approach at this point in time. And you do have largely attrition being the key negative, and that is, in fact, as you can see on the screens as well, 1.5% downtick coming in on TCS. That is largely, as Puneet pointed out, weighing on the stock as well. In fact, on that note, we in fact caught up with K. Krithivasan, who's the MD and CEO of the company, and he's also talking in great detail about the total contract value and what is also giving the optimism when it comes to financial year 26 that is expected to be a better year. Let's go across and listen in.
So first on TCV, definitely we had a $10 billion TCV supported by strong increase in BFSI in our consumer business and spread throughout the world. And it also has a good mix of renewals as well as new projects. So we are very comfortable with the TCV, and it puts us in the right place for future growth. In coming to the other point related to will FY26 be better than 25? See, we had a weak H1, and we believe based on the conversations we are having with the customer with the TCV we are signing, we believe our H2 will be better than H1. And by that token, at this time, I'm quite hopeful that FY26 could, international revenue of 26 could be better than 25.
All right, and there you go. That's the word coming in from the MD and CEO of the company, saying that the second half of the year is going to be better than the first half of the year. But let's move on to another important story then. And the Appointments Committee of the Cabinet, in fact, has approved revised guidelines for appointing whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MDs, and executive directors in the public sector banks and state-run insurers. The move opens the door for private sector professionals to apply for top leadership roles in public sector banks, including the MD post at the SBI. This is a first in Indian banking history. NDTV Profit broke the story first, and now the government has officially issued the notification confirming that this landmark reform in banking appointments is something that we're looking at. And my colleague Shrimi, in fact, is joining in with all of those very important details. Shrimi, over to you.
Well, absolutely. Landmark move. The government has opened the door for private sector professionals to apply for top leadership role in public sector banks, including the managing director position at State Bank of India, a first in Indian bank history. Now, the reform marks, of course, a major shift in how leadership positions such as MD, CEO are selected across India's public financial institution. This decision is, of course, a part of a broader efforts to promote transparency, competition, and merit-based hiring at the highest level of the banking system. According to the communication reviewed by NDTV Profit, the Appointment Committee of Cabinet (ACC) has approved the revised consolidated guidelines for the appointment of whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MD, and executive directors in a public sector banks as well as state-run insurance companies. Now, under the new framework, private sector candidates can now apply for the SBI MD position, provided they meet certain eligibility criteria. Now, applicant must have at least 21 years of professional experience, including a minimum of 15 years in banking, and must have served either 2 years at the board level or 3 years at the highest below the board. Now, the Financial Services Institution Bureau, FSIB, the body responsible for recommending candidates for top financial sector appointments, has been empowered as well to engage independent HR agencies to assess private sector applicants. And notably, the government has kind of set aside the traditional appraisal report from the evaluation process, signaling a major shift towards a modern and performance driven the assessment model. Now, the Department of Financial Services under Finance Ministry has formally communicated these new changes to public sector bank and state-owned insurer, outlining the revised appointment procedures. The official said that move is expected to attract top talent from both public and private sector, fostering greater professionalism and accountability in public sector banking leadership.
All right, thanks, Shrimi, for getting us that update. So a couple of things have happened. The government has opened PSB leadership roles to private sector talent. And as we told you earlier, the SBI MD post is going to be open for private sector candidates as well, which is a landmark when it comes to Indian banking's history. But speaking of India and the UK have inked a defense deal worth £350 million. And this, in fact, deepens the strategic partnership and boosts jobs in both the countries. This contract will see the supply of UK-built air defense missiles to the Indian Army. In fact, let's take a look at some of the salient features of this contract. And for more on this, Anushi is standing by with that update.
As we were just speaking about, it's a big development that we are seeing for both India and UK in terms of this £350 million of defense deal that we are looking at. Now, what's essentially taking place here, that UK will be building lightweight multi-role missiles, and this would be manufactured there is what we are looking at. This would, of course, enhance overall India's defense capabilities as well. But the question mainly is, what is the opportunity that we are looking for the Indian defense players, since the manufacturing is happening in UK? Now, if you are looking at that, the possible opportunities for co-production technology transfer opens up for India. Along with that, they may also require support infrastructure for integration of these subsystems and components that we are looking place. This is where the Indian defense companies will play a role. Stocks in focus here is Bharat Dynamics, of course, which is the manufacturer of majority of missiles in India, is what we are seeing. Along with that, Bharat Electronics, which does create the support infrastructure for these missiles and subsystems, is another stock this in radar. Along with that, Astra Microwave and Solar Industries, a couple of other counters that we can watch out for. But in a related deal, we are also seeing an initial commitment of collaboration of around 250 million on electric powered engines which will be built for the naval ships as well. This is where all these shipbuilding companies also will play a role in terms of refits which will be happening. So your Cochin Shipyard, Garden Reach or Masgao Dock, a couple of stocks that could be on your radar. So this is the overall perspective in what's happening with India and UK's defense deal, and which are the stocks that we could keep on our radar.
All right, then thanks, Anushi, for getting us that update. So there you go. Those are some of the counters to keep in mind when it comes to defense. In fact, you do have Garden Reach Shipbuilders that is down about 1%. Some of those counters under pressure as we speak as well. But that's all the time that we have on this edition of Markets at 12. Thank you so much for tuning in. You don't go anywhere because Profit Buzzers takes all of the action forward.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV.
Hello and welcome to Profit Buzzers. This is Hiral Datia. Before we take a look at what markets are doing at this hour, the Pharma pack continues to remain in focus, and this is on the back of US, which has gone ahead and passed the US Biosecure Act. Now, this was under discussion in the US Congress. What is the Biosecure Act is what we need to know. Firstly, The US law proposes to safeguard biotech as well as health data, and it bars the US government and contractors from working with certain foreign biotech firms. In fact, it focuses mainly on Chinese companies because they see that as a security risk, and it promotes securing US biotech capacity. Now, if you talk about who are the beneficiaries on this, companies like Divi's Laboratories, Syngene International, Newland Labs, Jubilant Pharmova, Piramal Pharma, Laurus Labs, these are the ones which will benefit out of this act, on the back of which, if you see all the counters as well, which have climbed to the day's highest levels. What they've said is that this aims to limit the investment in sensitive Chinese industries. Apart from that, the Senate is targeting Chinese biotech investments in the defense bill as well. And if you talk about the companies, in terms of the kind of reaction that we saw, a lot of positives that do come in on this front. Firstly, if you talk about Syngene International, they've clearly indicated that the people, even if they've got great partnerships with some of their Chinese vendors, they don't want all of their supplies coming from one geography, particularly large cap companies. And that is what is taking much more seriously from here on. All of these companies trading at the day's highest levels on the back of the US Biosecure Act that has been passed as well. I'll just quickly take you through the companies which actually reacted from 25th of Jan 2024 to the 5th of December 2024, when this entire commentary had started. Divi's Laboratories, Syngene, Newland, Jubilant, Piramal Pharma, all of these counters saw gains in the range of almost 70% to almost 193%. So if you look at a long-term chart also, that will tell you the entire story. But clearly, if you have to look at the lines, a clear positive coming in for the CDMO companies in India. The Senate has said that they are targeting biotech investments in the defense bill as well. The new Biosecure Act will ban US funding for certain Chinese companies, and the US government may still grant a one-year waiver to Chinese companies in special cases. Now, this aims to limit the investment in sensitive Chinese industries. This becomes a key positive for the CDMO sector in India, and that's the reason why you're seeing this kind of a jump that's coming in terms of the pharma names as well. I will get my colleague Varsha to join in to tell us more in terms of how this benefits, because clear beneficiaries, if you can just have the charts yet again. Divi's Laboratories is one, Syngene, Newland, Jubilant Pharmova, Piramal, Laurus. Before that, let me just actually get in Raghvendra Kedia from Prosperity Advisors. Raghvendra, a clear positive because the US has gone ahead and passed the Biosecure Act, which is a clear positive for the CDMO companies. A good spike coming in terms of the counters as well. Your quick commentary, and what would you have to say?
Good afternoon, Hiral. Broadly, yes, this is definitely a welcome move, and we would say better late than never, where the pharma companies, specifically the large cap with their footprint in US, would benefit. So this is just a start. We expect more positive announcement to come in the next few weeks. So it's a positive, and then a bullish undercurrent would continue in the large cap pharma names. So we are upbeat on this announcement and expect few more to come in.
Stay with us. Let me get in my colleague Varsha to tell us more about this, who tracks this space pretty closely. Varsha, we've been talking about this since September, when we already mentioned on NDTV Profit that the US Biosecure Act is back again. Yes, there have been certain tweaks, and we did see those gyrations that did come in terms of pharma names as well. What is the key details that you're picking up so far? And two, the kind of impact that the CDMO companies would see, because all of them actually shooting up in trade right now as we speak.
Yes, absolutely. So finally, US has passed this Biosecure Act. Now, if you see, the key provisions of this act will be they're going to ban use of Chinese biotech firms tied to the military in US government contracts, and the rules will be effective within 60 days, and they'll be fully in force in up to 32 months. Now, there have been certain, changes when it comes to Biosecure Act, because earlier, if you see, they had given a specific names that these Chinese companies will be banned, but now they're going to revive annually which all Chinese companies will be banned. So the more Chinese firm can be added yearly, so there will be annual additions and deletions that would be made by US, and the existing contract get a 5-year relief period. So this is all when it comes to the provisions for the US Biosecure Act. Now coming to the companies, all the CDMO companies will actually be benefit from this. You have Syngene International, you have Laurus Lab, you have Divi's Lab, Cenerus Pharma, and Newland Labs. All these companies will actually be benefited, and even in their in their Q4 FY25 con call, they have mentioned that they are actually getting the inquiries when it comes to US companies, because US actually want to diversify their supply chain from China, considering the risk that the US faces. So overall, a big positive when it comes to CDMO companies.
Okay, this is a clear big positive when it comes to CDMO companies as well. Varsha, thank you so much for that. Raghavendra, you just mentioned that this is just the beginning, and from here you will see a lot of other good news that would be coming in. Pharma as a sector right now has been slightly subdued. Would you be a buyer of CDMO players at this point in time, seeing where valuations are, what's expected from the earnings as well? And if so, which would your top picks be from the CDMO players?
So, Hiral, we are looking at the pharma space with a positive bias and with a fresh look. And as I said, there might be more positive announcements. We believe that the strength in the US dollar would also be a positive catalyst. So that's another comforting factor. And the valuations, in light of the recent corrections, are slightly beaten down versus the other sectors. So there is a catch-up play also. So with dollar strength, a catch-up play, and this positive announcement, we believe that the pharma sector, specifically the large cap names, would benefit. Our top picks continues to remain to be Divi's Laboratories and Sun Pharma. Overall, we believe that they would actually augur well in the next 3 to 4 quarters. That earnings also, if the management has hinted on the commentary, would do well. So we believe a 50 to 20% upside in Divi's Laboratory and Sun Pharma from current levels, considering the global headwinds getting cleared in terms of positive announcements, dollar strength, and a catch-up play in terms of some new, fresh investment inflows coming in this sector.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the overall pharma space goes. All of these counters seeing strong moves in today's session. So probably there is some bit of momentum that is coming back in terms of the pharma sector. But moving on. The Appointments Committee of the Cabinet has approved revised guidelines for appointing whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MDs, and executive directors in the public sector banks and state-run insurers. Now, the move actually opens up the doors for private sector professionals to apply for top leadership roles in public sector banks, including the MD post at SBI, a first in Indian banking history. All this while, we've always seen the PSU leadership who then after retirement moves to the private banking space. Now it is going to be the reverse. How many takers is the quick question from here on. NDTV Profit broke this story first, and now the government has officially issued the notification confirming the landmark reform in banking appointments. Shrimi, what are you picking up?
Well, absolutely. Landmark move. The government has opened the door for private sector professional to apply for top leadership role in public sector banks, including the managing director position at State Bank of India, a first in Indian bank history. Now, the reform marks, of course, a major shift in how leadership positions such as MD, CEO are selected across India's public financial institution. This decision is, of course, a part of a broader efforts to promote transparency, competition, and merit-based hiring at the highest level of the banking system. According to the communication reviewed by NDTV Profit, the Appointment Committee of Cabinet, ACC, has approved the revised consolidated guidelines for the appointment of whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MD, and executive directors in a public sector banks as well as state-run insurance companies. Now, under the new framework, private sector candidates can now apply for the SBI MD position, provided they meet certain eligibility criteria. Now, applicant must have at least 21 years of professional experience, including a minimum of 15 years in banking, and must have served either 2 years at the board level or 3 years at the highest below the board. Now, the Financial Services Institution Bureau, FSIB, the body responsible for recommending candidates for top financial sector appointments, has been empowered as well to engage independent HR agencies to assess private sector applicants. And notably, the government has kind of set aside the traditional appraisal report from the evaluation process, signaling a major shift towards a modern and performance driven the assessment model. Now, the Department of Financial Services under Finance Ministry has formally communicated these new changes to public sector bank and state-owned insurer, outlining the revised appointment procedures. The official said that move is expected to attract top talent from both public and private sector, fostering greater professionalism and accountability in public sector banking leadership.
Okay, thank you so much for getting us all the updates, streaming, but we'll quickly slip into a short break. We'll be right back. Lots more lineup on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
Welcome back to NDTV Profit. Clearly, the markets are trading at the day's highest levels. Let's quickly pull up Nifty 50 and then we'll see what's happening with Bank Nifty as well. There you go, at the day's highest levels with gains of 0.5% coming in there. 25,300 is what you're tracking on Nifty 50. Let's pull up Bank Nifty and see what is firing on Bank Nifty as well right now. 0.8% higher, so clearly outperformance coming in from the banking majors as well. Let's look at the sectoral heat map to see who are the gainers and who are the losers in today's kind of trade, and then we look at the broader markets as well. Except metal and IT, all the other sectors are trading in the positive. Metals, yes, clearly seeing profit booking, but IT, after the 2 consecutive sessions of run-up that we saw ahead of TCS numbers, I think the street is not really happy with the commentary that's coming from the management as well, and the kind of pressure that TCS's investments into the data center business is going to put in terms of their return ratios is what the street probably is concerned about. And you're talking about the one-time impact coming in on the back of layoffs, and your wage hikes will come into effect only in the 3rd quarter. So that is what could probably put pressure on your margins as well. And I think that's what the street is not happy about when it comes to TCS. Let's look at the contributors on Nifty 50, and then we'll look at the broader markets as well very quickly. There you go, SBI, HDFC Bank, Axis Bank. So clearly it's the banking majors which are contributing to the kind of gains. TCS, yes, putting pressure. Clearly it's your Tata Group companies which are actually putting pressure on the markets, from a TCS to a Tata Steel to a Tech Mahindra, all of them down in trade. Let's look at the mid-cap and the small-cap index as well, because that's where the juice in terms of the action is. Again, at the day's highest levels, pretty much in line with what Nifty 50 is doing in trade. And overall, if you see in terms of individual counters, pretty interesting names that do pop up. For the likes of a Subex, that stock is seeing gains of 10%. Tata Communication is another one that we will be talking about during the day. Marksons, Jyoti CNC are also seeing some smart moves. Astra Micro trading under pressure. From the metal pack, you have Hind Copper, Hind Zinc also down in trade. Graphite, HEG, both these twins are also trading under pressure in today's session. So that's what the market mood check is looking like. But one stock that did see some good moves, KPI Green. They've received a power trading license from GERC, enabling it to trade electricity directly on exchanges and the short-term markets, on the back of which the stock is seeing gains of 3.5%. In fact, overall, this will authorize them to trade electricity in the open market and to optimize the returns from the 6+ gigawatt renewable portfolio that they are sitting on. It means that they have enhanced market access, and secondly, the revenue realization will absolutely be pretty strong for this company. So that's with regards to KPI Green. But let me ask Raghvendra. Raghvendra, your view with regards to KPI Green Energy on the back of the power trading license that they've got from GERC?
Definitely, this license will augur very well in terms of boosting the order book. Already, the company has reported excellent earnings in terms of the revenue going up by 55%, PAT going up on a full year basis by 60%. Broadly, we expect with this order book kind of visibility and order wins, the company KPI Green can easily report a full year earnings and EPS of around 20 rupees. And we give a moderate P multiple of around 30 times to a 20 EPS, which gives us a target of around 600. So that's a comfortable 35% upside in a 12-month investment horizon. The shareholding pattern has been steady at 49%. The company has a generous dividend policy and broadly a good management. So it becomes a natural partner to the government with its renewable expansion plan. So KPI Green at levels of 435 is a good investment for a 35% upside for levels of 600, considering the re-rating in terms of the EPS and the P multiples at 435, 600 target.
Okay, so that's with regards to KPI Green as well. But let's quickly slip into a short break. We'll be back. Lots more lined up on NDTV Profit. Please stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers on NDTV Profit. Now, some of the stocks that are buzzing in trade today, from a Subex to a Natco Pharma, Sona Comstar, Lloyds Engineering. Mahima joins us with all the details. Mahima, what's the buzz? Strong moves on these names.
Absolutely, Hiral. Strong moves is what we're seeing on all of these news makers. I start with Subex first. It has won an contract with Dutch telecom operator, which is onwards of US $6.62 million. And in terms of what is this contract about, it's going to be building a single platform for MVNO billing and wholesale settlement. The contract is for the next 6 years, and the option is there to extend it for further 2 years as well. The next one is Natco Pharma. It's won the case against Roche in Delhi High Court. The court has dismissed Roche's appeal on SMA drug patent. The idea was that Roche, Swiss multinational holding healthcare company, had filed a suit against them, and now that the decision is in their favor, the company will be allowed to launch the drug that is used for spinal muscular atrophy. The drug is priced at around 15,900 in terms of MRP, with extra discounts if need by. The next one is Sona Comstar, where there's a strategic collaboration that has taken place jointly between Sona Comstar and Neura Robotics, and this is for development of advanced technology components and sub-assemblies, industrialization of robots and humanoids in the Indian economy, and they believe that the world is entering in a new era of intelligence automation. That is why they've done this contract. Just a brief about what Neuro Robotics does. It basically was founded in 2019 by David Edger. It specializes in AI and robotics. The last one on my list is Lloyds Engineering, where the company has signed an MOU with Fly Focus, and this is to jointly development and manufacture Defender Signet UAV. So all of these counters buzzing on significant order wins or contracts or some decision from the court in the favor.
Okay, so that's with regards to the buzzers in trade today. Raghavendra, anything from the list that Mahima mentioned fits your bill where you see action and a good investment opportunity?
Well, we do like Subex. It's more of a contra call, and they are moving into the telecom AI software business, which in a very steady path. So that could be actually a wild card where the stock has corrected from levels of 24 to 12, and then with this today's spike of around 10%. We still believe that there is a significant juice in Subex for a 1-year investment horizon of around 30%. So we are looking at levels of around 15.5, 16. in Sobex, considering the high margin business and order book visibility. We also like Soma Comstar, considering their foray in automation and advanced analytics, which would actually be the new age business verticals for the company. So slow and the whole realization and the management commentary about how they would actually invest heavily in the advancements for Sona Comstar is actually also very comforting to us. So considering the buzzers of today, we do like Sobex as a contra call and Sona Comstars considering their foray in advanced high margin businesses.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the buzzers go. But now moving on, the way silver is seeing a rally, you have Kotak Mutual Fund, which has temporarily suspended the lump sum or switch-in subscriptions in Kotak Silver ETF Fund of Fund Global Silver Markets. In fact, they've experienced a sustained demand-supply deficit over the recent years, driving prices upwards. In light of this trend, they've been advising investors to consider allocating funds to silver as a part of a diversified portfolio. In fact, the domestic silver is currently trading at a significant premium compared to international prices, and this is due to the acute scarcity in India's physical silver market. In fact, Kotak Silver ETF, what they've said is that the widening price spread between international landing prices and domestic silver prices is pretty strong, and because of which they've stopped taking any lump sum when it comes to ETFs as well. You can see the kind of trend that you're already seeing. They've paused flows in silver ETF, citing high spot premium, and temporarily suspended subscriptions in silver ETF as well. Raghvendra, any quick view with regards to silver?
So if you are invested, continue holding the stock. Any dip can be taken as buying opportunity. The rally in precious metals has come after 40 years. So there is more leg to the rally. It could continue for another 5 years. Stay invested. Any dips should be taken as buying opportunity in silver, gold, platinum, palladium. We are upbeat on precious metals. Should be a significant proportion of your asset allocation.
Okay, buy on dips is the strategy. But stay with us, Raghvendra. We'll be taking a quick break. Be right back on NDTV Profit with lots more.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers right here on NDTV Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri. We've seen, some key aspects of the market over the last half an hour or so. The US Biosecure Act has some of the key updates that Varsha also covered. But one of the key important news flows is that India's corporate crown is caught in a tussle. Now we're talking about the Tata Group that is in the spotlight amid a boardroom feud. Is it there a resolution in sight? Sources close to Mehli Mistry have dismissed speculation, say that there is no interest in a Tata Sons board seat and no pressure to exit the Tata Trust as well. My colleague Nisha Podar, NDTV Profit's Executive Director for Corporates, joins in with more details on the same.
It's a crucial day in the Tata Trust feud that we have been reporting on. It is the first time that Tata Trust committee members are really meeting after the conflict within the trust members regarding the board seat of Tata Sons really came to the fore a few weeks back. So the two factions, one by Noel Tata and the other by Mehli Mistry, seem to be showing some signs of truce just ahead of the important meetings today. Now, that is a factor or has been impacted by two important aspects. First, the government intervention, and so second, the key milestone of the group, that is Ratan Tata's death anniversary yesterday, which also brought to the fore the questions of whether the stakeholders now can carry forward the legacy that was built by late Ratan Tata. On this matter, while speculations are rife on what turn could this conflict take as the trustees meet face to face in the committee meeting, well, we have sourced, or we have spoken to the sources who are close to Mehli Mistry's camp, and we gather that there is a huge softening of stance from Mehli Mistry's side. In fact, we do gather that Mehli Mistry is not really keen on any board position anymore in Tata Sons. There was a discussion on that. It didn't go in his favor, and he's ready to move on and forget about it and follow the usual course of business now at Tata Trust. It is also speculated whether Mehli Mistry will be under pressure now after this conflict to really relinquish his position or distance himself from the trust. We do gather from the source directly linked with Mehli Mistry that Mehli Mistry has had no pressure to step down from the trust, nor has this thought really crossed his mind. Going forward, it is expected from Mehli Mistry's camp that it will be business as usual and be smooth functioning of the philanthropic activities of the trust and the administrative decisions that need to be taken by the committee members. Now, why has this particular matter caught the attention of the entire country and the government? Well, it is crucial because, remember, Tata Trust owns 66% stake in the large conglomerate, business conglomerate Tata Sons, and therefore also has control over the key strategic decisions of the group. Remember, Tata Sons has over 30 companies under its fold, spanning from manufacturing in different areas to consumer goods to even airlines, Air India, and several global outfits as well, like Jaguar Land Rover. So considering the criticality of this matter, enormity of the matter, and smooth functioning of this trust and Tata Sons is very, very critical for the country, and therefore the top cabinet minister Amit Shah as well as Nirmala Sitharaman also stepped in to really call for a truce and to help resolve the matter. And therefore, it's going to be critical on the outcome of the crucial committee meeting of Tata Trusts today, and the big question, whether or not the legacy of late Ratan Tata will be upheld by these stakeholders.
Well, thanks so much for that, Nisha. But, the festive season is upon us, and always we do track airfares, which is a key focal point for a lot of passengers as well as customers. Now, airfares for Diwali 2025 have surged sharply, with rates on key domestic routes up over 50% on a YY basis. Demand for flights to spiritual hubs, especially like Ayodhya as well as Varanasi, have more than doubled in this particular time frame, while major metro cities are also witnessing record high bookings. Now, is India all set for its most expensive Diwali yet? My colleague Danish now joining us to give us a report on all of this. Danish, over to you.
Well, if you're planning to catch a flight this Diwali, then be ready to shell out more money from your pockets, as due to enhanced air travel demand, airfare has jumped across various routes across the country. Well, as exclusive data provided by Ixigo and Ease My Trip to NDTV Profit, we are seeing that air travel demand has increased between 60 to 70% in Diwali 2025 versus Diwali 2024, and this is also creating a huge impact on airfare, especially from metro to metro routes and from various metro to non-metro routes. Just to give you an example, airfare between Hyderabad to Delhi has almost increased by 50%. Similarly, airfare from Hyderabad to other metro cities has also increased between 30 to 50%. Whereas if we compare the overall air travel demand, it is also high. For example, if you talk about Ayodhya and Varanasi, which are major religious sectors, over here we are seeing airfare and the air travel demand increasing sharply. And as far as the demand is concerned, Ayodhya and Varanasi are seeing at least 100% jump in air travel demand. So all in all, if we see, if you want to travel from metro to non-metro, you'll also have to shell out more money. And despite that, even if you want to travel from a non-metro to a non-metro city, even over there, you'll have to spend more money from your pockets for catching your next flight.
Well, thanks so much for that, Danish. But Raghvendra, let me come to you. What do you make of all of this impact on actually stocks like Indigo, in the travel space, the travel booking space, Ixigo amongst others? Do you have any top picks from this space which get a huge benefit because of this?
Good afternoon, Puneet. Broadly, we believe that this is pure economics in terms of a demand supply. And so we would continue to stay invested in Indigo, Intergroup Aviation at levels of 5750. Believe that their overall occupancy and the fares would actually augur well. Correction in crude prices would also augur well in terms of margin. So Interglobe Aviation could be the best play to play this big jump in airfare prices. And also believe that the aviation minister should not intervene and put a cap. It's pure demand supply economics. We have similar pricing in Ola, Uber in terms of peak pricing or Tatkal or premium Tatkal tickets in railways. So why can't the airlines also do it? So it's simple demand supply economics, and the government should not intervene significantly and try to dent the margins. And if that continues to be the case, Interglobe Aviation would be a very good pick.
Got that, Raghvendra, but we are seeing the flashes on the bottom of your screen. We have the Amphi data released for the month of September. It seems to be that we have seen decent inflows at this particular point of time. Overall, the equity schemes have actually seen an inflow of about 30,000 crores in this particular month. Overall net inflow has been 43,000 crores versus a net inflow of about 52,000 crores in the same time last month, which we were tracking. The net AUM of the mutual fund industry has now increased to 75.6 lakh crore. And we'll start breaking those down as well with our guest who will be joining in a couple of minutes. But overall, when you look at some key aspects, let's pull up the FlexiCap data first. That's been one of the key categories that has had a lot of investor interest and a lot of investor build-up as well. We've seen roughly in terms of inflows last month, it was 7,679 crores. This month as well, it's continued to have a strong push of about 7,029 crores. In terms of the other funds that have seen decent inflows, we've seen the mid-cap fund actually see an inflow of about 5,000 crores in this particular month. And you see the trajectory of the net equity inflows as well. Let's pull up the chart again very quickly because it gives us a perspective of how this number contracts with the last few months and that number as well. So let's look at the net equity inflows is the one which I'm talking about, and pull that on the screen very quickly because we have seen the net equity inflows being quite positive. It's starting to see some deceleration compared to the highs that we saw sometime in June, but it's still a strong number to say the least as well, and get some more perspective across the funds. What was interesting, we also had the new fund offers in this particular month. Roughly about 2,000 odd crores is what we had, and in the large caps as well. That's the other one, from the lows of about 1,200 crores on a monthly basis in the month of May of 2025. This month we are close to 2,319 crores. So roughly about 30,000 crores is what we've got on an equity basis. In terms of the hybrid schemes as well, we've got a subtotal of 9,300 crores, and majority of them have actually been in the multi-asset allocation scheme, and that's a lot to do with what's happening with gold as well. So, but to, talk more about this as well as a lot more, I'm now being joined by Mr. Ashish Somaiya. He's the CEO at White Oak Capital AMC. Mr. Somaiya, thanks so much for joining in and a very good afternoon to you. I hope I'm audible to you, sir. Let me first ask you of what you make actually of the equity inflow number of about 30,000 crores. Is it largely in line with what you had estimated with the performance that we've seen at this time?
Yes, so thanks for having me. I think there's clearly one nuance out there which we need to point out, which is that if you see, for example, I always break it up into gross flow, redemption, and then net flow, because all of that will tell you a different perspective. So if you just look at net inflows, in the month of August, the net equity inflow was say 33,400 crores. In September, it is 30,000 crores. So on the surface of it, you might say, okay, it's just 10% up and down. But if you actually break it up into subscription and redemption, what you will find is that in the month of September, subscription has gone up by nearly 10%. So 61,000 has become 66,000. It's 66.5. So it's nearly 10% up. So despite a higher subscription, the net number has actually gone down, which means the redemptions have accelerated. So if you actually look at it, in August, the equity funds redemption was 27,500 crores. In September, the equity funds redemption is nearly 36,000 crores. So one thing you can see if you open the lid and go below the net numbers, you look at redemption. I think September over August, redemptions have gone up significantly. I mean, 27,000 becoming 36,000 redemption is not really a small number. And I think not in the same way, but some of that is visible even in the hybrids. But hybrids, fine, it's not a big change. But I think in equity, the key thing is that redemptions have gone up. It might have got to do with the fact that you saw subdued markets and then now you are seeing some recovery in markets. Maybe that could have led to that. But for me, one takeaway is that yes, redemptions have gone up.
And fair point, Mr. Somaiya. Thank you for pointing that out as well. You mentioned that some of the reasons might have been that there has been some underperformance in the market, people taking some money out. But we've also seen key aspects in the month of September, which was the GST-led reduction, and that's actually boosted a lot of consumption in key sectors like air conditioners, electronics, autos specifically as well. Do you expect that this positive momentum could lead to a lot of inflow in the month of October as well?
See, generally we expect and we set expectations whereby people should be longer term investors, and like you are rightly pointing out, that they should be forward looking investors. But unfortunately, recency bias generally plays very heavily on people's minds. So what has happened is, if you look through August and September of 2025 and then you compare it with August and September of 2024, in last 1 year the return is zero. Depending on which fund you are. I mean, if you are in a fund which has done well, then you would have got low single digit return. If you are in index, you would have got zero return or marginally negative return. And if you are in a fund which has not done so well, then you would have got negative return also. So one has seen that, people do tend to become a bit edgy when 1 year return becomes zero, or, in recent times people are not making money. Then, you would expect that they become a little edgy about performance and about numbers. The other thing which you may have noticed is that, for example, in the month of September, you can see clearly that gold ETFs got more than 8,500 crore nearly 8,500 crore of net flow, whereas in August it was barely 2,000 crores. So it is all, while you would expect people to be forward looking, it is all recency bias which is playing havoc. Otherwise, if you see, how do you add up that redemptions in equity have gone up and net flow in gold has actually gone up? So people are definitely doing some bit of rear view mirror driving is what I can say.
So, you made a very interesting point of the redemptions of almost 36,000 crores. And, I can see the data that sectoral as well as thematic funds out of that was almost 9,946 crores. Do you expect that a lot has been, in terms of churn has happened in some of the key sectors, and that money would have moved to what you highlighted in terms of gold funds amongst others?
Yeah, it's possible, right? Because in the last couple of years, people would not feel disappointed if the sectors and themes that they had bought, if they had been contrarian then they should have bought banking and healthcare. But we know that in last couple of years, people have bought all defense, railway, PSU, infrastructure, energy, power, and now the one-year return will be anemic or maybe zero even, right? So yes, I'm repeating myself, but it's the past performance which is playing heavily on people's mind. Otherwise, what explains suddenly 4x the net flow in gold ETFs, right? I mean, that's also an indicator.
Got that. Mr. Somaya, thanks so much for joining in, giving us perspective across the Amphi data as well. And, it came at a very timely aspect. So while we have seen inflows in equity schemes of about 30,000 crores, Mr. Somaya, very quick to highlight that the redemptions in the equity scheme have actually been higher compared to the last month, so almost 36,000 crores as well. So we'll keep bringing you some more data as we break down the Amphi data on the bottom of the screen as well. But time for a very quick break. We will be right back. A lot more lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch Ballerina.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers right here on NDTV Profit. Let's quickly pull up what TCS is doing right now, because it's a stock that was expected to be the talk of the town. Results largely in line with the estimates that we were working with, but the stock is negatively reacting today in trade, and that could be because of a couple of potential reasons. One, that they have seen significant reduction in headcounts by almost 19,700 personnel compared to the same time last quarter. And the other aspect is what we got this morning. The attrition number of almost 13.3% is much higher than the number of 12.3% on a YY basis. Brokerages also largely maintaining their view. If you can pull up the brokerage plate as well very quickly, it highlights that barring Avendus Spark, who's actually upgraded the stock this morning, we've seen most of the other brokerages maintain their rating as well as slightly increase or decrease their target prices. So something like a JP Morgan slightly increasing the target price to 4,050 rupees per share. They also highlighted that the company's venture into the data center space, an investment of $6 to $7 billion, while positive because of the high growth sector, is going to be dilutive on the return on capital employed ratio compared to the current traditional business. And hence, there could be some gains, but some losses as well to watch. So let me go across to Akshay first very quickly on this one, because Akshay, firstly, thanks so much for joining in and patiently waiting by. On TCS, we've actually seen the fundamental factors being discussed, but what does it look like on the charts? Because the stock's very close to its 52-week low yet. Any signs of trajectories seeing on the upside, or do you see that it'll largely be sideways going forward also?
So firstly, good afternoon. See, on the price charts, the price from where recently there was a pullback in TCS is a very crucial support. If you recollect, there was a previous instance way back in 2022 from where the support of 2850-2900 area proved as a very strong support, and you had a strong recovery rally all the way till 4600. So recently there has been a pullback from the same support of 2880. It's a massive support zone for TCS, and it's very unlikely that you may see this stock falling below these levels in the next 2 to 3 months. My sense is that although the downside is capped, we might get into a short-term consolidation phase where the cap or the lower end can be 2925, 2950. But one thing is for sure, there is some sign of a pullback which is happening slowly in TCS, and we can look forward for trading targets till around 3150 in next one and a half months time. So downside cap till 2950 and upside till 3150 is what the expectation on TCS on the price charts.
Got the view, Akshay. But Raghavendra, would you suggest that TCS's new venture into the data center space, largely any view that you have, because we've had mixed views from brokerages as well. How do you view that and your view on the stock?
So Puneet, specifically to the foreign data centers, I think it's a very competitive space right now. The honeymoon is over in terms of the margins, and it's kind of a crowded sector where TCS would be putting in around $6-7 billion. So the margins are not as lucrative in this business what they were 2 years ago. So that could be slightly less upbeat about in the days ahead. So that is our take on TCS, plus the concern in terms of the higher attrition on a relative basis, a headcount reduction of around 20,000 on a relative basis is concerning. I won't say yellow flags, but we would actually have a wait and watch approach right now on TCS unless the next quarter earnings and the commentary are comforting in terms of margin expansion, attrition rate, and how the forays pan out. We would actually be on the sidelines for TCS. We believe the positive catalyst for the entire IT space could come from dollar strength and any kind of potential US corporate tax reduction. Until then, it's a wait and watch on IT and wait and watch on TCS.
Got that, Raghavendra. But let's quickly pull up what a WeWork is doing. It was a recent listing today. Actually, the stock has listed and did go down to almost 4%. It's now hovering roughly down almost 2.5%. And while we have seen, it didn't get that kind of interest in this particular IPO, there were a couple of factors to watch. One was that in terms of profitability, it's still not profitable as of now. While FY25 numbers were profitable, we had seen Q1 again in terms of profitability being impacted and then slipping back in the red. The other aspect for WeWork was low subscription, and that could be led because of valuation comparison when you do it with someone like an Office as well, because Office already has 140,000 desks. So compared to something like 114,000 desks that WeWork operates. So it's not as if the company has been able to create a niche. While the brand does offer that confidence, the pricing as well as the profitability could be something to watch as well. But Raghavendra, do you have a view on WeWork? Because it's one of the IPOs in this week, over the last week essentially, that was one of the major interests along with LG, along with Tata Capital. any specific view that you have on WeWork as well as this particular space? Do you like something like a SmartWorks or Office much more than WeWork right now?
So, Puneet, there is a phrase which says a fumbled start makes the struggle long. So I think with the IPO subscription and the listing, WeWorks has actually a fumbled start, and there could be a long struggle. Now, when I refer to long struggle, I would want the company to be positive in terms of their EPS and profitability, which is not the case right now. So let us wait, give it another 2 to 3 quarters, 6 to 9 months before there is some green earnings in the balance sheet. In the entire space, we do like Office as the best pick over there. But again, on the valuations, any significant, they are kind of north of 40 P multiple. So unless the P multiples come in the range of 35 to 40 times, that is where we would actually review it from an investment point of view. Until then, it's a wait and watch. And considering the entire space of co-working space, we do like Office space as a top best performing stock in this particular sector.
Right.
We were wait and watch.
Akshay, 20-second view, if I can, on something like an Office, is that on the chart suggesting some continuous move?
It's more sideways. I think from here on, we do not see much of a major upside from here. It's going to be sideways. So I think just wait and watch is what we would advise in this space.
Well, Akshay, Raghavendra, thanks so much for joining in, giving us perspective across a bunch of spaces. But viewers, that's all the time we have on this edition of Profit Buzzers. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa, Guru?
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Anushi. In the next half an hour of trade, we'll take you through all the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today. But before that, if you look at the benchmark, that is the Nifty 50 index, it's comfortably above the 25,300 level, largely led by banks yet again. The Nifty Bank Index, that is up more than 500 points in trade, and Nifty IT, which was expected to be in green, is in fact in red. It's down around 0.2% in trade today.
Well, that's in terms of the benchmark indices, that's what we are looking at. But you know what's happening with the small cap and even the mid cap indices, we are seeing an uptick in terms of 0.6% of an uptick for small cap 250 as well. In fact, if you look at the top gainers, we have Jyoti, CNC, Reddington and Techno Electric clocking in gains of around 5 to 8% each in trade. However, on the losing side, if you are seeing what's under pressure, something like what pops up is Airlines Engineering, Hindustan Copper, which was in focus yesterday, is down as well. Along with that, even Manappuram Finance, we are seeing about 3% or also cuts. But in terms of higher volumes, Natco Pharma stands out. This is on the back of a news update as well. ITI, UCO Bank, some of the other counters wherein we are looking at higher volumes in trade today. A couple of other buzzing stocks, you have Tata Communications, which is in focus again. It's up over 11% as we speak. Subex is also buzzing on the back of an order win. 8%, 9-10% is the kind of up move that we are seeing. Jindal Photo continues to clock in gains for second consecutive day. Yesterday, we saw all Jindal related stocks seeing gains of more than 10 to 15% in trade as well. But let's shift focus to the management of the day. In fact, we have IFGL Refractories in focus, and Arasu Shanmugam, Director and CEO of the company, joins us. Hello and welcome to the show, sir. Firstly, let me start off by understanding the overall business outlook in terms of the steel prices. The first quarter, we did see margin pressure because of export outlook. Along with that, even the raw material prices. What's the kind of trends that we are seeing right now?
Okay, good afternoon and thank you for having me. Correct, as you said, there were pressures on raw material price increase, and at the same time, because of steel prices softening, owing to various imports, cheaper imports and all, which is already in the public domain. So these were the price forces which had a larger impact on our margin. But I would say now it's getting softened, and it's on the what you call plateau. So we in a way we are slowly coming out of this.
So does the double-digit margin guidance that you have given for FY26, does that stand? Want to understand the levers in terms of the second half?
Yeah, the first question, yes, we still maintain that our guidance, whatever we have said, double digit will happen. And the second half, particularly our ramp up of new capacity is what we have made. And that's going to be one of the key elements. And in addition to that, overall maintaining. And we are absolutely confident of meeting our budget guidelines for FY26, even as full year as well as H2.
So I do understand that Americas contribute a very small portion to your overall top line, but just wanted to understand from you any impact that you're seeing because of the tariffs that have been implemented.
Absolutely, very much positive, particularly for IFGL. We are the only Indian multinationals. We have 2 operations in America, and our business in America, they are gaining because of this tariff, and they are getting price increases for their own product because now they are free in America. Our own operation supplying to American market, they are now free from the impact of cheaper imports into that country. So to that extent, overall, this tariff impact is positively impacting IFGL.
Say for Q3 or Q3, say for Q2 or Q3, will the revenue growth and the margins be higher for the US business?
The revenue is going to be, slightly better, but the margins are going to be up by if not more, at least 5-6%.
Then why are you not increasing your overall margin guidance?
Overall margin guidance, because the America business for the whole company size, if you look at, it's insignificant. So its impact on the overall is very insignificant.
Okay, so that's in terms of America that we are seeing, but coming to the EU side of it, Europe, we are seeing some bit of that challenges. Want to understand what's the kind of outlook that you're building in right now? What were those challenges earlier and how have they started coming off? Because in the first quarter, if we see, there was like a 22% of a downtick that we are seeing in terms of exports. So what's the situation in terms of FY26 for export business?
Export business, yeah, definitely they are, there are some, further 1 or 2 large plants in Europe are also getting closed. So definitely on export to Europe, there is an impact, but that's going to be compensated by our domestic volume increase. And that's how, that's how, 3 years back, if you look at IFGL, India standalone, it used to be 40% from domestic, 60% from, export. But now we are almost like 30% only from export revenue. 70% is domestic. We have just reversed. And that's going to be even more. And at maybe 5 years down the line, we are looking at 80-20% when we are going to grow. So the domestic growth and its prospects are going to absolutely mitigate all those European, export impacts.
Till what timeline can we expect this 80-20 mix in terms of domestic and exports?
FY 28-29?
Okay.
Absolute.
Okay, and in the domestic side, if you look at, you have a couple of capacity expansion plans. In fact, one of them you've already begun. Just want to understand, what are the overall capex plans that you currently have? How much capex is to be utilized towards, if you can help us with the utilization levels as well?
Yeah, I see. The 2 projects what you are referring to is absolutely greenfield project. Both are new to IFGL product range. If you look at IFGL, predominantly it used to be flow control, solution provided to the steel making, people. But now we are broadening, spreading the risk across all. So these 2 plants primarily will cater to absolutely new market, which is new to IFGL, and both projects are starting, and we are, kind of like, for example, if you look at the project in Odisha, where we are going to invest around 300 to 350 crore. That's what their investment. And then another plant in Gujarat is also, we are going to invest around 200 crore. So both these are going to bring us both on non-steel, as well as on the iron side. So that way, we are broadening our market space, as well as increasing more and more to our product portfolios. It's a spreading of risk, as well as very important enabler for our growth.
Okay, so considering you have these capex plans in place, what's the overall capex size that we are looking at, and are the internal accruals sufficient for this kind of growth that you're seeing?
No, let's say we are looking at roughly around 70-30, 70 from definitely, the fund which we will generate, and 30% will be from internal accruals.
Okay, fair enough. So just want to say, so what's the kind of, if you just have to contextualize this in number, what's the kind of size that you're looking in terms of fundraising?
That's what I'm saying, 300, 350 crore and plus 200. Yeah, that's the kind of number we are.
Okay, and my last question to you is about the 15 to 20% of growth guidance that you've given. Would that be mainly domestic led? Is that the outlook that you want to maintain for the next 2-3 years as well, as you ramp up more of these capacities?
Absolutely. And that's standalone percentages. Whatever percentage you mentioned is for standalone, which is generated from India.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Shanmugam, for joining and sharing that outlook in terms of what's happening with IFGL refractories. But, just as we go towards that, we also have a guest joining us, that's G. Chokalingam, if we can have. But before that, if we can just pull what's happening, we also have visuals coming from N. Chandrasekhan just coming out of the board meet on what's happening with Tata Sons. But let's slip into a short break, but do keep a look in terms of what's happening in these exclusives.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Caps Buzzers. Before we talk about the buzzing stocks, let's bring up those exclusive visuals of N. Chandrasekharan coming out of the trustees' meet taking place at the Bombay House that has ended just a few minutes ago. Well, this is overall the take that we are seeing on the back of the Tata Trust feud, which is taking place. But, that's the overall development that we are seeing, Samit. What can you say about this?
Well, multiple stocks, in fact, it has been going on for quite a long, and multiple stocks that remain in focus, given the fact that there are 26 listed companies that are there in the Tata Group, and most of them are under pressure, given the fact that the outcome of this board meeting is still not known, and what would be the way forward for the group and the trust is still not clear out in public. So that is one key question that we still need to answer here, and that's the reason we are seeing a pressure in the share prices of most of them. In fact, TCS, which came out with a strong set of numbers, despite that, it's not gaining as much as what the street was expecting, and this is largely because of this selling pressure that we are seeing and the sentimentally negative pressure that is coming in on these Tata Group companies.
And so that is the overall take that we have currently. But with that also, let's welcome in our fundamental guest, G. Chokalingam, founder and MD of Economics Research, joins us. Hello and welcome to the show, Mr. Chokalingam. I'll start off with asking about IFGL refractories. The management was just there and they remain confident in terms of their revenue guidance and the capex plans forward. What's your view on this counter?
I would not recommend a buy on the stock, but I must admit that the management is very high quality. The company has been doing very well in the past, but now, because of the tariff war, there is a little uncertainty on the steel industry. So, therefore, the input supplier of steel industry would be continue to be under pressure. That's my view. And secondly, if you look at IFGL, it is trading at a very exorbitant P of over 60. And if you look at the net profit of 2025, it is somewhere near what it was during pre-COVID period, FY 2018 and FY
2019. So they are not able to improve earning significantly. 2025 was a big setback. The margin also in FY25 was about poor single digit 7%, and return ratios are also very poor. Yes, management is good, company is good, but I believe the industry is into difficult space, and that might continue. The pressure might continue in the short to medium term.
Moving on, the textile manufacturer Sangam India remains in focus. The stocks went up around 8% in trade at this moment. And do remember that multiple big bulls own stake in this company. So what could be the potential reason behind this move? Let's get in Mahima with more details on this.
So basically, just to give viewers a perspective as to what the company does, Sangam India is into business of manufacturing and selling of synthetic blended cotton, textiles, yarn, as well as fabrics and denim fabrics and ready-made garments as well. In terms of the geographical split for them, in terms of first half of FY25, around 64% of their revenue came from domestic and remaining 36% came from exports. In terms of revenue split with regards to the different product categories, PV yarn is around 24%, cotton yarn around 24%, denim fabric around 29%, woven fabric around 20%, and garments is a small segment of around 3%. This is as of first half of FY25. Now, the marquee investors that you were talking about, so Madhusudan Kela's wife and his company Anthem Investments combined hold around 15% stake in the company. 10.08% is held by Anthem Investments, and Madhuri Madhusudan Kela holds around 4.86% in the company, and Think India Opportunities Master Fund also holds around 2.4% stake in the company. In terms of where Q1 performance stands, revenue did see a good growth of 15%, but EBITDA and profits were under pressure, and this is largely because of depreciation and interest costs going up. EBITDA was down 3%, margins at 8.8% versus 10.4%, and profit was nearly down 85% for the counter. But overall, this particular company is set to benefit from the textile boost that we've received from UK FTA, and if things fare well with regards to US tariff also, this could be one of the counter that could be a beneficiary, because India's textile export is set to remain strong and is expected to cross around $100 billion by 2030. So this is the overall view of the company and what it does.
Sir, coming to you, have you tracked this counter, Sangam India? Any views on this counter? Should one go ahead and buy Sangam India at current levels?
No, I haven't tracked. In fact, I am staying away from textile companies, so I am not able to give any view on the stock. Sorry.
Well, let's slip into a short break and we'll be back with more news on the other side.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां। The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit, Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers. Well, Punjab-based real estate developer AGI Infra remains in focus. The stock is up 15% in trade. It's at its lifetime high. What could be the potential reason behind this? Let's get in Varsha.
The stock is, buzzing on the back of volumes, I would say. Well, this is a real estate developer in Punjab, delivered over 10 projects covering total saleable area of almost 8.9 square feet. Now, on to the recent updates, if I want to talk about one of their project which they've launched recently is the Jalandhar project, which they've launched on October 5. Now, the project has 6 towers with 713 flats, and it is registered with Punjab RERA, and the booking has already started from October 6. Now, also I would want to highlight on the ongoing projects which are in focus. One is the AGI Sky Villas premium luxury offering, and the other is where they're going to plan premium project AGI Sky Garden 2. Also, they are also onto the commercial launch. If I were to talk about, they are developing Urbana Square and other upcoming project for retail and business use. Onto the pre-sales trends, if you see over the years, in FY23 the pre-sale was at around 667 crore. Fast forward to FY25, pre-sale was around 366 crore. While onto the debt to equity ratio for FY25, it stands at around 0.4x.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that, Varsha. So that's the view on AGI Infra. Mr. Chokalingam, coming to you, there have been a couple of project additions from this particular stock. Want to get your perspective in terms of, what's the growth ahead for this company? The pre-sales also have also remained on the healthier side.
Growth has been good, but the valuation is very highly stretched. Trading P is over 48. So I would prefer much bigger, well-established player like Olectra Realty, or for that matter DLF, which are much cheaper than this stock. I think AGI Infra has already played out very well, and valuation is stretched, and therefore this is a time to consider booking profits. That's my research view.
Okay, so that's in terms of AGI Infra that we are seeing. Let's also talk about 5 Paisa Capital now. In fact, if you look at the stock, it had clocked in about significant highs during the day, but it has come off significantly. In fact, it's down about 2% right now. If you look at the intraday high, it was up over 15%. But if you look at the trading volumes now, that's where we are seeing action more than 725 times than the average is what we are looking at. In coming to the financial metrics of this particular business, revenue, if you look at, was down about 23% on the quarter basis, while profits saw about a 56% of a downtick. 45% of their revenue comes from the broking side, while allied services contribute to about 25% of the mix. Broking income this quarter, they saw about a 2% of a quarter-on-quarter decline, while average client fund booking was up over 17% on a sequential basis. Mr. Chokalingam, want to get your perspective on this counter?
One can hold it, and in fact one can buy also, because capital market infrastructure related stocks would do very well, as there is a structural change. A lot of investors are entering the market every week. Even last week over 5 lakh new registration happened in the demat account. And secondly, the stock also has already corrected a lot. And last 3 years, there has been a significant growth also in the profit consistently. So considering all that, hold or even buy for medium to long term.
Okay, so that's the view for 5 Paisa Capital. Thank you so much, Mr. Chokalingam, for joining and sharing perspective on all of these stocks that we've discussed on Small Cap Buzzers today. But that's all the time that we had on this particular edition. Stay tuned. India Market Close coming up next.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profit. I am Mahima Vachrajani and with me is Puneet Jhaveri. Let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. Well, this week is probably ending on a good note for the markets. The Nifty is now above the 25,300 levels, just 5 odd points, but still throughout the day what we've seen is that the Nifty has maintained at least the 25,250 levels, and that's a good sign for sure. The Bank Nifty trading around 56,700, around that 56,700 odd levels, seeing gains of almost a percent now, and that's also on a strong footing as well. We'll have to see as to whether this rally is largely led by private banks or public banks. We'll take a look at that. Let's try to pull up, before that, let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to how and what counters are actually contributing to that Nifty's gain. We're seeing Cipla up 2.8%, and largely this is because of the Biosecure Act amendment that's come in. You have your counters like SBI, Maruti, Axis Bank, Eicher Motors, Bajaj Auto, NTPC, Dr. Reddy's all seeing gains anywhere between that 1.7 to 1.6%. But you have counters like Tata Steel, TCS, Tech Mahindra, Tata Motors, Tata names being under pressure, down by about 1 odd percent to 0.7 to 0.6 odd percent each. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to how sectors are faring at the moment. And the bank rally that we were talking about is largely led by that PSU banks. It's up 1.9% and largely seeing that gain in the SBI that we are seeing. Nifty Realty also seeing good gains of about almost 2%. Nifty Pharma seeing gains of about 1.2 odd percent. Nifty Private Bank also is doing fairly well, so that momentum in Nifty Bank is contributed both by the private banks as well as the PSU banks. Nifty Healthcare up 1% as well. Both the Nifty Pharma and Healthcare seeing positive momentum after the kind of amendment we see in the Biosecure Act as well. Nifty Bank, we've talked about that. Nifty Auto is seeing gains of about 0.6 odd percent. But something that's slightly under pressure is your Nifty Defense and Nifty IT, down by about 0.1%. And Nifty Metals is where we are seeing profit booking today. We're seeing Hindustan Copper, Hindustan Zinc, some counters that are seeing profit booking after the kind of rally these stocks have seen. And try to pull up the advanced decline ratio, because that will give us a picture as to how the broader end of spectrum is looking like, and it's not very bad. I mean, in the past 4 days we've seen the charts narrowing by the hour till the market close, but that's not the case today. It's narrowed a tad bit, but we still have almost 2 advances versus 1 decline. So that's clearly a buyer's market today. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 and see as to how they have done. The mid cap 150 is up 0.4%. and the small cap 250 is also up 0.6% as well. But Puneet, any specific names that you're seeing, on the back of news, on the back of volumes, that are really buzzing in trade today?
Well, thank you for that. So it's definitely a lot more in the broader market that we're seeing today. Let's pull up the S&P 500, the BSE 500 very quickly. We'll pull up the S&P 500 tomorrow as well. But Tata Communication is one of them, which is the biggest gainer today. A lot of Tata Group stocks actually in focus on the story that my colleague Nisha put out earlier. Redington is seeing some buying as well. Yes Bank actually is up 7% right now in trade. Something like a KRBL is up 6%. Divi's Lab is continuing its positive momentum, up almost 5%. We did put out a story yesterday on Divi's Labs as well, that it could get one of the biggest benefits essentially in terms of a new drug discovery that they're doing. A new opportunity, largely not pricing yet in the numbers as well. But on the losing side, some a lot of metal actually companies are actually under pressure today. Hindustan Copper is one of them. SAIL is also continuing its downward momentum, while Manappuram Finance is the other one. Tata Elxsi is down 2.7%, came out with its results which were largely actually in line with the estimates. Profit was also up almost 7%, but the momentum very negative on Tata Elxsi, similar to what TCS is doing. TCS, while the results met estimates, we saw that the number essentially on terms of attrition and in terms of reduction in employees of almost 19,700 personnel has impacted the stock price, and its new investments in AI data centers, while will be a growth factor, it is expected to be dilutive in terms of return of capital employed. But to talk more about the market, I'm now joined by Mr. Ruchit Jain. He's the Vice President, Equity and Technical Wealth Management at Motilal Oswal. Ruchit, very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in. Let me actually first start off with these IT names, because, actually let me start off first with what your view is on the market, because yesterday we saw actually a very decent build-up closing at the day's high. What do you make of today's trading session and your expectations for Monday?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. Well, I think the broader market breadth speaks more about how the trend for the market is. And we can see that the advance decline issue clearly favoring the advances. And we are high top, high bottom structure has been in the formation in both Nifty as well as the Bank Nifty index. So we expect that the market's momentum would continue to be on the positive side. Whatever in between minor declines are being coming, they are getting bought into. On the Nifty's front, we are expecting levels around 24,450 to 25,500, where the previous swing highs are there, and that would be the next sort of resistance. But more strength is clearly seen in the banking space. If you look at last 15 days when the markets have seen an up move, the leadership or the outperformance has been seen from the banking index. The certain PSU banks or even private sector banks are participating in this up move, and that relative outperformance should lead to further momentum in the Bank Nifty index. So we are positive, have a positive outlook on the market. Definitely, we are not recommending more in the small cap names as of now, because if you look at the market breadth for mid cap versus small cap, while the market breadth for the mid cap has remained positive over the last few trading sessions, for the small cap, the market overall breadth is not that positive. So out of last 4 sessions, for 3 sessions, the market breadth for small cap has been on the negative side. So I think selective stock or stock buying should be done, and focus should be more on the larger mid-cap names or the large cap space, which are leading the markets higher.
Ruchit, what would you go ahead and buy today? Will it be more in the large cap space, or would you be venturing out to the mid cap and the small caps?
So I think a combination of both. Within the large cap space, Larsen & Toubro is one stock that we like at current levels. In fact, if you look at last 1.5 years, the stock has been into a consolidation phase. The stock has not given any returns. But the recent price volume action is turning quite bullish for the stock, and the stock is on the verge of a breakout of this 1.5 years of consolidation phase. So the risk reward ratio post this huge time-wise correction has become very much favorable for L&T at current levels. Keeping a stop loss below 3,680, we recommend to go long on L&T for potential targets around 4,000 in the near term. And PSU banking, of course, if you are a momentum trader or a short-term trader, you should not miss this rally where outperformance has been seen. PNB within this space has given a breakout from an cup and handle pattern on the weekly charts. And when you get such pattern breakout on the weekly charts, that to be very high volumes, we can expect a continuation of the uptrend going ahead. So PNB at current levels looks good for buying. One can keep stop loss below 114 and create fresh longs over here from a trading perspective for potential targets around 124.
Ruchit, what do you make of the current move in IT? Because we're not off to a very good start, at least on the fundamental side, and TCS being the benchmark, we are expecting that the furloughs will continue on the fundamental side in terms of employee reduction. We could see the attrition rate also starting to inch up. On the charts, I think, we had another guest that said that from September 2022, the low of about 2,880, that got saved on TCS. Do you have a concurrent view that we are off the lows, but what do you make of the momentum as well?
I think the result season always has been very important for IT, because what we see that how the markets react to the results and the management commentary, at least 1 quarter of price movement depends upon that. So recently we have seen that last few quarters, markets have not liked either the numbers or the management commentary, and that's why we have seen a decent underperformance in the IT space. Now, a few days ago, most of the IT stocks post the recent correction were in oversold territory. Stocks such as TCS, HCL Tech, Infosys. So we have seen a pullback move in last 6 or 7 trading sessions, but that may not result into an uptrend. But at least that could result into the trend changing from down to sideways. So we expect that at least in IT names, one should not be in a hurry to expect any kind of significant uptrend going ahead. Let some other heavyweights after this TCS stocks such as Infosys, HCL Tech, Wipro come out with the numbers and the guidance. So I think that one should take a decision whether to make fresh entry in IT names or not. But for now, it seems that the IT stocks would enter some sort of consolidation phase where maybe the price-wise worst phase has been done, but a time-wise correction can be seen going ahead.
Okay, so wait and watch for the IT names till the heavyweights come out with their earnings, is what Ruchit is saying. But viewers, with that, it's time to slip into a very short break, but we'll be right back with stock of the day, so do stay tuned.
market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru?
Welcome back to India Market Close. On to our stock of the day segment. We have Tata Communications now. The stock is up more than 10%. Let's pull up the stock very quickly. Continuing its momentum, 11.2% now. And Somit is joining us with all the key details of what's leading to this positive momentum. Somit.
In fact, Puneet, at one point of time, the stock was up as much as 15%, and this could be the biggest move that we have seen for Tata Communication in many years. Now, why is Tata Communications up in trade today? Now, this is after the announcement that has come in from TCS side, where they are saying that they will invest in data centers, and they are planning to invest close to $7 billion over the next 5 to 7 years. So what could be the impact of this on Tata Communication? Firstly, do remember that Tata Communication has a large land bank, and TCS will need land for developing data centers. So this land bank, that surplus land bank, what Tata Communication has at this moment, can be monetized to TCS. So that's the key biggest trigger that could come in for Tata Communication going forward. As I was mentioning, the surplus land bank gets monetizable. Apart from that, data center to data center connectivity, that business could see a big boost for Tata Communication, because they provide the cables and wires, and that segment could also benefit of Tata Communication, but that is data center to data center connectivity. Apart from that, TCS management on the conference call also spoke about synergies between the group companies. Now, if TCS is getting into the data center business, there could be synergies, and Tata Communication and Tata TCS could work together. Now, apart from that, if you remember, Tata Communication had some stake in NTT, which is a data center business. They sold off majority of their stake and now own only 24%, which clearly indicates the fact that data center is not the core business of Tata Communication. Also, post TCS announcement, Tata Group has two interests in data communication via TCS and via Tata Communication, and that should not be the case and won't be the case going forward. So this increases the possibility of monetization of the stake that Tata Communication currently owns in STT. So that could be the second monetization opportunity that could come in for Tata Communications going forward, and these are broadly the reasons why Tata Communication is up in trade. Now, if you look at how the analysts are currently pricing Tata Communication at this moment, 67% of them have a buy rating, 11 hold, sell, 22% of the analysts tracking the company. If you look at the consensus target price, it's at 1,890. It's largely priced in all the positives as per analysts. And if you look at the valuations, current valuations are at expensive. The 12-month forward EV to EBITDA for Tata Communication stands at around close to 11.5 times, as against the 5-year average valuation that we have seen, which stands at close to 10 times. So valuations are expensive. Stock seems to be fully priced in after today's move of 10% currently.
Well, thanks so much for that, Somit. And you know, the analyst views that Somit also gave were of Tata Communications and not TCS. So this was something 67% buy calls on this one. But Ruchit, let me come to you. You spoke about IT. You spoke about what you make of TCS as well. Any view that you have on Tata Communication?
The overall structure looks positive because today's move has seen a breakout of that hurdle of 1750, that too with very high volumes. So the stock could continue to do well, but the only thing is that for fresh positions, the risk reward ratio as of now is not that favorable post the recent run up, because the stop losses for trading would be quite far. So one can keep a buy and dip strategy in case in the near future, if we get any sort of pullback move, one should look for fresh entry at lower levels, while existing long positions, if anyone has bought earlier, then they can continue to hold on.
All right, so that's the view with regards to where Tata Communication is concerned and what moves we've seen on the counter today. But Ruchit, with that, thank you so much for taking out the time and giving us all those insights. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. The commodity space has been buzzing, and how there's gold, which has rallied quite significantly now, though below the $4,000 mark, but silver is shining as bright as gold and as copper as well, because it's crossed the $50 mark yet again. And the question really here is whether this rally is here to sustain or not, because we've seen in the past couple of years that it's reached the $50 mark but has crashed down to the teens level. So to take this conversation ahead, we are joined by Kishore Narne from Motilal Oswal Financial Services and Siddharth Srivastava of Mirae Asset Mutual Fund joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good morning to the both of you. Kishore, I'll come to you first. I was just talking about how silver in the past couple of years has done this earlier, right? It's touched the $50 mark but has crashed back to the teens levels. Do you think this time fundamentals are supportive enough for it to kind of not crash back to the teens levels but maybe come down to around 40s levels, or there is no holding back, the momentum is here to stay?
Good morning. And but actually, just to correct you, it didn't happen in a couple of years, but it's happened a long time back.
Okay.
So once in 1979 or something, and then the other is in 2010, 12 oddish. So it's like some time back. And both the times, actually, one is the manipulative or bubble kind of thing in 79, when the Wright brothers have tried to corner the silver market. So that's out and out bubble. Second was the liquidity driven rally, where most of the asset classes bubble was created post Lehman Brothers quantitative easing and all the liquidity which flooded the markets, actually. And silver also was one of the beneficiaries of that liquidity. But currently, what different is this time is that fundamentally silver has come into a positive territory on a commodity fundamental basis. What I mean is that the supply of silver, especially the primary silver, is much lower than the total estimated demand. So for the first time in almost 40 years, that silver first time is in the deficit. That's what we are seeing in the physical markets, where the premiums have shot up a lot. If you want physical silver today, it is trading much higher to the forwards. That means actually there is no lack of availability of the metal, number one. Number two is the buyers this time are different, in the sense these are large hedge funds and some of the family offices. Some of the buyers are ETFs, which are long-term in nature. They are not speculative in nature. Generally, the ETF buyers are slightly, they hold for a longer term. So the buyers are not instinctive. Of course, is there a short-term slightly overbought territory? Yes, maybe. So the corrections could be possible. Again, it's extremely difficult to predict that how much it will correct, but it will be a bull market correction, but not a trend reversal. So I can be at least, I can assure the viewers that the trend still remains intact. Of course, silver is a very volatile metal. It can correct 10-15% at any point of time if you have a news trigger sometime. So probably it can cover. But if you're looking at least 18 months to maybe 2 to 3 year kind of a perspective, we are still putting our estimated targets close to around $80 to $90 probably. In Indian terms, it can take you anywhere close to around 2.5 to 2.75 lakhs, given rupee dollar stays roughly under around $90 to $92 levels, 92 rupees per dollar levels. So the estimated targets are far higher, but absolutely in short term, there could be much higher risk. So anybody who is trying to enter the markets at this point of time could stagger their buying, probably look at ETFs, maybe SIP kind of accumulation over dips is a better way of doing it.
Got that, Kishore. But Siddharth, let me also get you into this conversation. We've actually seen a fund house today come out and stop lump sum investments in the silver ETFs. Is that something that you are also considering at your fund? And what do you expect essentially investors to do? Would you suggest them to move into an SIP kind of investment in the silver ETFs?
Yeah, so this issue of supply is being faced by the entire industry. So we are sorts of struggling to source silver bar, which is LBMA certified from the market, and that is why the silver ETFs are trading at significant premium. Just to give you a context, on 7th of October, the rough premium over the LBMA rate was around 2,800. And yesterday it was more than 8,000. In last 9th October over 7th October, the LBMA has moved by almost 2.6% or so, but Indian prices on spot has moved up by almost 5.9% solely because of the increase in premium. While one AMC has suspended, I think others will take a call, because right now it is very difficult to sort of predict when the inventory issues will be sort of normalized, whether it will take this weekend or 1 week or 2 weeks. So once we have more information, I think we'll take the call accordingly.
Siddharth, so just a follow up to that, if the other fund houses that are have silver ETFs in their portfolio, if they continue to allow investors to continue with their SIPs, from an investor point of view, any kind of advice that you would want to give users right now? Is it a cautionary advice, or would you recommend them to continue with their SIP?
So there are two things. First is that investors are able to purchase, buy or sell ETF units from exchange, and that trading price right now has this built-in premium, which is, like I mentioned, from 2,800 levels is now at 8,000 level, and you are seeing that without any significant movement in international market. So it's only moved, let's say, $1 or so, less than $1. You are seeing NAV, which is that of ETF, move to almost by 5 rupees, right? From 149 to 154 without any significant movement in the underlying international prices. So if a person is buying silver on exchange, he should be cautious that he is buying at an higher inbuilt premium. So if international prices move up, let's say by 10%, and this premium normalizes, his realized return might only be, let's say, 7% or so. So that is first caution. Second is that people typically do SIPs in fund of funds, which are valued at the day end based on ETF closing prices. So if ETF is trading at premium, the fund of fund valuation will also be at a premium. And if they are doing SIP and SIP is getting executed in these times, then their purchase price will also be higher. So I think people can avoid buying at this point in time and resume buying when this premium normalizes.
Right.
Unless until they have a very bullish view on silver.
Right. Siddharth, you make a very good point here. So just my final question to both of you gentlemen, a quick view if possible. Would you suggest to continue your investments in something like a gold ETF compared to silver as of now, since we've seen that spread widening compared to international prices? Kishore, your view first.
I think, see, both gold and silver trend will continue. But again, for silver ETF perspective, because it's trading much higher to the spot market, so you tomorrow it will normalize. The spread will normalize, and some of the ETFs might see, if somebody is buying today, they can see some underperformance in their returns because the premiums will normalize. Maybe down the line a month or two, maybe 3 months down the line, once the supply situation rectifies. But that kind of premiums are not there in gold. So just for the technicalities purpose, gold looks better as an ETF. But as a commodity, silver will continue to outperform gold returns in the next 18 to 24 months. Silver will give you anything above 30 to 40, 60% higher return than, so let's say if gold moves up by 10%, silver will move up by 15, 17%.
Right. Fair point, Kishore. And Siddharth, quick view. Would you concur with Kishore's view as well to switch to, because of the lack of premium essentially in gold, would you concur with Kishore's view on this?
Yeah, see, ultimately, if I normalize the premium and compare current premium to 3 days back, roughly in India, in equivalent terms, we are trading around $50.5 to $51 right now, compared to 49 something price which was there yesterday. So yes, from a technical point of view, I think buying gold is probably a bit more prudent because they are trading at normal levels. But we also continue to be a bit more bullish in the long term on silver. So avoid a bit for now, and depending on the price movement and near term analysis, take an informed call whether you want to buy silver at these levels or not.
Okay, Kishore and Siddharth, thank you so much for giving us those insights. I'm sure our viewers will now make a sane decision whether to invest in gold or silver. Thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a very short break, but we'll be right back on the other side, so do stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit, Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profits, where markets, are fairly stable. At the start of the show, they were trading around 0.5% higher, now around 0.46% higher, but in that same range of 25,300, so hovering around that 25,300 levels. Let's take it across to Kunal Shah, who's joining us from Mirae Asset Sharekhan, and we're also joined by Neerav Ashar of Latin Manhalal and Securities joining us now. Kunal, in the first 3 days of this week, we were not sure if we'll be able to, touch this 25,300 levels, but now we are touching those levels. From here on, do you think, the momentum is here to stay, or do you think there could be some pullback or time correction that we can see?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. See, I think definitely what we got a confirmation of that in yesterday's trading session only, that we are going to see the momentum on the upside. So the recent rally, what we have started from 24,600 for the Nifty indices, that has went up towards the mark of 25,500, 600 is what I'm expecting. So in the current run, we are in the fourth stage of this rally, and the last stage is now going to play out, which will take the index higher toward 25,500. So we are bullish on the indices. We expect 25,500, 600 to be achieved on the upside. For the Bank Nifty index, here also the bullish trend continues. Bank Nifty again has been one of the index where the sharp trend reversal has happened, where your private banks, where your PSU banks were already outperforming, and now the private banks participation has kicked in. So clear cut, there is a double boost for the Bank Nifty, and we expect Bank Nifty to surpass its all-time high level as well, and Bank Nifty to go towards the mark of at least 59,000, 60,000 on the upside. So Bank Nifty clear cut continues to be on the buy side. Immediate resistance is 57,000, 57,100, which is where the highest open interest is built up on the call side. Once that is taken out, then you will see the further upside move towards the mark of 57,500, 58,000 on the upside.
Okay, Kunal, and what about your picks for the day?
First, the two calls, both the calls are on the buy side. First is Hudco. Hudco on the technical charts has formed a symmetrical triangle pattern, and we expect this to break out on the upside. Strong weekly closing as well for the stock, and we expect this to continue its momentum towards 245, 250 mark on the upside. So Hudco is a buy at the current levels with a stop loss of 228. Second is L&T. Again, looking extremely strong on the chart. Again, a breakout what we have got on a weekly closing basis, and we expect this to continue its outperform in the next week as well. So L&T continues to be on the buy side with a stop loss of 3680, and one can look for targets of 4,000 on the upside in the coming.
Got that, Kunal. Neerav, let me come to you as well. Very good afternoon to you. We actually had some source-based news essentially on PSU banks allowing private banks essentially to be their MD and people essentially from the private side to become the managing directors in the bank. So that could be a very big positive even for some of the bigger names like SBI, like Bank of Baroda. What do you make of this particular space? Because Kunal definitely seeing positive momentum on the Nifty Bank, and that's what we've seen post quarter two updates as well. Your view?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invites. I think Yes, as you rightly pointed out, it could be a very positive move if we could see the private sector heads joining or in a position to join the PSU banks. I think that will bring a fresh perspective and a fresh approach as far as the PSU banking space is concerned. We are seeing a lot of rationalization happen in the PSU banking space. A lot of branch rationalization is happening. A lot of M&A activity, which we have witnessed in the past. So I think the focus is on improving the operational efficiencies of the banking system, and of course, HR is going to be a very important angle. So leadership changes definitely is going to work positively as far as PSU banks are concerned.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where some of these banking names are concerned, and of course the development that Puneet was talking about. But some stocks that are making news and are buzzing in trade today are Natco Pharma, Lloyds Engineering, as well as Godrej Properties and Puravankara. And Anushi joins us with all the details as to why they are buzzing. Anushi.
Hi, so I'll start off with Natco Pharma first. Now they've won a case against a drug patent case that was going on in Delhi High Court. This is by Roshi's appeal that we are looking at is on the SMA drug patent is what we are seeing. Do know that allowed Natco to launch generic Risdipalm in India, and this is to treat spinal muscular atrophy. That is what we are looking at. So that is in focus. We're seeing about a 3% of an uptick over there. Lloyds Engineering, another counter in focus. This is after they've signed a MOU with Fly Focus. This is to jointly develop and manufacture Defender Signet UAVs is what we are seeing. Apart from that, Puravankara also we are seeing the second quarter business update as well for this particular counter. If you just look at the second quarter numbers, pre-sales are up around 4%, while H1 pre-sales are up around 4%. That's remained on the muted side. Collections also we are looking at an 8% of an uptick in this quarter. However, in terms of GDV acquisitions, they've expanded their portfolio by adding projects worth about 9,100 crore in the first half of FY26 as well. Godrej Properties, again we are talking about the real estate space, and this is passing on the back of a Morgan Stanley note wherein they've maintained an equal rating on this particular stock, but they expect the share price of this particular counter to rise over the next 60 days is what they are seeing. This is on the back of robust Q2 pre-sales that they're expecting at the levels of around 9,300 crore or so. And again, they expect that this should mark a sharp recovery from a muted Q1 that we'd seen for this particular counter. So these are a couple of stocks which are buzzing in terms of the news that are happening.
Okay, Vanushi, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Kunal, Godrej Properties or Puravankara, any of these real estate names on your radar?
I think real estate has been one sector which has been an underperformer in the recent times, and now we are seeing some base formation happening at the lower levels. You might see the resistance coming at 925, 930 for the Nifty Reality Index, currently trading at 897. So you have a decent 20-30 points upside from the current level. So out of that, DLF is something which I'm keeping an eye on. Today, the stock has given us a fresh breakout on the technical charts and can go higher towards the mark of 760, 770 in the very short term.
Same question to you as well, Nirav. Anything in the real estate space that you're bullish on right now?
Well, I think we also like DLF, and apart from that, we started liking Marathon Gen Next and Ajmera Realty because of the prospects in the Navi Mumbai region.
Right, there's breaking news that you're seeing on the bottom of your screen right now, and that is Maria Corina Machado has been awarded the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize because she spent years working for the freedom of Venezuelan people. The Venezuelan regime was rigid in terms of holding on to power and its repression of the population that are not very well known to the world out there. But she's managed to hold elections there, and we've been seeing those trends globally as well, but she's managed to do that and has won the Nobel Peace Prize 2025.
What's interesting to me, and they don't give out this data, but if Donald Trump was even on the list, that's something which I wanted to know, because he wanted definitely one of the Peace Prize was, but of course, a lot of great work being done by Maria Corina Machado as well. But we'll take a quick break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. A lot more coming on the next side.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money,
Welcome back to India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. We're now going to our bull versus bear segment today, and we've chosen TCS. The stock is down more than 1% in trade today post its Q2 earnings. They reported a decent set of numbers which did meet estimates, but a lot more to talk about. My colleague Jasmeet is now joining in to give us a bull and a bear case for TCS. Jasmeet, over to you.
Well, right, thank you for that. So TCS comes up with the Q2 results. Now we look at the results are beat in the estimates. Well, let's quickly understand, even though they beat in the estimates, why did the stock react negatively in trade today? Going to the first bull case, the restructuring is underway for the company to be future ready, which is a positive for the company given that they're working towards the AI. But on the other hand, the restructuring is impacting on the profitability. It's adding up the cost. In this quarter, we see that a cost of roughly 1,200 odd crores dragging down the profits, and profit was nearly minus 5% down for this particular quarter. If we look at the next bull case, we see that the company is confident about the H2 given the healthy deal momentum for the following quarters. But given the healthy momentum, we also see the demand still remains stagnant and weak across vertical. That's another thing to watch out for. If we look at the third bull case, we see that the company is confident about the data center investment as it would create a systematic annual revenue from here on. But on the other hand, we have Jefferies coming up and saying that this will give a limited upside to the data center, given that data centers will have an higher investment and it wouldn't give the return given that TCS deals in asset-light industries and data center would add up to the more asset to the company. Well, look at the other aspect, we see that the company is exploring a lot of acquisitions options for the long-term growth. This is nearly after 3 quarters the company is looking to acquire more companies, but this would also create a hint given that there could be internal capability issues with the company given that they're acquiring entities outside. If you look at the valuation part, we see that the current valuation is at a 5-year low and it's the cheapest it has been in last 5 years. But on the other hand, if you look at the performance, it's the most underperformed among Nifty IT. It's nearly down 25 odd percentage. Lastly, to quickly understand what are the analysts saying on the same. The buy is at 36 while the hold are given by 10 analysts and the sell is by 5. If we look at the return potential, it's nearly down 26 odd percentage as of date.
Got that, Jasmeet. Thanks so much for that as well. But we caught up with the management, K. Krithivasan, the MD and CEO of the company. In fact, he talks about in great detail about the total contract value and what is also giving the optimism when it comes to FY26 and the expectations. Listen into what he had to say.
So first on TCV, definitely we had a $10 billion TCV supported by strong increase in BFSI in our consumer business and spread throughout the world. And it also has a good mix of renewals as well as new projects. So we are very comfortable with the TCV, and it puts us in the right place for future growth. In coming to the other point related to will FY26 be better than 25? See, we had a weak H1, and we believe based on the conversations we are having with the customer with the TCV we are signing, we believe our H2 will be better than H1. And by that token, at this time, I'm quite hopeful that FY26 international revenue of 26 could be better than 25.
Got that, and we largely had that management speaking on a key aspect of employees, why he's expecting FY26 to be better than FY25 as well. But Nirav, your view on the stock, because we've seen a material change in further investments in data centers, but it is a lower return on capital employed vertical compared to the IT services. Do you have a view on TCS, and does it expect to be sideways as of now?
Well, honestly, when we saw the results, we thought that it's a better than expected set of numbers. It's beaten the estimates, and there was an exceptional item of 1,135 crores, which is on account of restructuring. So overall, it seemed that the margins seemed to be all right, but I think what really spoiled the picture was the non-disclosure of the details regarding the headcount. Now it is being spoken that around 19,800 people have lost their jobs at TCS, and I think that could be a spoiler as far as the company is concerned. Apart from this, I think this investments in AI related businesses, I think seems to be a little bit too late at this point of time. So the market has taken it negatively. And overall, I think it's a cash-rich company, so it can consider certain inorganic initiatives too.
Okay, so that's with regards to where TCS is concerned. But moving on, it's that time of the show where my colleague Somit Sarkar joins us with all the chatter that he is hearing from the dealing room. And Somit, what are you hearing today?
Strong gains across the market that we are seeing. In fact, 25,200, which was a big resistance, has also markets are even higher beyond that level. In fact, now we are hovering around the 25,300 level. So key thing to watch now here is whether these gains will sustain or not going forward. But stock specific action, what dealers are indicating, pharma names Lupin and Cipla both continue to remain in focus. There are strong buy flows on both these pharma names. For Lupin, dealers are indicating that the planned clearance news could come in anytime soon. And when it comes to Cipla, couple of announcements are expected. Some tie-up announcement is what the street is indicating, and the second could be a drug launch announcement also expected very soon in case of Cipla. When it comes to HFCL, strong buy flows. Dealers are expecting that the second quarter number could be very strong. In fact, after reporting 2 consecutive quarters of losses, the company might report strong profits in the second quarter of FY26. When it comes to Maruti Suzuki and the Leela Hotel, there are buy flows on institutional desks. Both FI and DI have been accumulating this counter. Dealers are expecting strong set of numbers from both the names, that is Maruti and the Leela Hotel, in the second quarter compared to what the street estimates are. And lastly, when it comes to DLF and SBI, dealers indicate that there are strong buy flows on the domestic institutional desk in trade today. So keep an eye out for both these names, DLF and SBI as well.
Okay, Swami, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Kunal, I'll quickly come to you. Any of these names on your radar? HFCL, Lupin, he talked about Maruti Suzuki, Leela Hotels, DLF. Any of these on your radar?
I think definitely they are looking quite strong on the chart. My preferred pick over here would be Maruti. Maruti has been already trading in a strong uptrend, and we have seen a fresh breakout in today's trading session. So again, the recent swing high what it had made of 16,435, that will be taken out. I'm expecting Maruti to go towards the mark of 16,600. So Maruti is a buy for me. 16,600 to 17,000 is what you can expect in the stock in the very short term.
Okay, Kunal. All right. So that's with regards to where these counters are concerned. But with that, viewers, again, it's time to spend a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you small cap buzzers as well as BTST calls. So do stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Welcome back to India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. But a key news that we've been tracking since yesterday, the Tata Trust meeting is still underway and the signs of a truce are visible. This is the first time the Trust members are meeting after the feud for the board seat in the Tata Sons broke out. My colleague Nisha Podar joins us with exclusive details on what she's picking up on the forward for the corporate battle. Nisha, over to you.
Thanks for that. Yes, it's a crucial day for the Tata Trust's clash that we have been reporting on, because this is the first time that the Tata Trust members are meeting after their conflict on the board seat of Tata Sons has really broken out in public. So it is the time to really see which way Tata Trust is going to go. In fact, sources with direct knowledge have shared with NDTV Profit that the board meet of Tata Trusts is running smoothly, and that the discussions are on the charitable work as well as the philanthropic activities. In fact, a day before this, in the run-up to this meeting also, we have been reporting that the signs of truce between the two camps of Noel Tata on one side and Mehli Mistry on the other has been really taking place because of two factors. First, of course, the government intervention coming in, and the second, of course, that it was an important day of Ratan Tata's death anniversary as well, and that brought to fore the question of the legacy that Ratan Tata left for the Tata Group. So in that context, we did speak to one of the sources close to Mehli Mistry, and we did hear that he has hugely softened his stance, not interested in a board seat at the current moment, and also is not under any pressure to distance himself from Tata Trusts, and therefore was expecting a smooth functioning and more of a conciliatory approach toward the other trust members. More to be seen when the meeting really ends. It's a half a day long meeting and still underway. What we gather is that it has been smooth, no fireworks expected, at least at the moment.
No fireworks until now, but thanks so much for that, Nisha, getting us key perspective on this very, very crucial news, to say the least. Let me actually go across to Kunal, ask a couple of names on the Tata board, because we saw some key movers in stocks like Tata Communication Kunal, that largely seems to be with what's happening with TCS and its announcement on the AI data center venture. Any view on Tata Communication as well as your quick view on TCS as well?
Yeah, I think firstly on Tata Communication, the stock had been an underperformer. Now today is the weekly closing for the stock, so the resistance of 1800 has been taken out decisively on a closing basis, and there has been above average volumes as well. So you might get a dip towards that 1820, 1830 zone where your risk to reward ratio will be favorable. Probably at those levels one can go long and then can look for targets of 2100 on the upside. For TCS, again, TCS continues to consolidate in a narrow range. Over here, we will have a buy and dip approach. Dips towards the support zone would be a buying opportunity. The support zone is placed at the mark of 2950. So if you get a dip towards 2950, 2960, good point of entry. One can keep a stop loss on the downside of 2860, and one can look again for targets of 3200 on the upside.
All right, so that's with regards to where Tata Communication and TCS is concerned. But let's try to pull up the Nifty Metal Index and see as to how and what counters are seeing pain there. The Nifty Metal is down by about 0.84%. But if you can pull up the constituents, there you go. Except for just Adani Enterprises, all the other in the red. There's Hindustan Copper. There's also something like a SAIL, Hindustan Zinc, which are seeing significant amount of pressure. Nirav, I'll quickly come to you. We've seen a good rally in the past few days for Hindustan Copper, Hindustan Zinc. Today we are seeing a good correction on these counters, but fundamentally there's still a further upside is what the analysts are believing. Do you also concur to what they are saying, and do you think that this is a good time to buy on the dips?
Well, actually, it's advisable to keep a stop loss at this point of time as far as the metal counters are concerned, because they've run up quite a lot. And it's always important to remember that whenever the metals tend to rally, it's on account of a couple of reasons. One is the increased demand as well as supply side constraints. This time around, it's a combination of both. So I think one needs to be extra cautious as far as these counters are concerned, and needs to trade with a strict stop loss.
Got the view, Nirav. But Kunal, actually, let me get your quick view also on these metals plays. Hindustan Copper, actually, I know we've spoken to you when the big capex was announced. Anything in the metal side that you like, Kunal?
I think firstly, I'll give you an view on the metal index. So metal index, we have been constructively bullish on the entire space since the mark of 9,500, 600 from where the breakout had come in. Currently, the index is trading at 10,258 zone, and we have a positional target of 11,300 on the index. And that is where we are bullish on the entire space. Any dips in the metal sector could be a good buying opportunity over here to accumulate the sector. For me, the top pick over here would be Hindalco. Again, the stock has already given us a double top breakout on the technical charts, and now we have seen the correction getting over, and now we will see further upside into the stock. So Hindalco continues to be on the buy side with a stop loss of 740, which is the strong support zone. I'm expecting the stock to go towards 820, 840 in the very short term.
All right, it's time to step into a very quick break, but do stay tuned. Profit Ignite on the other side.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Welcome back to India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. But Nirav, let me come to you. We saw some key updates coming in on the Biosecure Act, and that could be a key beneficiaries for a lot of pharma players, the likes of Divi's, Newland Labs. Now that the overhang is gone, do you like anything in this particular space?
I think we continue to like Divi's Labs. And apart from this, we also like Biocon from medium to long term perspective. These are the two bets in this particular space.
Let's actually pull up, how Syngene, Newland Labs, Jubilant Pharma, Piramal Pharma, a lot of these counters that got that benefit because of that. Syngene up almost, 1.68%. We've also seen a positive move on, I think, Newland Labs as well. Let's pull up that also very quickly. So 2.4% on Jubilant Pharmova. Newland Labs is up 4.3% as we speak. Kunal, any of these names that you feel that the momentum could continue on these?
Yeah, I think Newland Lab looks the best place at the current levels. Neat and clean breakout has come in on the technical charts, and you can expect further momentum on the upside. The support for the stock on the downside is placed at 15,500, and you can expect the stock to go towards the mark of 18,000 in the very short term.
The other counter that will remain in focus tomorrow, I mean, of course, the markets are not open, but Avenue Supermarts is the counter that will come out with its earning tomorrow. And just to give viewers a perspective of what you can expect from the earnings, the business update, of course, had come in and where standalone revenue growth stood around 15.4%. But overall, on a consolidated level, the revenue growth is expected to be at around 14.6%. EBITDA around 13% is the kind of increase that we are expecting. Margins may be at the same levels as they were in Q2 FY25 at around 7.4% versus 7.6%, and profit may rise just about 1% is what the Bloomberg estimates are suggesting. In terms of what to expect, estimates are suggesting that implied same-store sales growth could be around that 3 to 4% mark. Margins, however, if comes as a surprise, could see an inching up, although Bloomberg estimates right now are not suggesting that. Throughput to continue to be impacted because of competitive intensity, which is, being given by these quick commerce players, plus the small city stores that are...
Much for joining us to celebrate your favorite time of the year. For generations, this festival has brought family and friends together. And this time around, we have several reasons to cheer. Diwali, of course, signifies the movement of individuals, of people, from darkness into light. It signifies so much more. It is a time of closing of books and the writing of new beginnings, new chapters. It is a time to invite Goddess Lakshmi into our homes, and we believe an opportunity to ignite our hearts and minds with the hope and belief of a prosperous future for our country and its businesses. This is Diwali edition of NDTV Profit Ignite, and I'm your host, Alex Matthew. We're coming to you live from the heart of Mumbai at Sofitel BKC. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of our distinguished guests, stalwarts of industry and markets. And to all of you tuning in from your homes and possibly from your offices as well. The conversations today, we hope, will help you chart a course through somewhat 2082 with surety and confidence. NDTV Profit Ignite, Diwali edition, is brought to you by our co-presenting partners, NSE and Usha, with banking partner Canara Bank, co-powered by Bank of Baroda and supported by our associate partners, SBI Mutual Fund and Tata Capital. I want you to look around the room and feel the energy that is buzzing right here. It's festive cheer, of course, but I already see from the faces in front of me that there is one thing that unites all of us, and it is the hope and the dream and the belief that we're marching towards a successful future, not just for the people in this room, but for everybody in this vast and beautiful country. So find your seats, settle in, and get ready as we gear up to lay the foundation for your profit. All right, now to officially kickstart things, let's get on stage Tamanna Inamdar, the managing editor of NDTV Profit.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome, Alex, and welcome to all of you on this Friday evening. We're just getting into the weekend mood. Yes, markets are still on, but we all know that the action is now winding down. So welcome everyone to the NDTV Profit Ignite Diwali edition. This is a very exciting idea that we're kicking off here. So I'm going to start by talking a bit about what is Ignite. What does Ignite mean for you? Is it setting something ablaze? Revving up your engines? Well, to me, it is a mind waking up to the knowledge and clarity in a fast changing, dynamic, and let's admit it, sometimes hostile world. The word ignite also to me means hope. This is something we all really need, and the overwhelming sentiment is one of hope. Yes, there is a tariff attack. We all wake up every day, wondering what the headline is coming in from the United States. But there's also hope that the Indian consumer, the Indian investor is hungry for growth. They will buy more, and not just TV, fridges, AC, real estate. They're also going to invest in their futures, in the markets. Look at the kind of action coming in right now in the primary markets. 4.6 lakh crore rupees worth of money is in just 2 IPOs, and there are at least 100 in this month. So there is certainty that India is now unstoppable, and all the red on the trading screen cannot change this. So our thought at NDTV Profit is to go beyond the regular coverage that you see every year before Diwali. Yes, we all do it, but this time we thought we should do something different. The idea is to ignite new opportunities and a renewed outlook. So look around. This is an intimate gathering of people who live, breathe, and celebrate the India growth story. Now, whether it's equities, insurance, consumption, or adopting the power of AI. With eminent market personalities that you will hear from today, Ashish Kumar Chauhan with us today. You'll hear from Manish Chokhani, Ramesh Damani, Nilesh Shah, Vijay Kedia, and the Mittal brothers who have democratized market information. How many of you all have that app on your phone right now? So because of this, you have unlimited access to the ideas of tomorrow. So as we celebrate Diwali and step into Samvat 2082, this edition is about renewal, optimism, and strategic action. So welcome again to NDTV Profit Ignite. Let me bring back Alex to kick off the day.
That perfectly sets the tone, I think, for the conversation. But to say that we want to reach out to crores of individuals, we say it quite often in the media business, and we've been saying it over the last few weeks and months. It's not an overstatement, because at the last count, we had over 13 crore unique investors in the securities market, and that number is growing extremely rapidly. It is, of course, our mission at NDTV Profit to equip our viewers and people that are tuning in with the information that they need to succeed. And it's important now because the capital markets are changing so rapidly that information asymmetry that was visible even a decade or less than a decade ago is now dwindling very quickly. We've had a fantastic journey in investor addition over the course of the 5 years, in particular post-COVID-19, but now we may just be at the precipice of the next big expansion in investor participation. And who better to talk about this rapidly changing landscape than someone who is at the heart of it? Please join me in welcoming on stage the Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of the National Stock Exchange, Ashish Kumar Chauhan. Please, sir, make your way. Big round of applause, please. And to speak to him, just to set the tone for this entire conclave, please, Tamanna, make your way to the stage.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Alex. Ashish ji, welcome. I can't think of anyone better to talk about the optimism and hope that the Indian markets are seeing right now than Ashish Kumar Chauhan. This is a true believer for the last 3 decades. Even when markets have gone through its worst, even when National Stock Exchange has gone through its worst, he is the SOS call that was made to rev things up. Ashish ji, आजकल आपके कैलेंडर भरे हुए होंगे IPO लिस्टिंग से. हाँ, to start with, रोज हम आपको देखते हैं, we cut to the freshest listing every day on NDTV Profit and we see Ashish ji with some company or the other who's ringing the bell. Now, the day when there are 4 or 5 IPOs, who do you choose with whom you will ring the bell?
No, thank you, and happy Deepavali to all your viewers. I think it's a great time for India, a great time to be Indian. And naturally, sometimes we do have 4 or 5 listings in a single day, and sometimes in various parts of India we have bell, so people can select to also do it in their city. But sometimes we have like 4 or 5 listings in NSE building itself, and sometimes they use my room also to ring the bell. So I have to vacate my room for the bell ringing ceremony. So that's how so many happen. And of course, whoever is doing the listing on the atrium, which is where the largest number of listings happen, I try to be there, but I try to also go and take photo at the end with all the listed companies just for the sake of record.
Yeah, I think the booking for Ashish ji right now must be more than any star in Bollywood, because the number of listings and the amount of his time, aapka calendar must be fully blocked, I'm sure.
And I mean, I usually don't know, but I go to the same time and then they tell me go there and I have to do the listing. So it's like a priest job, like a pujari job in the temple. You have to wake up at 5 and do it. Whichever judgment comes, you have to still do the same thing, right? So that's how I do it for last so many years.
No, but jokes apart, what it's telling us is how robust the primary market has become. Because look at the range of companies coming in. There are giant IPOs right now. There's LG, there's Tata Capital. There are smaller IPOs. You might see listing gains in some. Others don't have such a great listing. Nevertheless, it's telling you about the appetite of the Indian business community and the investor. You've seen this for so many decades. How do you look at this trend?
In a way, stock markets were not considered that important in the overall scheme of things in terms of the macroeconomics, in terms of policy making for almost 70 years. And the entire planning model which we sort of adopted in terms of the Mahalanobis model initially by Prime Minister Nehru and things like that, we were very impressed by the what I call the planned economy. And so the stock markets, usually in a socialist country, they get closed down. Fortunately, they didn't close stock markets down when we became independent. And so we have a tradition, but they were like considered a little nuisance to be tolerated rather than a mainstream. But once the NSE came in, that's same time the liberalization also happened. And so slowly, the market cap, which used to be probably 3,70,000 crores or give and take a little that time, has now in 30 years time has now become 460 lakh crore, right? Almost 125, 130 times. And that tells you that most people are now trusting stock markets. More importantly, more than stock markets, they are trusting the entrepreneurs. For me, 78 years of India's independence, what have we earned as a nation is that our small investors' trust in our entrepreneurs is what we have earned, right?
That's a personal story for you. I don't know if many people know this, lekin scam ke victim aap bhi rahe hain. The Harshad Mehta scam.
Yes.
Tell us about that, because what a journey we've made from losing faith in Indian capital markets to, I would say, having blind faith. The SIP numbers from today is telling you that. Dunya mein kuch bhi ho jaye, the Indian investors standing strong.
No, in my own story, I started my first job in 91, where we were having a balance of payment crisis. And just out of a MBA college, you thought you were the smartest, which is what the exuberance of youth with some amount of sort of training gives you, and overconfidence. And so my salary was 3,000 rupees and I lost 50,000 rupees in the Harshad Mehta scandal. And so it took me a long time to recoup and pay back and stuff. But idea is not to over leverage, not to trade in things which you don't understand, and don't trade in derivatives.
But I'm going to stop you there. Just think of that. 3,000 rupees was the salary. He was leveraged at 50,000 rupees, which he lost. There are enough people out there today, and no, there is no scam, but who are as leveraged. What is the caution for them?
No, leverage is the ultimate problem For companies, when things turn, people who are leveraged are not able to handle themselves, and that's about companies true, but it's also more about individuals. That companies have at least a bankruptcy process in India now. Earlier they were not there. But individuals have no bankruptcy process. So you get stuck for very, very long period in life, and that's why don't leverage, especially for trading or investing. If you have money, first go for house, get some insurance, go for some fixed deposits, save yourself first. After that, 5-10% of your total net worth, if you invest in stock markets, it's okay. But if you are an investor, you are okay. If you think by buying in the morning and selling in the afternoon is called investment, it is not. Although Tamanna might try hard to do the stop loss stuff and all, please don't even get involved. And even if I try, and I'm considered a person who brought derivatives, but it's a very sophisticated instrument. It's not for retail investors. Please don't ever come to this derivatives market if you don't understand it.
You've given me the perfect cue to what I wanted to ask you. Derivatives market, the regulator is going hammer and tongs. You have a very large brokerage player who's saying that their revenues from this space has gone down 40%. What is it looking like for the National Stock Exchange? Are you seeing some of that action drying up?
No, we are. Of course, even when the new regulations were coming up, we had said that this is going to affect revenues by 40 to 60%, and people were not believing. I think even on your channel, there are recordings which say that's not going to affect. But we know, and there are cycles. So what happens is the cycle actually matched with the new regulations coming in play last year, and the market slowed down. At the same time, the new regulations on derivatives both came together. In case they had not synchronized, probably the fall in the revenues would have been much lesser if the markets were going up even further. Then you would have seen some inflow even in derivatives at that time. But since the markets also didn't give great returns in last 1 year, and also the new derivatives regulations came, you saw the interest going down. So at some point in peak, I think January, February, probably 24, we were running 30-40 lakh people trading every month in derivatives. Now probably 20-22 lakhs in that range are trading in derivatives. So you can see even the number of people trading in derivatives are coming down and things like that, the unique investors.
But you do have now, you're planning new options for daily expiry, but for foreign investors?
No, it's again, the GIFT City market is for the foreigners or for the sophisticated people. So that's a different market. It's not the same market. And there, for the knowledge of the viewers, that market has options available even for monthly. Nobody trades monthly options there also, neither weekly, because that market does not have STT. And that market trades only futures for last 25 years. When it was in Singapore, when it is in GIFT City for last 3 years. Why? Is because India has a huge differential on a notional basis between the STT applicable to the futures versus options. That is, the options is charged on premium and futures are charged on notional. That's where there is an arbitrage, as I call it, tax arbitrage. That's why the Indian market from 2008 started going more towards options premium. 2004, when the STT was employed, that time the options premium plus the notional were charged the STT, and futures were charged on notional. So both had equivalent. That time, 2004 to 2008, there was no difference in terms of the trading volume in notional basis between options and futures. As soon as you went on premium charge, it took off. And now, at the same time, if you look at the other way around, that the notional traded, that what is actual value traded in options is even now probably 1/4 or 1/5 of futures, even in the local markets. And that's why many times we make up things on notional basis, many times we make up things on premium basis. So like I think 3 months back or 4 months back, we were in a debate and somebody said that we are trading so much notional, and I said that basically what is traded is actually the premium part, not the notional, right? And but we are the largest derivatives trading country in the world. And I said, no, that is not true, because what is traded is premium. In America today, on a monthly basis, they trade almost 4 or 5 times more than India's total derivatives premium, if you take options to options. And sometimes Tesla options alone, Tesla's options trade more than the entire derivatives market of India for months. And so we have made up in our mind that grapes trade more in numbers, whereas the watermelons trade less in numbers. We are selling grapes and we are largest. That doesn't work, and that's what we have made up. We have been made to believe by whatever incessant stuff that is going on. But we are not the largest derivatives market in the world by miles. We are like 20% of just the options market of America.
No, but the hunger is there. We saw it, and that's why the government stepped in. Just before we wrap, I think I want to talk a bit about what is happening in the markets right now. And there's one figure which has an impact almost every day, who's sitting in the United States, who wants a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think, Chauhan Saab, who do you think will get the Nobel Peace Prize today?
No, today, at least yesterday night, the news came that it's for the next year. So he has to perform better like all of us.
Why are you talking?
So he has been given a carrot, and so he has to run more. Hopefully either he will lose interest or something else will happen. But in case he works harder for next 1 year, then world will have peace, right? Either PIEC or PEAC, right? That is the difference between the two.
So, as we're going into closing bell, and we'll do that in just a minute, your one advice very quickly for the Indian investor: will we see new highs on the Nifty, you think, by the time we hit the Samvat?
I hope it does. And today, I think yesterday's Prime Minister's tweet on his talk with Mr. Trump, yesterday's a summit meeting with the Prime Minister UK, and of course his talk with even Prime Minister of Israel. I think overall things are turning better for India. Last almost 9-10 months were what I call weak because of the uncertainties coming out of tariffs specifically on India. If it turns good, that's what today's market, if you see today's market, it started going up and now 0.5% up, which is like a surprise to me in last 6 months, right? And so I think it's good days coming, and hopefully before this Samvat ends, we would be in that higher zone.
That's a true market master. आप कहीं पे भी बैठे हो, भाव पर एक नजर है. Thank you so much, Ashish Kumar Chauhan, for speaking with us. A warm round of applause for the ultimate bull of the Indian market.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to the both of you for a lovely conversation. Please stay where you are, because, as they say, as I said at the start, some things draw to a close and new things begin. And of course, Diwali is all about that. You close one chapter and you start a new one. And of course, we're waiting for a couple of minutes to symbolically close the market day so that we can put all of our attention to what is happening on stage. And I wouldn't blame some of the market men, market women here for keeping one eye glanced at their screen to figure out what the latest bhav is. Of course, closing bell is just a couple of minutes away, and we're going to do it symbolically right here, and we're going to call a few people on stage to do that. Of course, 2 of them already here. Ashish Kumar, can you please make your way to the NSE bell? You've done this often enough. You can lead the platoon. Tamanna, please make your way as well. And to join them on stage, I would like to call Rahul Kanwal, NDTV Network's Chief Executive Officer and Editor-in-Chief, Mandeep Singh as well, Revenue Head of Television Network NDTV, as well as NDTV Profit's own Neeraj Shah. Neeraj, make your way to the stage, please. What we're going to do in this room is we're going to count it down for them because they can't really see the time. We'll play this up on your screen right here, and we're going to count it down for you. Everybody's going to count with me, so make sure that you have your voices ready. Of course.
She's going to teach us how to do it. बताइए sir, क्या करना है?
So at the right time, what happens is the market, the people start clapping like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 like that. Yeah, it started.
7.
So, and now you have to ring the bell very hard. If you ring harder, at 1, yeah. 1.
There you go.
And I tell the promoters and the managing directors saying, if you ring bell harder and many times, and if it's done well, then prices go up.
Then let's ring it. Then we should ring it more. Right?
So everyone is like very enthusiastic.
So many people sitting in the audience, they might want to come and say, "Hum bhi thoda sa ghanti bajane."
Yes. And so Bell is here after the event. All of you are welcome.
Thank you so much. But it's fantastic that you agreed to have this symbolic and beautiful bell brought here. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Ashish ji, for joining Tamanna and the NDTV Profit team here. It means a lot to have you here and to have your support as we get set for the new Samvat. You're super excited about the year ahead?
Absolutely. No, I think next year we are going to do much better than what we did last year. The monsoon has been great, and India in a way runs on monsoon, right? So the demand comes out of the crops and the monsoon, and of course the new ways of doing things, the new sort of tie-ups on many areas with the rest of the world is going to take us to newer ways of doing things.
Also, I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely. You can come to my office and you can see.
And that could be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing because you're being watched. It's the bad thing was that those many calls of complaints as well, which again is a good thing because as you talk about the year and everything that's being done, Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investors is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. Because if you work on trading incessantly, you are not investing in a productive capital. What we require is productive investments, long-term investments, and everyone who trades in a way, especially frequently, is losing a lot of money just on the transaction charges. Don't do that. Invest for the long term.
The Samvat can change. Ashish ji's advice stays the same. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for watching Profit in the way that you're doing. We'll keep working very hard over the year and hopefully have you back at many more such conversations. This was the Diwali edition. There'll be a budget edition, and there'll be many more, and we hope to have you for many of those as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Before you make your way off the stage, please can you make your way to the center of the stage for a quick photo op.
Alex, why don't you join us? NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Haruni Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
Have a seat, gentlemen. We'll have a small window for questions from the audience, so keep them ready. In order to keep this lively, please keep it very short. But then, before we get to that, Neeraj Shah, the Executive Editor Markets at NDTV Profit, please join us on stage. Everybody, you know Neeraj, put your hands together.
The mics to your right are yours. Okay, so the idea of this panel was to try and understand how is it that all of us can best use AI in our investing process, because AI has permeated all our lives in multiple ways, and if we can actually use AI to improve our research abilities and thereby our stock picking abilities, then it will go a long way in trying to make all of us better investors. And who better than people who are kind of developing the tools in their own platforms, which are used by millions of Indians, to tell us how is it that AI has permeated their platforms and what is it that they think about the use of AI. So gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in. Ayush, I'll start with you. Screener वैसे तो perfect था, right? Then you thought that, okay, there is so much that Screener has done, but we want to introduce AI as well, right? So where did this thought come from, and how do you guys contemplate using AI in your own journeys around investing?
First of all, Neeraj and NDTV Profit, thank you for inviting us and making us part of your prestigious program. NDTV is doing a great job, and we are really thankful for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
For all the viewers, Happy Diwali from our side. Wish you a very prosperous Samvat. My dad started investing almost 30-40 odd years back, and since then it has been we have seen how the information data has been evolving. Earlier, when he started his journey, it was very hard to even get an annual report on time. We only used to get an annual report maybe 6 months or a year after the year was over. So it was so hard, and I started just helping him out on collating data better, and that is where Screener was born when Pratyush joined us. So it has been an effort where we struggle on the data points, we tried automating them, providing all our users maximum data point which can be made available, so that people can do better research, minimize their mistakes, and take better informed decision making. So that has been the objective. From what started off with an effort to have more data, today it's the opposite. I think thanks to the regulatory framework, the way the compliances are, the way the companies have opened up with so many listings that are happening that we talked about today, the data out there is humongous. And for an investor like me, it was becoming super hard to even absorb or understand all this data which is out there. And if you don't act fast well enough, then you're far behind. So that is where, as we started working on AI, how it is evolving, we understood the power of AI. Today, maybe Pratyush can talk how the technology is evolving, but that is where we found so many use cases which were very powerful, which were helping me in my own personal investing journey, and that is where we have tried to automate, and we have brought out Screener AI.
Okay. Pratyush, you want to add to that? Because when one uses AI, you figure out that there are 1,000 pieces on X, for example, कि use this prompt. ये prompt use करो तो अच्छा result आएगा. ये prompt use करो तो शायद अच्छा ना आए. Right? Both you guys have kind of developed great products for usage. How do you think of using AI in the investing journey? Because I'm guessing some of those things you imbibe in your platform as well. We start with you and then go to Sumit.
Sure. So first of all, thanks a lot for this event, and thanks for the invite, and very happy Diwali to everyone. Regarding AI, it is a very exciting time. हम लोग बहुत lucky है इस time पे जहाँ पे इतना अच्छा developments हो रहा है. This is the first time there are AI models which can understand natural language, and they are able to process documents. And as Priya said, that the huge amount of documents are increasing today, and it's very hard to keep track of all the annual reports, DRHPs, announcements. Every day more than 3,000 announcements are made on the exchange. And that's where these new tools, new models are very useful in summarizing them, filtering them, finding out just out of 3,000 announcements, which ones are the important announcements that I should be looking at. Within a con call transcript, what were the main things that were talked about? Give me a summary of it. And that's where that AI power is very useful. On Screener AI, we have tried to, like these tools are very powerful, but it's very hard to use them actually. And that's where on Screener, we try to make it very easy for everyone. That prompt that you said, that prompt engineering, learning prompt engineering. So all those things have been taken care of. Which model should I use? That's a common question every day. New models comes up. Grok is doing wonderful thing, Chat GPT, everyone is doing. So we optimize all of those things, make it simple, make it easy, and provide it access to those official documents so that it can, instead of worrying on how to upload the documents and provide and how to ask questions around those documents, those things are automatically taken care of, and we can go ahead and just ask our questions on top of our mind. We can do the thinking job and get someone to answer them.
वैसे मैं पूछने वाला हूँ आप क्या क्वेश्चंस पूछते हो अपने ऐप पे, right? But सुमित, please come in और आप भी बताएं. I mean, how do you use AI in your investing process? Whether you use it on your own platform or on Perplexity or on XAI or Chat GPT or Screener, however.
First of all, thank you Neeraj and NDTV for the opportunity and happy Diwali everyone. So I'll go back a little into history, 10 years back. So the initial thought that I had in my mind was equity research back then was globally pretty much a very manual process. So there were analysts who were like, consuming information from various databases, bringing them to an Excel sheet, making DCF or various other models, adding some macro layer on top of it, adding technicals to it, and eventually identifying, okay, which are the stocks should be a part of my portfolios. Now, I realized that over the last 20-25 years, the amount of data that is available has increased multi-times. That's point number one. The second is, the correlations between market. So back in the 90s, or even 2000s, early 2000s, whatever happens in India were the impacting factors for the Indian market, not anymore now. So anything happens even in the smallest of the country where India trades with, we have an impact in our market. So it has become super important for us to understand the cross-market correlations. Now that increases your data by X number of times. So now humanly, it is impossible to ingest so much of data, understand, process it. That's where AI comes into picture. So back in 2016, when I started Jarvis, we initially started building on the Indian markets, multiple correlations of how a sector would perform, how a particular stock within a sector would perform. Today, we look at about 10 global markets beyond India. And we have got a very beautiful, model built in for a cross-market correlation, not just India. And in terms of usage, so we don't provide research to the users, we provide the end outcome. So we are a part of the outcome. So we are, you can say we are the alpha for you. So irrespective whether it's a retail investor or it's a portfolio manager or an asset management company. So we cater to this entire range of investors.
So Sumit, आप कैसे use करते हो? Do you use AI for bottom-up research? Do you use AI for cross-market correlations, top-down research? How do you use it personally, let's say?
I would say it is more of a, not a bottom-up, but it's a mix of multiple models. Because there are various ways. So because if I just follow one model, then it's replication of human behavior. It's more over a robotic process automation and not an AI. But an AI would be able to identify its own patterns, and we have to train the system to identify patterns, and then it can run multiple simulations to come out with certain.
But वो तो आपका काम है, right? As a provider.
Yeah.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ. So let's assume, okay, I'm asking you, if I'm the user of your product, let's say, or I'm using Perplexity or I'm using Screener, right?
Yeah.
How should I use it ideally? You would have gone through these iterations, right?
Absolutely.
Top down research के लिए ज़्यादा important है, bottom up के लिए कैसा है? आप कैसे use करते हो?
Top down के लिए है, I would say. But we neither use Perplexity, no GPT, nothing. We have our own models, own infrastructure, because we had started building this model when none of these were there.
Superb. Okay.
So, and today if you look at all of these models also, I would say, obviously when they came, we also tried because that would have eased up our job. But it just doesn't work. it does not have the contextual intelligence. I would say, hallucinates with the data. Plus, we don't even know the data source. So I wouldn't risk $100 million to be traded based on the recommendations of a perplexity or a GPT. So that's where we need our own models, which are specifically trained for the equity markets or any other market, commodities, FX and everything. So that's where we have even added the explainability layer, which was otherwise missing from AI for all these years. Even we didn't have, about 3 years back, but now we have it. So we can fairly explain why, what happens within our system. So from an end user's perspective, what we give them is the recommendations from a retail's perspective, and from an institution's perspective, we can manage this entire piece, including risk management system for them.
Okay, guys, so I'm trying to make this more widespread for anybody who's either using your products or any other product, right? And therefore, before I come to Ayush, Pratyush to you, because Ayush keeps on telling me that ये सारा AI का जो कांड है वो Pratyush ने किया है, right? So on screener that is. So am I right, Ayush?
Yeah. So I'm the most technologically handicapped person in our team, and Pratyush's effort is to make me use it, and that is what he keeps trying to do. And if I get to use it, then we believe that everyone can use it. That is what our aim is. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to come to you as an end user as well, but Pratyush, I'll come to you because मेरे हिसाब से आपका शायद इनसे थोड़ा अलग होगा यूजेज, क्योंकि आप शायद बॉटम अप पे ज्यादा करते हो, राइट? सो हाउ डज एन एवरेज पर्सन make the best use of AI, whether on Screener or on Jarvis or wherever else, whichever platform they are using? आपके हिसाब से कैसे यूज करना चाहिए, आप कैसे यूज करते हो?
I use it as a private counselor. मेरे पास आज एक पर्सन है जिसके पास मैं कुछ भी बहुत बेवकूफ़ी भरे सवाल भी पूछ सकता हूँ और कुछ भी पूछ सकता हूँ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ भैया इज टॉकिंग अबाउट अ कंपनी लाइक से HBL एंड ही सेइंग दैट उसको कवच का ऑर्डर मिला या कुछ मिला. फॉर मी कवच इज जस्ट मतलब मेरे को उसका ABCD भी नहीं पता. सो आई गो हेड एंड फर्स्ट आस्क ओके व्हाट हैपेंड इन दिस कंपनी, व्हाई दिस द नंबर्स चेंज ऑफ दिस कंपनी. Then it says that, okay, it got an order for Kavach and those things. Then I ask, okay, Kavach hai kya? What is Kavach? Why is it unique? Why is only this company having this particular technology? How did they work on this? And like this, those sessions start proceeding. And it can be like for Pharma, this was something which was very tough for me to understand. Like what is ANDAs, what is all these approvals and different things. Yes. So I
like the term ANDA, by the way.
So, I asked it like many people say that intermediates are like just another chemical company. So it helps me in understanding that why is any API manufacturer different from a chemical manufacturer? What are the differentiations? How this industry works, and from there I start getting to the next question. Okay, then how is this applicable to this company? What this company is doing? Also for like when till now on Screener we were able to glance the numbers very quickly, but to understand why those numbers changed, why the margin increased from 10% to 15%, was it a temporary shift, was it a permanent shift? Now I have someone who can do that work for me, go into those documents and provide me answers by referring to those announcements, con call transcripts, presentations and everything. And that's where these models are very helpful.
Amazing. So Ayush, मैं आपको पूछता हूँ, because I'm presuming you started using at the behest of Pratyush, you started using AI, right? So आप क्या करते हो? जैसे प्रत्युष ने बोला कि is there a string of questions कि भाई मैंने पूछ लिया कि ये clinical trial, अच्छा let's say margins, किसी company के margins increase हो गए, so why did they increase? Then you ask a follow-up question and the string remembers all of those questions and thereby eventually gives me a final answer. Is that how you are using it?
So maybe to answer that, I'll take you through what we have done at Screener. So basically...
But I would urge you, all three of you, to kind of broad base the thing, not just to your own platforms, but to have an average person can use any platform. You can take the example of Screener. Yes.
So basically, what is the key thing that AI does? AI is very, very powerful because it can go through huge amount of data, whatever the maximum amount of data which is out there, that is, it can process in a very quick amount of time period and give you a very structured outcome. And day by day, what we are seeing is that the models are getting better and smarter. They are getting that intelligence wherein you get the wow factor when you run queries. If you ask it a simple question, then also it is able to give you some intelligent insight which you were looking for. So that is what is happening when you use AI. At Screener, what we have done is that we have tried to, we had the benefit of having all the data that we were collating on all the companies, whatever, the annual report, the official announcements, documents, whatever they are filing, the credit rating reports. So it is getting that whole base on the document to get started with, and then it will go on the web and do the additional searches that you want to do. So first, the biggest benefit is that you're getting to work on factual data and facts and not hallucinate. Like Sumit was mentioning that one of the problem in the AI models is that it hallucinates a lot. So this is one thing that we have been able to safeguard against. And like Pratish is saying, use it like your friend or an assistant, wherein whatever basic question comes to your mind, like when a company, somebody tells me about a company, then the first question I'll go and run is, please explain me what does this company do? And it will give me a good summary that, okay, these are the key products, these are the key customers, this is where they do their business, this is how the business has grown. And then reading that, I'll put up some follow-up questions. Okay, tell me what this product is, like Pratish mentioned about a company. So what is this coverage? Then I can ask even tougher questions. Okay, who are the bigger global players? How big is this opportunity? Who are the real competitors? So you can go on and on. The power of AI is that it is limitless. You know, you have to really think out of the box, or you have to really be creative. You don't need to hold yourself. You can, when I talk to my users or people who have been using it, I'm amazed with the kind of use case they have. Like somebody might build a detailed valuation model for next 3 years, 5 years, which was a job which you take at least a week or 10 days. If I had to prepare a summary of all the con call transcript of for last, in fact, this is where we started using AI first. Like as more and more companies, I'm an investor who likes to be having a very diversified portfolio, and I like tracking at least maybe 500 names. So
500, huh?
At least, yeah.
At least, okay, interesting.
Yeah. So to be updated about them, I have to go through so many announcements and data which come. The first meaningful use case was the summary of transcripts. Now, if you had to read one transcript, it used to be 15-20 pages long. Today, with the click of a button, I'm able to get a summary which is so meaningful, which gives me even quotes of the management which it considers very important. And trust me, I've stopped reading any of the transcripts. Rarely. So that is the power of AI. And along with other use cases, maybe you want to add or something, maybe Sumit, in reference to this, like... humongous, whatever you want to do.
So are you guys able to trust the output that is being given by various AI models? Let's say, for example, con call summaries, right? Is the output given by AI, any model, is that trustworthy? Sumit, can I ask you, how much do you trust this to trust your $100 million investment that you spoke about?
Yeah, so I think there's a process of validation. So, I mean, anything that comes out might not be trusted at the first go, but it's a process. Process of training, retraining the machine, and eventually getting into that accuracy mode. So I think eventually a lot of our models today we can, we have validated, we can trust on it. But just expanding beyond this, the call transcription and everything. A lot of other, few of the other sources for us are also very, I would say, unique sources. For example, the Chambers data. Or anything that comes up in journals, business journals, internationally also for that matter. Sometimes some of these information also becomes super important from a user's perspective for us, at least from the research side of it. So we are the researchers here in our case. So in these cases, we really go top down, wherein we first try and understand an industry or a specific theme or a product or a component of a product, and then go deep dive into region, industry, which stock, how much is it, whether is the right time, and get into it.
So, एक example दीजिए, चलिए. Give me an example of how you use this for doing a top-down research for a sector which is global. Let's say if you studied semiconductors or you studied rare earth metals. So how did you use AI to drill down to the particular part of the sector, then the company, and if there was an India chapter attached to it?
Absolutely. So first of all, we would look at, the availability of these rare earth materials currently in China, majorly. Then we would look at what...
So you used AI to ask that, tell us which are the rare earth materials which are available in China, which might have an export ban, for example.
No, so we don't have a model which is very similar to a screener wherein we have an opportunity to ask, but it is, we ingest the information and, it's the core Jarvis engine which becomes intelligent enough to answer these things. Now, when I say answer, it's not answer to us, answer the further steps. So the first thing is we would look at which are the regions who has this. Second would be what are the use cases and how big could be the use cases. Not immediately, but maybe for the next 2 years or 3 years, like EV 5 years back, for example. Then we would get into regions. So which in case I just mentioned as China, then we would look at, okay, which are the stocks and what are they doing? Are there any smaller companies, maybe within the same region or any other region who are doing something similar but at a very small scale? They have an opportunity to grow multi-times rather than already a $30 billion company. So that's the process that we do. Then once we identify the region, industry and company, we go qualitative. So we look at the management and many other things from a fundamental research point of view. Lastly, we look at the timings from a quant or a technical perspective. That also depends upon what's the product. So if I'm building a long only product, I don't care. But if I'm looking at a positional product, then probably I would care. That's how it goes.
Okay, but this is something that I guess any fundamental analyst would also pursue the process, whether on AI or otherwise,
Absolutely.
right? Simple. You want to add something to this, Ayush?
So like specific to this use case that you asked, I'll give a very recent example that we did actually on whole of it on AI. It was nothing manual that we had to do. So like we came across an opportunity in the battery energy storage system. Like this is a big buzzword which is being talked about today. There's a huge growth potential, but I knew nothing about it. Absolute nothing. Simply by spending maybe 15-20 odd minutes on an AI platform, I could gather data, what BESS is, what are the global opportunity size, how is the growth happening globally,